You are live.
We are live and ready to begin bring the meeting to order. I will ask Councilor Michael Garcia to begin with a Pledge of Allegiance, and then Councilor Rivera will bring us a salute to the New Mexico flag, and Councilor Cassett will give us an invocation and remembrances. Please rise.
Pledge allegiance to the flag, of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening, everybody. As we start our business tonight, just want to thank everybody so much for their work, for their dedication to the city. We always have challenging issues and decisions ahead of us. And so as we move forward today, to remember that we are here to serve our community, to find ways to collaborate, to come up with creative solutions to seemingly unsolvable problems, and work together as a team to make our city even better than it is today. With that, Mayor, I'll pass it over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there remembrances that folks would like to bring forward? Yes, Councilor Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to bring our hearts to center on our youth. We've had a few youth members that have been lost over the weekend due to accident, and also due to the fact that just how hard the world is for our youth these days. I work with youth every day, and it's heavy. I feel like as adults, we struggle with just the world we face. And I feel like our youth is hurting deeply right now. And I hope that we could serve as an example of hope and reassurance, and the fact that they're not alone. And I feel like that truly requires us to stand up and be better people. Be people they could look up to, be people they can trust, be people they can believe in. And I think that's especially important for the people that are up here today, who represent our city and our communities, who are here to serve. It's a population of individuals in our community that are hurting and are being lost at a rapid rate. I think more rapid than what we want to acknowledge. So I challenge us to acknowledge that loss and to be better for them, and to show up for them in the most respectable way. And I hope that our meeting today could be a representation of that. And we have difficult topics in front of us this evening, but I'm hoping that we see the bigger picture, the bigger challenges, the more important challenges we're faced with on a daily basis that we often don't talk about and that we often don't acknowledge. And with that, my heart goes out to their families. My heart goes out to the youth. And I am here to say you're not alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Anyone else? I have a couple of names I'd like to bring to our thoughts. First is the author John Nichols, who did such an amazing job of storytelling with the Milagro Beanfield War, and what a storyteller and what a representative of Northern New Mexico. And then we lost a great friend, Rick Abeles. We lost his wife months ago. Now Rick has passed. They were both real stalwarts for the Santa Fe community. They gave enormous amounts of their time and energy and devotion to make this a better community. And then in the spirit of Councilor Chavez, I would just ask that we all take a minute and send a prayer for peace and safety to the Middle East, where we have so many people losing their lives, and where we continue to see bloodshed in the Holy Land, rather than peace and real coming together. May there be peace in our time, and may people live together in peace all over the world. Let's take a minute and send our thoughts to the young people as well as to those we've lost, and try to live up to our own personal. Thanks, everybody. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll for us?
Yes, Mayor. Counselor Cassett,
Here.
Counselor Chavez.
Here.
Counselor Lee Garcia.
Here.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Present.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Rivera.
Here.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Present.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Present.
Mayor Weber.
Present.
You have a quorum, Mayor.
Thank you very, very much. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda that we have in front of us?
Yes, Mayor. Item K was removed by staff and will be scheduled for a later date through committee
Item K on consent.
on consent, yes.
Okay. Any other changes?
And also the last item on consent agenda, which is item M, consideration of a resolution approving a public firework display during the Santa Fe Plaza 2023-2024 New Year's Eve event. That is going to be moved to discussion because there was an amendment added to it.
So can I get a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. Next, Madam Clerk, the consent agenda. Are there items, other than what you noted previously, are there items pulled off for discussion?
No, Mayor, no items are removed.
So can we, I guess we have to approve it as amended. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on the motion to approve consent as amended?
Certainly, Mayor. Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion pass.
Thank you. And then, Madam Clerk, let's move to presentations.
Certainly, Mayor, the presentation 8A is Community Health and Safety Task Force, Community Engagement Findings and Final Recommendations. This will be presented by the Community Health and Safety Task Force members, Dr. Gabriel Sanchez and UNM Center for Social Policy.
Okay, I assume that our co-chairs would want to tee this up for us. Councilwoman Villarreal, Councilor Rivera.
Sure. I think we do have we have two slide decks. One is for Dr. Sanchez, who will present first before we go into the recommendations. And then we have our own slide deck with the recommendations. But before I start, I just wanted to say a few words. I think the work that we did with the Community Health and Safety Task Force and the process that we were involved in was and has been a labor of love. It's the hard work that you do and what you learn in the process, but you don't do it because you're compensated for it. You don't do it because you're praised for it. And you don't do it because you have to do it or you need to do it. But I think we all did it because we knew the importance and the bigger implications and impact that our recommendations could potentially have for our community. As most of you know, the task force worked over or almost 3 years together, and we built, I would say, an incredible bond. We learned from each other. We didn't always agree. But we had members that stuck through the years of hard work and remained open-minded and task-oriented for the end goal in mind. And I hope my colleagues were able to take the time to review some of the final recommendations, and the report is pretty robust. You'll see how much we learned and also accomplished over almost 3 years. Especially, I think the work was challenging because we started and continued the work during a global pandemic, as well as knowing that there was an awareness that this work was important because we were combining what was happening in the country, the reckoning of the country, and our community's history of racial and social injustices, and in the context of public health and safety. I want to first thank the community members that were so integral to this process. Not all of them were able to be here or on Zoom today because they either are sick or they are on work travel. But I do want to thank Annie and Bruce and Gino and Mary Louise, Marcela, Emily, Monica, and my co-chair, Councilor Rivera, as well as our facilitator, Valeria Alarcon, for all of your dedication. I'm very grateful for what each of you brought to this process and for your brilliance, expertise, and commitment to this important and difficult work. And I think we all look forward to closing this chapter. And I'm very proud that what we've accomplished during this process. I also want to thank Julie Sanchez, who's on maternity leave, the Director of Youth and Family Services Division, who was brought in the middle of our process to provide wonderful administrative support. And also want to recognize some of the former members who served on the task force who were instrumental in grounding us in this work, especially Naja, Marianne, Judge Vigil, Rashawn, and past facilitator Sunshine Muse, and former staff person Jennifer Fabian. So I will pass it to my colleague, and then we'll move on to Dr. Gabe Sanchez, his presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilwoman Villarreal. You did exactly what I wanted to do, is just recognize all the great members of the task force. It was an honor truly to serve on this committee, on this task force with some of the brightest people I think that this city has. They truly care about community. They care about the least of us, the people that engage with not only police, but with fire and with, wraparound services and many different things. So we had members, I think, that were part of the schools, part of the immigrant community, and just so many, again, people that truly care about this community and where we're going. So it was truly an honor to serve on this, and took us a little longer than we expected to do our work, but I think the results are promising. Thank you.
Thank you both. So now we will turn to the presentation by Dr. Sanchez.
And we hopefully can see the presentation as well on the
I
screen.
hope we'll get the deck up on the screen and available to everybody to see.
And we contracted with Dr. Gabe Sanchez, who's the executive director of UNM's Center for Social Policy. So he was going to try to be in person, but he has a family commitment after, so he'll be zooming in from Albuquerque.
This
is not the
right.
presentation, but
We want this is the one that will follow, which is the final recommendations.
or Gabe can share his screen if we have him on Zoom.
On Zoom.
Yeah, I don't know if you folks can hear me. I'm here on Zoom.
Yeah, we do hear you. Welcome.
Excellent. I cannot unfortunately see if you have the slide deck in front of you. I don't
We're
know.
getting there.
Give me
So
screen share capacity, and I could do it from here in my office or whichever you prefer.
I think we got it we just need to share the full screen of that.
Okay, this is beginning to work now. We're getting the slides in front of us.
Wonderful. And while we're teeing up the slides again, as the counselor noted, thanks to everybody who was involved in the process, task force members, members of the city council that gave us feedback along the way on drafts, etc. Mayor, for the opportunity as a member of the University of New Mexico team to lead this research, your collective trust in our team to conduct this important research that led to some really important recommendations. It's been a pleasure and a joy to work with this team, and hopefully it'll be only the first of many projects that UNM is able to partner on.
Thank you, Doctor. I think the slides are now full screen, and I don't know if you can see it, but we can see them useful, clear, and very easy to follow along with you.
Excellent. I see the slide, so we're good to go. I think if you could move to the next slide, please. I don't want to spend a lot of our time this evening talking about methodology, but I want to give you an overview of what we did for this research project and really just stress the rigor that was involved in really approaching this to make sure that we included as many voices from the community in the process as humanly possible. So you see it, we conducted a random sample survey of the city of Santa Fe residents, had 300 respondents. This was done from November 30th to January 16th. So it was in the field for quite some time to make sure that we had a completely random and representative sample. To do that, we had a blended approach of telephone interviews, both landlines and cell phones. You know, a lot of folks have cell phone numbers that are outside the state of New Mexico, but live in the city of Santa Fe. So we wanted to make sure we included those folks. And this was done in both English and Spanish at the discretion of respondents. And we made sure that the demographics of the survey matched the overall population as defined by the US Census, so that we could at the end of the day say all the data points were representative of adults who live within the city of Santa Fe. We also worked with community partners to add an additional 64 completed surveys from harder to reach segments of the population we might not just catch in a completely random distribution. That included much higher ratios of foreign-born and Spanish-dominant residents. And we wanted to make sure, again, we had all voices included, so ensuring we had some targeted outreach to those segments of the community, as well as young people. In addition to some of the focus groups I'll talk about in a moment, we had higher representation of this additional 64 completed surveys from folks that were under the age of 30, greater representation of Santa Fe residents who make less than $20,000 annually in household income. You can imagine those folks are harder to reach in a random survey sample. And probably most importantly, greater representation of residents who have had direct experience with being incarcerated themselves or being on probation. So you see at the end of the day, blending the harder to reach segments with the random sample really gave us a lot of confidence in the responses from the survey that I'll share with you today. Next slide, please. In addition to the survey data, we also conducted a series of qualitative interviews and focus groups. You see at the end of the day, we touched 83 individuals through a series of focus groups, again, leaning largely on our network of community partners who have a lot of trust in these communities to make sure that we were able to get the right people in the room for these focus groups. The target audience for these were people, again, that we did not think we would hear from the survey. They included young people. I appreciated the comments made at the onset of the meeting about some of the struggles, unfortunately, that our youth are facing right now in a very difficult time in our country. So we made sure that we had focus groups specifically with young people. We had a couple of focus groups specifically with Spanish speakers in Spanish, African Americans, and immigrants. Again, all targeting this community to make sure that all voices were included that would feed into the recommendations that followed our research. Next slide, please. I'll present some of the findings. And again, this is really just the overall summary of the main findings from the survey. If you've had a chance to look at the report, you'll see a lot more depth than I'll have time to share with you today. But the major themes that we wanted to tackle were, first and foremost, what was the overall satisfaction level of Santa Fe residents? How did they feel about living in their community, and what were some of the challenges that they were facing? As I walked through this, some of the take-home messages were that, fortunately and positively, the vast majority of city residents are very satisfied with living in their community. They're engaged in their community, but unfortunately, a large segment of the population are weathering very difficult economic hardships and really facing difficult decisions as a result of the rising cost of living. And as I'll share with you, when asked what would make Santa Fe a more safe and vibrant community, residents prioritize jobs with livable wages and more affordable housing. Next slide. I always like to start and try to finish with very positive insights from the research that was conducted. And here you see very clearly, when asked directly, how satisfied are you with living in Santa Fe? A robust 84% of Santa Fe residents are either somewhat or very satisfied with living in the city, with the flip side of that only being 16% of folks who are not satisfied. So it's a very positive take-home message. When we looked more closely at the data for any possible variation, Women and renters express lower levels of satisfaction compared to men and homeowners. And that distinction between renters and homeowners was consistent across a lot of the indicators in the survey, which really tells us focusing on trying to get more of our community members into situations where they can afford to buy their own homes, increases satisfaction levels and overall engagement. Next slide, please. We see that most respondents, you see 76% indicate that they want to work with other community members to make Santa Fe a safer and better place to live and work. It's a very strong indicator of overall community engagement. A lot of us refer to as social capital. You also see that a large segment of the population are very proud to call themselves residents of the city of Santa Fe and consider themselves members of the community. 55% indicate that Santa Fe is a safe place specifically to raise children. So you see that a little bit more of a weak area to work on specifically as we think about some interventions to make families feel better and more engaged in living in the city of Santa Fe. And then one take-home message is when we ask folks, how much influence do you think people who live and work in Santa Fe have on the decisions at the policy level to address public safety? You see that a large segment of the population feels that there could be room for improvement there, giving folks an opportunity to have more influence. And I think this research project that feeds into the recommendations is an example of how we can engage residents more directly in some of the decision-making process that really impacts their individual daily lives. Next slide, please. One of the most important findings, in my opinion, from the research that we conducted is when we asked folks both in the survey and in the focus groups, what makes, in your opinion, Santa Fe a safe and vibrant community? I expected to hear much more about public safety, some of those dynamics, but at the end of the day, jobs that pay affordable wages in Santa Fe, affordable housing, were the take-home messages. And it was really reiterated to us in the focus groups where folks really connected the dots and really told us directly in the focus group data, in order for Santa Fe to be safe, folks first and foremost need to have jobs that pay them enough money to actually afford to live within the city. And I think people were able to articulate to us that really addressing crime and a lot of other aspects related to public safety must start with livable wages. Folks told us in focus groups, for example, that to reduce crime, people have to have livable wages. So they don't even have to think about committing crimes in the first place. So I think that's a major take-home message. We'll spend a bit of time before I close out with you today talking specifically about crime policy and public safety. But I think the community says it very directly and loudly here that really addressing jobs and affordable housing can go a long way to making everybody feel more safe and part of a community that they would define as being vibrant. Next slide, please. Just to give you a snapshot of some of the other survey data that was collected on economic well-being and hardships, you see that over a fourth of residents have indicated that their financial health at their individual family level has gotten worse over the past year, which is significantly lower than the 6% of folks who said that things have gotten a lot better. But you do see some positive signs in the data. 33% or a third of residents indicate that their situation has gotten better over the past year. So there are indications that folks are starting to feel some of the turnaround in the overall national economy reaching residents in the city of Santa Fe. And you see when we ask folks, do they have any concerns specifically about housing? That was a major theme across the survey and focus groups. You see a large segment of the population do have concern about the rising cost of living, both in terms of mortgages and rent prices getting too expensive. And a lot of folks in the focus groups told us that they do worry about being able to continue to afford living in the city of Santa Fe. So we know that these challenges persist. Those of you that are on the ground and hearing from folks recognize the rising cost of living and all of these different economic challenges are facing members of the community. But when we looked at the data, the thing that really stood out was specifically thinking about housing costs. Being something that's overwhelming and stressing folks out. And you see that reflected in the level of concern that folks had in the survey. Next slide, please. Kind of reinforcing affordable housing being a dominant theme. You see when we ask folks an open-ended question, what are the most important issues that you want local officials here in Santa Fe to address? The number one cited issue was affordable housing. So again, want to just stress that over and over again, we heard a lot of concern from residents about the housing costs, both rent and mortgages. But you also see reducing homelessness as a major theme at 31%, crime at 27%, the rising cost of living again showing up at 24%, but a lot of other issues, including providing services for mental health and substance abuse, were important issues that we wanted to highlight as being on the minds of city residents as well. But you see, even when we move out of the top 5, you see, 6 and 7, creating jobs with better wages and helping Santa Fe residents who are struggling financially. So you see, at the end of the day, a lot of economic concern that's driven by, unfortunately, a lot of stress that residents are facing. And a lot of this was reflected across all residents, not just those that are in low income situations. Next slide, please. So that moves us to one of the other major themes. And obviously, when we think about the major focus of this report, experiences with crime and perceived safety among residents will be the next major theme that I walk through. And again, this is just the tip of the iceberg in terms of a lot of the other data points that are in the overall report. Next slide. You see that a large segment of the population, in fact, nearly 80%, it's 79% of folks who indicate that they do have concern about crime. And the thing that I want to isolate is, obviously, we can draw our attention to renters being a little bit higher in terms of worrying about this a great deal, or thinking about specifically the Hispanic community or women. But what I really want to draw your attention to is across the board, however we cut the data to look at different subgroups of the population, there's relatively high level of worry about crime and safety in the city across the board, regardless of which demographic subgroup that we're looking at. So it really is an issue that I think is overarching and impacts all segments of the population, not just those that might be in certain segments of the overall community. Next slide. Specifically, when we ask folks about the biggest problems in Santa Fe that are specifically isolated to crime, you see that there's a couple of interesting trends that we saw in the data were borne out, especially in the focus groups. Number one issue cited was homelessness. And when I show you a slide in a moment that really breaks out some of this in the focus group data, the thing that I wanted to draw your attention to is that for a lot of folks, it wasn't really isolating the fact that the homeless population might be more likely to commit crimes. It was the overall perception that folks had felt like over the last couple of years, especially as the pandemic hit and the recovery from that was challenging across the country, not just here in New Mexico, that there was a correlation between seeing a rise in the homeless population as well as seeing a rise in crime. So I think folks understand that those things might be nuanced, and that it's their overall perception, not necessarily, again, that the homeless population is more likely to be committing crimes, but that you see this spreading out across the city. And it really, I think, is reinforcing the fact that when people see folks that are in very difficult financial situations that might lead them to homelessness, that might also drive a lot of other unfortunate behavior, including, you see second on the list, drug abuse or having challenges with drug addiction that often leads people to situations where they turn to crime to unfortunately feed their habits. So in addition to some of those hot button issues that I think were recurring themes across the data, both in the survey and focus groups, you also see car break-ins and robberies, home break-ins and robberies, and gun violence rounding out the top concerns that residents have. Specifically, again, we cued them to think not in general, but about crime. Next slide, please. Just reinforcing what we heard in focus groups about homelessness, you see that a lot of focus group participants gave us these insights that they often found that there's not sufficient services for residents struggling with addiction, whether it be opioids or other drugs that often cause many of those individuals to wind up in the streets. At the end of the day, folks really identified for us in focus groups, if there were more service provision available for residents, they perceive that you would see a drop in crime and a lot of the other things that lead to crime across the city of Santa Fe. Folks noted that there's often a lot of traffic from transient population who might come from facilities or homeless shelters. So thinking about how there might be the opportunity to really figuring out wraparound services so that folks that are struggling with substance abuse or mental health disorders, for example, have the services that they need, and that this might not be an opportunity for just certain segments of the population to gain access to these services, but have that available across the city. And so obviously working with the community to educate them also on the factors that might lead many members to end up homeless in the first place might help address this underlying perception that homeless residents might be more likely to commit crime. And I want to stress, we didn't hear that from a lot of folks in the focus groups, but we did hear it from enough to make that point that just having some overall educational outreach directed at the community to make sure that folks recognize there's a lot of reasons why people end up in difficult financial situations, and not thinking about those folks as being more likely to be criminals might be something to consider moving forward. Next slide, please. And then obviously you opened the meeting this evening, noting that unfortunately we're losing too many of our young people, specifically to gun violence. And you see that reflected in the data. You see that overwhelmingly people think that it's important for the city of Santa Fe to make more aggressive steps to reduce gun violence in the community. And unfortunately, very sobering data when you ask folks directly, how concerned are you that you yourself or your children could become a victim of a mass shooting or gun violence? You see very high levels of concern, and even higher levels of concern among families who have kids under the age of 18 still in the household. Next slide. I don't want to read this to you, but it's a very powerful quote that was taken from one of the youth and the focus groups that we conducted specifically with young people. And I think it just stresses and reinforces the fact that unfortunately the youth tend to be more concerned about gun violence and guns as a result of unfortunately being more likely to know people in their direct network who have been unfortunately victims of gun violence tragedies. So it's a very sad reality. I think we all see this, but unfortunately, when we pull this out of the data, it's a theme that I think is going to be something that we want to talk more about in the recommendation section. Next slide, please. And then thinking a little bit about what the community may support in terms of policy interventions. Again, in the full report, you'll see a lot more nuances to this that came from both the survey and the focus groups. But when we ask folks directly, what would you believe to be the best at addressing any of the following situations that come up here in Santa Fe, a large segment of the population felt that there might be the opportunity to rely on other first responders who are not law enforcement officers themselves, but are trained to address non-emergency situations, to really take some of the strain off police and law enforcement so that they can address other more serious criminal activity, but also potentially to de-escalate some of these situations that might not require police or law enforcement, at least at the first point of contact with members of the community. And this could range from the 56% of folks who indicate that first responders, right, might be an opportunity to participate in low-risk calls for noise complaints, trespassing, or other property crimes. You see very, very strong segments of the population believe that low-risk calls involving members of our community struggling with mental health challenges can be diverted, right, to first responders. Similarly high, 62% low-risk calls involving members of the community dealing with addiction issues, or the 65% who believe low-risk calls involving our homeless community members could be a priority. And I want to stress that one of the things that we found in the focus group data is we know that you folks are already doing a lot of important work to try to move some of these low-risk calls to non-police force. But a lot of the residents are not aware of these existing programs and resources. So starting with a really heavy outreach information campaign to make sure residents are aware of what's already working and being very successful in the city could be very effective before we think about more aggressive steps in these areas. Next slide, please. A big picture finding from the data is that most respondents in the survey and a lot of the folks we talked to in focus groups were very supportive of reforms to encourage rehabilitation efforts, right? You see that the overwhelming percentage of respondents really think that helping communities by saving taxpayer dollars that can be reinvested into preventing crime and rehabilitating people who are convicted of crimes as a major step forward and a big picture ideology that we found in the data among City of Santa Fe residents. And you see that large segments of the population agree with some of these statements that are really focused on the criminal justice system needing to be rooted in our values and our faith and preserve the principle that no one is beyond the possibility of regret, forgiveness, and turning their lives around. Specifically, when we think about more energy and focus on resources for violent crime and serious property crime, not on taking calls about homeless people or those struggling with addiction. I think, again, you see the take-home message, right, that folks recognize and are able to connect the dots, that if we move more low priority calls to other service providers and not the police, they'll be able to invest more time into the serious crimes that members of the community recognize might need more attention and more resources. And then I like to see this always in the data where folks are making very conscious decisions about how they answer our questions. You see a much smaller segment of 29% agree with the statement that less funding should be given to behavioral health programs focused on rehabilitating people who specifically are struggling with some of those challenges but have committed a crime. So I think you see the take-home message. The community is very supportive of any policy interventions that take this kind of rehabilitation focused mindset. Next slide, please. A little more specific nuance to a very direct program that we heard from in the focus group data, specifically talking to youth about restorative justice programs. You see just a couple of quotes that were reflected and are a little bit symbolic of what we heard in the overall focus groups with young people, was that there was very positive support specifically for the very important work that Mary Louise is doing across the city, working with young people. You see this quote really reinforces a direct outcome from that work, but they noted that unfortunately there's not enough capacity. In essence, expanding the infrastructure for restorative justice programs across the city should be a high priority. That's what we heard directly from the youth, because they recognize the success that the in-school program is already having. Next slide, please. And then final theme that I'll run through relatively quickly to make sure we have plenty of time for the presentation on recommendations. We had a major theme looking at specifically public perceptions and interactions with law enforcement and healthcare system in the city of Santa Fe. Next slide. To give you just one indication of the larger report that really tried to drill down and not just looking at police, but other aspects of service provision, we asked residents if they recognized obstacles to healthcare access for certain segments of the population. And you see that most city residents agree that unfortunately low-income members of the community, folks whose English skills might not be as strong because they're dominant in Spanish, and specifically members from diverse racial and ethnic communities, all may collectively face barriers in accessing healthcare. So, looking at specific segments of the population, right, you see that there's nuances to this, a little bit higher perception that low-income residents might not get the same quality of healthcare services as others who make more money, or the 51% of folks who recognize that people who do not speak English very well might have a harder time getting access to quality healthcare. You see the take-home message that is, unfortunately, not all segments of the population are getting equal access to the same level of quality care. And I think that was also reflected in the focus groups where a lot of folks noted they themselves, being members of some of these diverse communities, often find that they don't get the same level of treatment from the healthcare system. Next slide, please. We asked folks directly, how often do you believe that local law enforcement in Santa Fe treats? And we asked folks to put in their own racial and ethnic group, as we asked them in the survey, with dignity and respect. And you see very positively, right, the take-home message is that 67% of city residents believe that the police force is doing a great job treating everybody equally. But we also want to shed light on the fact that there was a segment of the population who indicates that that doesn't always happen, right? Whether that's not often or never occurs, there is a sizable segment of the population who believes there's room for improvement, specifically in how law enforcement treats members of the community based on their race. We looked at this specifically when we had that segment of the survey of the harder to reach segments of the population, and they were more likely than the overall random sample to indicate that they themselves have been unfortunately treated unfairly by law enforcement. So we saw that there was some nuances to that based on who we talked to. But again, the take-home message very positively is that most segments of the population have never faced any unfair treatment themselves and have high perceptions that the police force is doing a good job treating everyone with dignity and respect. We asked very similar questions as it pertained to other aspects of service provision. Here you see when we asked folks specifically about the fire department, you see 79% of the population in the survey indicated that they feel that that segment of service provision, the fire department, treats everybody with dignity and respect, regardless of the race or ethnicity of the respondent in the survey. Next slide, please. And I'm almost finished here, maybe the last couple of slides before I close things out. I think one of the things to point out for why it's important to focus on these underlying attitudes and opinions and experiences with law enforcement is that we found when we asked folks, how comfortable are you calling the police or fire department if you or your family is in an emergency and needs help? You see that Latino segments of the population in Santa Fe are less comfortable with reaching out to these folks when they know that they need it. And we know that's a direct result of unfortunately having either perceptions that the police force might not treat everybody with equal treatment, or from some segments of the population who might be undocumented. There's definitely a chilling effect and a worry that if I do call for help, it might unfortunately lead to some unfortunate consequences for either they themselves or members of their family as a result of their immigration status. This was one item in the survey that had the greatest difference for the city source sample, that harder to reach segment of the population, as 41% of those folks indicated that they are not comfortable calling police or fire department in an emergency. So that's the reason why we want to shed light on all those attitudes that you see in the report, because we know it has unfortunate consequences for when people might call the fire department, also to report a crime, which we know impacts the ability for law enforcement to do their jobs and follow up on criminal activity. Next slide, please. And finally, when we ask folks, especially in the focus groups, for their ideas on how we might improve relationships between members of the community and law enforcement and other aspects of service provision, you see over half of respondents do not believe law enforcement connects enough with the community. So really thinking about how we might reinforce some of the community policing work, the great work that's already being done to be more expansive across the city, and to make city residents aware of what's already going on in terms of programs that exist to improve those relationships, and then building from that and really expanding on any community policing activities that really could reinforce this underlying relationship between members of the community and law enforcement. So I'll close it out there. Again, just the tip of the iceberg in terms of the rigorous research that was conducted by my team at the University of New Mexico and our subcontractor at BSP Research, who fielded the overall random sample of the survey. Hopefully this research was useful. I know it fed into the recommendations that we'll hear about here in a moment, but it's been an absolute pleasure to work with everybody on the task force to conduct this research. And hopefully, again, it will lead to insights that will improve the lives of residents of the city of Santa Fe.
Thank you, Doctor. Very much appreciate it. And I know there'll be some additional questions and some additional opportunity to dig deeper and follow up on the research. But thanks for presenting it and for making it so clear and comprehensive. Very grateful to you. Now what?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Dr. Sanchez, for the qualitative data results. Obviously, the community engagement and outreach was an integral part of our work. I think for those of you that didn't know what the Community Health and Safety Task Force was tasked with, it was really examining ways in which the city's community health and safety services can work together as complementary parts of an overall strategy for the benefit of public health and safety. And so I think from the survey results and also from the community outreach, the major themes are really connecting housing security and economic security and the health and overall well-being of our residents. And that directly ties into how we reimagine and look at public health and safety. So at this point, we can go into our slide unless there's questions for Dr. Sanchez.
Let's go ahead with the recommendations,
Okay.
then see at the end where the governing body wants to go.
Great. So we'll wait for this presentation to load up. And as you know, the task force utilized the qualitative data to inform our recommendations. We also looked at best practices. We conducted research and engaged with local, state, and national experts to present on their best practices and effective policies, alternative models, and lessons learned from their approaches. And so these findings are from our learning sessions and presentations and framed based on some of the community outreach and engagement data. So,
We're loaded up, ready to go.
all right, let's move forward to the next slide. Next slide, please. And these are just so you see the full names of our task force members. And just to acknowledge that some of them are here and will be presenting with us. And so just wanted to thank everybody that was part of this process. Next slide, please. Going. So I just wanted to have folks look at this because, you know, we thoughtfully curated these processes with learning sessions and expert presentations and the data. And we hosted 25 learning sessions. It was local, state, and national experts, including city, department, and division staff. We engaged over 300 cities, Santa Fe residents with a focus of underrepresented populations, as Dr. Sanchez indicated and conveyed to us. And we researched over 89 studies, which included public policies, best practices, and data analysis. And Valeria put in this amount. She calculated how many hours we worked as a task force. And I think that's underrepresented, but it was about 6,190 hours, which she valued at $383,780, which is kind of an average rate we put in there. And I just think it's important. These are volunteer hours. This is not folks that participated or did the contract work. So I just wanted to note that. Next slide, please. And so I'm gonna, with my colleague, we're gonna present on some of the findings from our subcommittee, which was policies and practices. We had divided into kind of two main subcommittees. And so Gino Zamora will be presenting with me. And he will actually start us off. Next slide, please.
Good evening, Mayor and councilors. Thank you for the opportunity to present on a portion on behalf of the Policies and Practices Subcommittee. I just want to start out with saying that you're going to see a lot of recommendations tonight. It is a long menu of items, many that can be accomplished quickly as low-hanging fruit, and many that's going to take the public policy dedication of the council to dedicate the resources, the budgets, et cetera. The sheer volume of recommendations, we know it's a large number, but I think there are opportunities and recommendations that can appeal individually to counselors to take the lead. And hopefully it's something you can chip away at. I always like the saying, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. And we're laying out the bites for you tonight to take one at a time. But I think they'll have a dramatic effect for the health and well-being of our community. These recommendations are research and experience-based. You've seen the names of the people on this task force, and I was in awe of the personal experience that all of these members brought to the task force. As a result, I'm going to ask that as you see recommendations that you like, or maybe even that you dislike, look into the report and the depth of the report, because there were several recommendations that as we were going through this process over the last couple of years, at first glance, I said, oh, that's not anything I can get Ooh, that's something I don't like. But as you dug deeper, it made sense. And it made sense for our community. And I think all of us as task force members had those lights go off every so often. And to have the experience from the expertise from several of the members helped really change some perceptions. And they really fueled these recommendations. So sorry for the long intro, but I will get to the first half of the policies and practices subcommittee recommendations. And I do want to thank Annie, Bruce, and Councilwoman Villarreal for their hard work in this subcommittee. So first recommendation under mental health and wellness is support emergency responders through workplace mental health and wellness, including during retirement. This was one of the most powerful of the 25 presentations in learning sessions that we had. And we had emergency responders from within our city staff really lay their hearts out on the line to talk about the trauma that they experienced during their work and how it personally affects them and their families. And it can get so deep and so difficult that there are suicidal ideations. And that it's important that we provide those resources, those mental health resources when they're employees. But we also learned that the city provides incredible EAP, Employee Assistance Program services to the employees, but those end upon retirement. And so I think it's very important that we encourage the state to provide those EAP services to our retirees when we're dealing with first responders. That's the first recommendation. Regarding community access and transparency, the subcommittee recommends that we revamp the Santa Fe Police Department community member complaint process. There is a complaint process and it is online. Unfortunately, it's outdated and it's not very user-friendly, and the format and the complaint forms for general complaints and bias-based profiling complaints, they're up there, but they're not easy to use. They're PDFs that either you can populate, then print, then you've got to somehow scan and maybe email if you have that capacity, or you've got to physically walk them in. Same thing with the bias-based profiling complaints. That system exists, but it's incredibly difficult to actually register the complaints. The next recommendation is to create a fire department community member complaint process that's user-friendly, confidential, and accessible. So that's creating a complaint process dealing with fire department responses. Next slide. Thank you. Community access and transparency continued. The next recommendation is ensuring that the Santa Fe Police and Fire Departments start tracking complaints and disciplinary actions. Here's the most important language of this recommendation: in an aggregated and non-identifiable manner, and then provide an annual summary. We're not talking about getting into individual personnel. We are talking about aggregating the information in a non-identifiable manner to be able to track trends. If there are complaints about members of the police department of particular types, we should be able to identify those trends, see whether or not they're a problem, see how to address them through training and other resources. And same with tracking actual disciplinary actions. How many disciplinary actions occur on an annual basis? What are the types of actions? And again, I think that's important data for the city to have so that there can always be continual improvement. Any profession needs continual improvement, And part of that is the self-awareness of what issues we may be having. The next recommendation is to conduct a schedule for review and revisions of workplace harassment and discrimination, use of force, and disciplinary procedures and other policies. Again, this is with, these recommendations are within law enforcement and fire department. The task force as a whole and the subcommittee reviewed the existing policies, and some policies such as the harassment in the workplace policy, their dates were sometimes almost 20 years old since the last revamp of these policies. So being able to do these, schedule these on a more frequent basis, and, you know, for any of you long timers around, I think Beverly Lennon's signature is on one of the policies as police chief, and she left in the late 2000s. So or mid 2000s. So again, that just exemplifies that we need to more frequently update those, and best practices always improve. And so if we can have our law enforcement and fire department, police department and fire department on the cutting edge of policies, that would be a great improvement. The final recommendation that I'm presenting is increasing Santa Fe Police Department transparency and public access to information by working with the Vera Institute for Justice. Again, this is more of a transparency as far as operations and practices. The Vera Institute, if you look them up, their mission is to end over criminalization and mass incarceration, especially of people of color, immigrants, and people experiencing poverty. And so again, if we can be more transparent, more engaging, as we saw in the survey, more community access and interaction with our police department and fire department, I think we can again improve best practices within the city.
Thank you, Gino. I'm going to go through a few others, and in the interest of time, I'm just going to summarize most of them. All of these recommendations have rationale and more information in the final report. So if you want more details, definitely there. For oversight and internal affairs, we talked about the potential of having civilian oversight board. And there actually was a civilian oversight board that was created in the 90s that was in response to a police shooting. And they were created, they met a few times, and essentially there was no further action with that committee. And an ordinance still is in place, and that ordinance is still in place to create this civilian oversight board. And it still exists because it was never rescinded. So essentially we have this in place, and we think that the Civilian Oversight Board, the actual ordinance needs to be more modernized and structured differently, and then base it on the National Association of Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement models. There's 5 different models they gave us. It would be up to the governing body to look at those models and see what would be best fit. And then we also recommend to restructure the existing Public Safety Committee and include potential membership from the task force members who would like to continue being involved. In the area of gender and race balance and equity, we recommend that that the city provide data-driven and data-informed research on race and gender balance and equity to better inform the fire department and police department's internal practices, policies, and procedures. We recommend to establish an internal diversity and equity panel or a working group within the departments to address diversity and equity needs in the Santa Fe Fire Department and Police Department. And that could go hand in hand or in partnership with the diversity and equity and inclusion office that we created. So just want to plug that in, that there's a lot of these recommendations that could go hand in hand with that work. And then we also recommend that the police department should join the 30 by 30 initiative. And that's getting more women in law enforcement 30%, they say, by 2030. And this cohort, they actually provide technical assistance and other network support. So we recommended that. And that's an easy, low-hanging fruit. And then last, just community community transparency on the next slide is maintaining the non-militarization of Santa Fe Police Department by limiting military-style equipment and vehicles purchased or received through grants or other means through oversight by the city manager and or governing body. And we put city manager and or governing body because there's a certain amount threshold that we don't see and the city manager recommends or approves. And so the governing body also, once you reach a higher threshold, we should be involved. So I'm going to pass it on to my colleagues that were part of the community. Well, they were community engagement and alternative approaches subcommittee. And I don't know who wants to lead. Mary Louise is also part of this, who's in the audience, and Marcela should be promoted to, I think is she promoted yet?
Councilwoman Villarreal, I don't see her on as an attendee.
I'm waiting for, she says
Oh,
she's
yes.
here.
Yes.
I'll start this off, if that's okay, Mayor, but the community engagement and alternative approaches subcommittee looked at different ways of doing not only policing, but also fire services, and also with the community health department, Kira's department, looking how we could incorporate all those divisions and departments to try to do things better, different and better. So Marcela's here to present, as well as Mary Louise, I think. Mary Louise, you're gonna do the restorative justice pieces? Okay, gotcha. Thank you. So Marcela, do you want to start, or is this
Well, I think you can hear me. You can't see me, but you can hear me because I have no ability for you to see me. But it depends on what the next slide is, because Councilor Rivera, you're going to do Monica's and Emily's ones, which are these, and I'm going to do the pieces that Mary Louise and Somos really put together. So you're up first.
Yeah, so those Monica and Emily are either traveling or not feeling well, so we'll take it from here, but we'll try to go through quickly. First recommendation is to ensure and expand city bus routes to go to all legal social support treatments, harm reduction areas. Right now, our bus services don't actually hit all those places, and Albuquerque did a program, a zero fare program, where people could ride the bus for free at any time. So a recommendation to look at that. The other recommendation is advocate to the county to provide 24/7 public transportation to city residents being released from the Santa Fe County Adult Detention Center. If you know where that is, it's on Highway 14, and if people are released late at night, especially women, they either have to walk back into town, hitchhike, try to find a ride somehow. So we feel that's a safety issue, and hopefully something we can partner with the county on addressing. Wellness hubs and safe substance abuse solutions. Recommendation to authorize via resolution and provide startup and or capacity grants to community-based organizations to establish wellness hubs, promoting health, wellness, safety, and recovery services to people who are actively using drugs. Some of this with the next recommendation is to provide safe consumption spaces. Other communities are doing this. New York, Rhode Island, I believe, is doing this, and really it's when you're addicted to drugs and the amount of people that we're losing, including young people because of overdose, being able to utilize in a place where they can be monitored and make sure that if they do take too much of their substance, that there are people in place that can help bring them back, and there are medications to help do that. So that's one of the recommendations. Also, support the implementation of public sharps container program in places like parks, businesses, motels, etc. So just make it more available to people to get rid of their needles and other sharps that they may have. Ensure existing behavioral health services resource directories are accessible in multilingual formats and promoted for greater awareness citywide. Again, some of this, if you want more detail on it, again, in the greater report, it is available to you. Alternative approaches to law enforcement, relieve police from responsibilities of responding to public disorder calls such as drug, alcohol use, mental health concerns and emergencies, loitering, illegal camping. There are many things, and in some way, the alternative response unit is already doing this and just looking for more ways that we can free up police to take care of the more important things that are going on. Enact non-enforcement policies and utilize either the ARU or the newly formed non-police code enforcement model. Again, I think the alternative response unit is a great program that it's demonstrating exactly how this can work and should work, and we should look to expand it. And just like member Zamora spoke about, there were some things that I was concerned about as well. One of them was not having a police unit respond with the ARU every time they went out on calls. So I thought that was a safety issue. So I went and did a ride along with the police department and saw firsthand that a police officer in uniform with a firearm on their side really did not make matters better, and in a lot of ways made people very uncomfortable. So you know, I went out and did a ride along with police to see that for myself. Create other non-police alternative responses for code enforcement, like littering, graffiti, curfew, etc. Utilize cannabis tax, hopefully, to support expansion of the ARU. That's one idea. I'd asked for the amount of money we have been generating from cannabis, and I think Councilor Romero Worth said, as chair of the finance, that would be coming out probably in January, an idea of how much money was being collected. Develop a call structure within the regional emergency call center, the RECC, to divert calls directly to ARU. Right now, they're basically screening calls, and they're deciding if they should take a call or not. So being able to receive a call at the RECC and dispatch the ARU directly, I think is extremely important. Is this where you take over, Marcella? The economic security?
Yeah, it depends on the next slide.
Yeah.
Yes, there we go. Thank you, Councilor Rivera and Councilor Villarreal. I really appreciate this. I apologize beforehand for not jumping into the recommendation and just saying beforehand that, one, we're so grateful to have worked with such a hardworking committee that spent almost 2 years really just diving in. And so I'm really appreciative that Valeria put together those hours. I know that Somos alone, we submitted a list of 22 or 23 outside meetings that we had with folks from CYFD, the Santa Fe Public Schools, including the superintendent and board members, and with court officials and RJ organizations and diversion programs around the country. And so we're really excited to be able to present some of these these high-level recommendations. I also, and everyone else on this committee did a lot of that outside work. So we're grateful for the opportunity to do it. I also just want to say that I as a part of Somos really, spent a lot of hours doing this, but I didn't do them alone. And so I just want to recognize our organizers who worked very hard on getting people to focus groups, on helping put together these meetings, on doing the recommendations. And so I'm just going to name them very quickly: Zulema Chavero, Rayos Burciaga, Ana Martinez, and Eliazar Flores, because our recommendations could not be made without them and without all of the dozens of members of our workers committee who helped shape really what it looks like to do community engagement with people who generally don't have a very strong and amplified voice when it comes to public safety and community health issues. So we're excited about that. And lastly, I would encourage all of the counselors and the public, because this will be made public. It's a really long document, but every single presentation, every single recommendation that we've made has a lot of rationale based on presentations that were made to us, research, and focus groups. And every recommendation is tied in our subcommittee to language and to recommendations that were made by community. And so we literally put the name of the page that you can find the recommendation from a focus group. So we really appreciate Dr. Gabriel Sanchez's incredible work, because he really and his team knows how to really reach those vulnerable and less heard populations when it comes to these issues. So that's the background. Sorry, I did apologize beforehand, but here we go. Here are some of the recommendations that we made, and then I'll turn it over to Mary Louise on the restorative justice ones. So, when asked in the UNM survey about what factors are the most important to help make Santa Fe a safe and vibrant community, Dr. Sanchez already talked about good jobs, livable wages, affordable housing is one of them. So our first recommendation really is about strengthening the economic security of low-income workers and families and youth by raising the city minimum wage for tipped and non-tipped workers. So we stopped short of advocating one wage. We stopped short of naming a number. Those things can happen. This is just sort of the menu of policies that should be addressed and that should be talked about by our community and by you all, our wonderful counselors. But I just want to remind folks that, MIT estimates that a living wage for a family in Santa Fe with one working adult and two children is $39.33 an hour. And for a family with two working adults and two children, $24.13 an hour. That's far more, we didn't say that's the wage, but we understand that we got to raise the floor, and that raises it for everyone. But that's not all that we have to do, right? We have to find other ways to support folks who are really struggling, and we have to really come up with other really strong evidence-based, research-based, and experience-based poverty interventions to help folks. And that really is strengthening, again, the economic security of low-income families by expanding our cash transfer and guaranteed income projects, which the city has already done to a great, we did cash transfers during the pandemic, and it really was, from our members' perspective, and I'm sure the city and Santa Fe Connect and the departments already have this really good information, but it really was so tremendous in helping people get a leg up during the pandemic because they were in control of how they could spend this extra finances. And so we think that as a poverty intervention, we should complement some of the other ways that we serve communities with cash transfers, because research shows, and our own city can show, that it's one of the most effective poverty interventions. And so we have very specific ideas about how that can be expanded. And so one is, cash transfer programs, either one time or recurring, for low-income residents with young children. And that's based on not just the focus groups, but on Dr. Sanchez's research about the most vulnerable folks in our community. renters with high housing costs that are vulnerable to eviction or displacement in neighborhoods that are being rapidly gentrified. Really, what can we do to really create an important intervention so that they're not forced out of those communities? People experiencing homelessness. Now, people might say, what? We're going to give cash assistance on a recurring basis for a set period of time to people experiencing homelessness. Well, I would really, and this is all in our rationale, which is in the report, look to Denver and their incredible program to help support people experiencing homelessness with cash, and how that's really transformed the lives of many folks that are experiencing homelessness in that community. And then, of course, adult workers and youth and workforce development and job readiness programs. And the reason why we think that's important is because of our next recommendation. If you could go to the next slide, please. We know that raising the minimum wage really is raising the floor. And as much as I would love for our city's minimum wage to be $39 or $27 or $30, it's probably not going to be the minimum wage, right? That's the floor. So we have to provide opportunities for low-wage workers and other workers in our community to access better jobs, better paid jobs. They have to have opportunities for advancement. And so what we don't have in our city, sadly, and at the state level, as Somos does this work at the state level as well, we really don't have a good, comprehensive, and well-funded approach to job readiness and workforce development programs for disadvantaged workers, for BIPOC workers, for immigrant workers, for low-wage workers that have children who can't afford childcare, for youth. And so we are recommending that the city really think through with its economic development department and other stakeholders and partners in our community, really comprehensive workforce, and, you know, and the community college and businesses, a comprehensive workforce, an equitable workforce development plan, so that people who have two jobs to pay these high rents in Santa Fe have an opportunity to maybe not work two jobs so that they can go to a really good Santa Fe Community College program for 10 weeks or 5 weeks to learn how to splice wires for broadband expansion in our state, because they have a really good program. Our folks who are working those two jobs or who have childcare needs, they do not have that extra time. And so we really need to think through what it means to give people in our city a pathway. And I just quickly want to say that the city, we're so excited to have worked with the city and continue to work with the city on an economic development plan to integrate immigrants better into the economic development plans of the city. It's this program called Gateways for Growth. We just did a big report that many of you saw at the Quality of Life Committee. And one of the things that really stuck out for us was that Santa Fe is losing young, despite all of our wonderful, amazing sanctuary policies, non-discrimination policies, we are losing young working age immigrants when other communities are not. We're losing them. We did not have the same growth that other communities in New Mexico have. You should all be worried about that. And that is because we don't have these pathways. It is because we don't have the we don't have other people can't afford to live here, and they don't see their economic circumstances improving despite their hard work. And so that is for the immigrant community, but I imagine that is for other BIPOC and vulnerable communities as well. The other recommendation is, and this one's easy because the city has already invested in this. We want to actually implement the city language access plan that has been laid out by an evaluation and an assessment that the city already commissioned. And so that, is already in the works. We want to make sure that language justice is a piece of that. It's a City of Santa Fe Language Access 22 2022 evaluation report that incorporates language justice principles. We want to increase funding for live interpretation and translation services. And we want to require training at the different city departments and agencies about what language justice is. So it's not good enough, frankly, that we just have our forms in other languages and that we, communicate information in other languages to city residents. We have to create language justice means that the language that people feel like they can most engage in the civic and political life of our city is made available to them. And so that's sort of that extra layer. The city's halfway there. Now we just need to implement the city language access plan, which I think we've included in the general report. So to be continued. Next slide, please. And this is the big one, and I'd like for Mary Louise to help support it, to actually talk about this a little bit and to help set this up for us. The big recommendation is that we don't have a lot of restorative justice practitioners in our city. We need more restorative justice and diversion. Restorative justice can be a part of diversion, but it doesn't have to be. It's one tool in diversion programming that many cities and states, including in other parts of New Mexico, are doing. We just don't have those programs in Santa Fe. And so how can you actually build a robust restorative justice group of practitioners when you just don't have the demand? So I don't know, Mary Louise, if you're there and if you want to read through these particular recommendations, and I, of course, can chime in. But one of the things that we really want to do is establish a formal pre-booking diversion program. And this is not unheard of. It happens in many, many cities and counties around the country. We heard from many of them. For all youth under the age of 18 for certain crimes. We say certain crimes because obviously there are crimes that will not get diverted, really serious crimes that where people, where the community feels people need to really be held and not diverted and go through the regular criminal justice system. But we really need to figure out how to build these programs out. And remember, I just want to say that restorative justice isn't necessarily all diversionary programming. Sometimes restorative justice can be used as one of the tools in diversion programming, but it also can be used in other ways as well. And some diversion programming doesn't require restorative justice, where there are clear people who have been harmed who want to participate in that process. We're recommending establishing a formal pre-booking diversion program. I already said that. We'd love to pilot, and we think the city should fund an RJ program in municipal court for first-time DWI offenders under the age of 25, and this program can be extended to other offenses in the future. Can you go to the next one, please? So this is different, but if you can go back, these are actually, if you can go back to the RJ one, what we're really recommending is that the city should fund a full-time diversion and restorative justice coordinator to convene community, youth, public school, municipal court, and other stakeholders to establish, implement, and identify funding sources for a comprehensive diversion and restorative justice plan in Santa Fe. This isn't just our recommendation. City agencies already and task forces already have parts of this recommendation. But if we're not really proactive about it, we're never going to do it. We're never going to create the demand. And so that's really the recommendation. And the comprehensive plan should include, in concert with municipal court, the creation and funding of a pilot RJ and division program in municipal court. We talked about that for youth under the age of 25, creating a formal pre-booking diversion program for youth under the age of 18, coordinating and funding a restorative justice training program for community volunteers and or paid practitioners, because we don't have enough. The schools, for instance, only have 2. That's not good. And in really talking about how the Santa Fe Police Department works with the Santa Fe Public Schools, when it comes to questioning people, investigating young people, arresting people on the schools. What we realized is that we really need to bring stakeholders together, the Santa Fe Public Schools, and the Santa Fe PD, to really come up with a more comprehensive plan about how the schools will continue to interact with the Santa Fe Police Department, and when we need more opportunities for diversion and restorative justice programs in the school. So that's sort of the breadth of what our recommendations are when it comes to RJ. And then please, I'd love for you to chime in, Mary Louise, because you were a part of putting together these proposals.
Yeah, I think Mary Louise is going to be available for questions and answers.
Okay.
I want to say one thing. Raise your hand with me if you've ever made a bad choice. Raise your hand with me if you've ever made a bad choice. If you don't raise your hand, you know that's not true, right? We all have. And I just want to say this. I'm not calling you out. I'm calling you in because we're in this together. And when we talk about restorative justice, it's about relationships. It's about building healthy cultures, creating cultures that are of care. And so I know some of you, I really hope that you're going to listen from a deeper place when we're making these requests, because it matters. Thank you for talking about our kids, because they do matter. And most of the people that I see in front of me, I know that you care about our community. You were chosen to be there. I know that you're ready to do the work. And so if there's any questions about restorative justice, I'm here.
I'll take the rest if you can go to the next slide. Fines and fees, justice, the next two recommendations are similar, but look at eliminating municipal court fees such as post adjudication fees, supervision fees, probation fees, bench warrant fees, and to look really at all those fees, how they're collected and how they're dispersed. I think we've already started some of that work with looking at fines and fees and how they affect people. Create a municipal court ability to pay standard, including presumptions of inability to pay. I think people get into a situation and the fees compound, and if you can't pay a $60 ticket and then you get all these fees associated with it, it just makes things difficult, and they continue to get worse after that. Introduce a resolution supporting the reduction of penalties at the state level for drug possession for personal use from a felony to a misdemeanor. Next slide, under offenses and warrants, eliminate the ability of a municipality court to issue bench warrants for failure to comply, failure to appear, and failure to pay. Again, in traffic cases, in certain instances, again, if you can't pay a ticket for a light that doesn't work on your vehicle, and then you get all these other fees associated with it, it just compounds and makes things worse for the person that can't pay initially. Eliminate law enforcement traffic stops for certain offenses. Instead, employ independent unarmed traffic enforcement. So similar to the ARU, something with PD where they're not enforcing a broken windshield, a tail light that's out, a headlight that's out, that we have a different way of looking at those so that police or armed officers aren't getting into situations where they're stopping people for minor offenses. And again, there was a article, I believe, in the New York Times that said that a lot of issues between people and police officers involve traffic stops for minor things. We're looking at hopefully looking at doing away with that. The next slide has all the many people that we are thankful to, and I won't read through all those. You can read through them yourselves. And again, special thank you to Mayor, the rest of the city councilors, the task force, and Valeria Alarcon, who was tremendous in her work on this and helped us really get through it all. So I think we already thanked the task force members, and just want to thank the community for listening and hearing us through. This was a long presentation, but I think some great recommendations have come out of it. So with that, we're open to question and answer.
Yeah, I think I just want to say that Dr. Sanchez has to jump off shortly, so maybe we could prioritize the questions if you had any related to the community outreach and engagement study.
Great. Thank you all. Thank you for the presenters. Thank you to the leaders of the task force and the task force, and for giving us such a thorough and comprehensive document to dig into. I'm going to hold my questions until another time and have a chance to read all of the material you've compiled, because it's comprehensive and it's important to really dig into it. But I'd open the floor if members of the governing body have questions for Dr. Sanchez or for the committee members. Yeah, Councilor Mayor.
I just have a quick question. The community survey slide deck that we saw, I don't see in PrimeGov, and I guess as long as I'm asking that question, the report you keep referring to is also not in PrimeGov. Will we be getting that a hard copy or is it? Okay. Oh, it's the third one. Okay, I gotcha. But the survey results are not there. How will we be getting those?
It's called the City of Santa Fe Community Wellbeing and Safety Report. That's the final one. And there's the data.
Okay, I'll refresh my PrimeGov. Maybe it wasn't there when I downloaded. Thank you.
Yeah, all of these were downloaded last week, all three of the attachments. But this presentation we can get to you all that Dr. Sanchez provided.
And I'm assuming it'll all get posted on the city's website, and it'll be available for everybody going forward to read all of the really comprehensive report, the data, look through it, and deal with opportunities as they arise among the members of the governing body to champion some of these issues. Other questions? Go ahead, Councilor Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I have mostly comments. I appreciate the survey data a lot. I feel like as a state, we often have data in front of us over and over again that shows us like the root cause of many of our issues is trauma, which is linked to poverty. We've been a state that's been suffering through poverty for such a long time, and unfortunately, we're just unable to address the issue. And that eventually leads to household trauma, generational trauma. It leads to addiction, mental health issues, and crime. And to see that this idea of poverty really being a priority and addressing homelessness and making sure our families are housed and well-resourced is just, again, data that we often see, but it's nice to have that emphasized again, because I truly believe that's the root cause of most of our issues as a state. And we keep really trying to address like the top of those issues, but not digging deep enough to address the root cause. So, the idea of increasing minimum wage, the idea of really prioritizing and digging deep into how to better resource, how to build relationships amongst our community members is how we will dig deep and actually address the root cause of our issues. So I just want to appreciate those highlights within our data. I wanted to ask what conversations were held with public safety around these recommendations. I love the recommendations, but I also feel like those are the people at our front lines that are serving. And what conversations have we had with them about the resources so they can be successful with these recommendations? Are there gaps in the training they receive? Are there gaps in the resources they have to offer community members? And I don't know if we're there yet, but I feel like that is a really important piece of data that would have probably been pretty beneficial to include even in this presentation, because it would help us as city officials to know, okay, what do we need to do with those that serve on the front lines to make them successful in taking these steps? So I don't know if anyone can answer if, like, how those conversations have occurred, if they have, or what the plan is to have those. But I think that is an important point.
I may,
Yeah.
Mayor, and then
Councilor Rivera, go ahead.
Councilman Villarreal will chime in as well, but we did have presentations by police, by fire, by the alternative response unit. We did have presentations around the mental health issues, specifically from the fire department, and that led to many of the recommendations that you see. Some of them have already been developed or changed. The fire department today just opened up their complaint portal on their website, so they're already starting to make changes based on the recommendations that we are making. So they've had input. You know, clearly, as this moves forward, some of them you'll have to get more in depth with the departments themselves. Some of them they've clearly been involved and are already trying to make the changes that have been recommended. Do you have anything?
Thank you. I think the only thing I would add is there were presentations, and the gender balance and equity definitely came from staff, not from us. And I think it's just being better equipped to handle situations, and having a gender balance does make a difference when you're responding to emergency calls or people that are in a crisis. So I think that came about. I don't know if my colleagues had anything else to add. I think it was folded in a way that you might not see it directly targeting or directly coming from an officer per se, but I think that was something that was just all folded in. And obviously the community engagement piece was really focused on folks that are least likely to be asked questions.
I think the clerk has her hand up.
Yes, Mayor and Councilors, Bruce Finger does have his hand raised.
Mr. Finger, you wanted to offer some thoughts about the question or the comments made by Councilor Chavez.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Real quick, I'll take about 60 seconds. I was in law enforcement for 40 years. 30 of those years were in the Chicago area. And looking at the Santa Fe Police Department, because when I left the police department I worked for, I was in charge of training, and training of a 200 and some odd man department. And looking at their policies and procedures, it's very consistent with what law enforcement is currently addressing. The issue I had is that they need some assistance with internet access to possibly getting complaints to the city and to the chief of police in a more easier way. Presently, it's a PDF form that's can be filled out online and then forwarded. But I've seen over the country, I did research while I was on this committee, where many police departments in cities have access to complaint or issue access that's much easier to fill out. And I think that's a lot of the issues with dealing with law enforcement's issues with use of force, etc. So that's all I'm saying, is that in my 38 years of law enforcement experience, the police department in Santa Fe is very up to date. They need some computer updating, but that's pretty much it. So, you know, I 2.5 years on this committee, being here in Santa Fe for only about 6 years, I've enjoyed this process. So thank you.
Thank you,
And
Mr. Finger.
take care.
Thank you, sir. Counselor Chavez, you still have the floor.
Thank you, and I appreciate the responses. And I think I then kind of will turn it to our city manager. And I really appreciate us allowing or improving access to communicating ways to improve in public safety. But I also will challenge us as city leaders then to make sure that we're also setting those departments up for success, meaning that that feedback we are taking in isn't like punitive in any way, but is data that we look at in identifying how to better train, how to better resource those departments so that we are building the capacity of that staff to better serve. I just think that it's very important that data that we receive from those types of or that feedback from our community is used in that way, because we just want to build and grow better. And the last thing I just want to say is restorative justice is the key to helping our city, our state in so many ways. We are a vulnerable population in New Mexico, and there is this beauty of the impact of love, and I'm always the like feel goody one, but it's just the truth. I see the impact it has on students. I see the impact it has on adults when we're able to give people hope. And sometimes when there's a consequence that makes someone feel like it's the end of their progress in life, we are putting an end to their life with decisions we make. And so restorative justice offers that pathway of improvement and hope. And if we would be able to extend that to the adults within our community, we would see the impact of that very quickly. So Mary Louise is someone I value very much because I'm able to witness her work on a daily basis. And I'm one to say that it actually works significantly. So I really love that idea, and I love that you guys brought that forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just quickly want to thank the whole entire team, whether it's my colleagues up here, the community. This really sets the table for us to begin to lift up Santa Fe. So thank you for this. And not only lifting up Santa Fe, I think this is an opportunity for the city to leverage current partnerships we have with Santa Fe Public Schools, business community, social serving organizations, because the way we're going to lift up our community, it's not going to be the city that does it itself. We have to work with our partners to be successful. With members like Mary Louise, with members like our Chamber of Commerce, organizations like Somos. This is how we are going to lift up our community. So thank you for the long work. I know it was, summer of 2020 when this began, and lots of hard and heavy conversations I'm sure were had. And so thank you for everybody for putting in the time, energy, and effort. I'm sure maybe 6,000 hours was an underestimate, because that's, the work doesn't stop once the meeting ends. So thank you. A lot of work ahead of us. And I will ask that those that were involved continue to be engaged, because we're going to need everybody's help. The work doesn't stop tonight. This is only the beginning. So thank you so much. Really appreciate everybody.
Thank you, Counselor. Others? Counselor Cassett, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. And first, I do want to thank everybody who has put time and energy and thought and any amount of work into this. Really impressive, and really a lot to dig through. Gino, I appreciate your analogy of the elephant. I have that one frequently in my head, but I agree, this is a pretty big elephant. I did have one question about the surveys and the data, and I was curious if we have more information around the geography, not just zip code, not just district of responses. And the reason that I ask is because I notice within my own district that the concern around crime the closer you get to Cerrillos Road, the increase in that concern. And so, I mean, it's really quite fascinating. That makes sense. But anybody who's, close to the Cerrillos Road corridor, within about a half mile from it, crime is a really big issue. And then as you get further out, kind of south of Rodeo, I don't hear about that as much. Do we happen to have any way to kind of map what those responses looked like, and maybe even, do a GIS overlay of where we're getting calls for different types of crime?
I don't know if Dr.
Did he-
Sanchez is still
Dr.
with us.
Sanchez had a family issue that he had to jump off, but he
Okay.
said that any questions that you may have related to the research or extracting it, and maybe even the details that you're asking, it would be great to send him an email about it,
Okay,
see what we can do. Yeah.
will do. Thank you.
Can I add to that, Councilwoman Cassett? On public safety, our police department does similar to what you're asking for. They use mapping to actually show where different crimes are taking place, and I think they could probably take any information you're looking for, robberies, break-ins, whatever, and map it out for you and show the proximity to Cerrillos Road.
Yeah, I think I know that we can grab that, and then I'd love to overlay it with the perception of crime as an issue in our community. I think that would be really interesting as we look at the different strategies that may need to be employed in different parts of the city. But thank you. I'll definitely reach out to them for that info.
And I think Marcela might have a comment about this as well. Marcela, do you want to jump in?
Thank you, Councilor Villarreal, Councilor Cassett, and Mayor. I think it would be good to get this information from Dr. Sanchez. There were two pieces, as you saw, of the research that he did. And one was an at-random survey that they did by phone and over the internet. And so I'm sure he can bring up information about location and addresses of the people that were involved in that. And then the second piece, of course, were the focus groups where different community organizations from around the city were able to bring lots of folks to do the more qualitative work. So I have a feeling that it'll be easy to get that information, especially with the at-random survey that he did with hundreds of people.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate that. I will definitely be reaching out. The other, I just had a couple actually comments. One was, I think, Councilor Rivera, you brought up the conversation around when individuals are released from the county jail or county detention center in the evenings or late at night, or really at any time. They're just kind of sent. I know North Central New Mexico Economic Development District has a program called the WIN program. They provide services to a wide variety of individuals. How do we get them the transportation to help them complete their education, or get them the childcare, whatever it is that they need to move up the economic ladder and do job training. They did mention specifically, though, working with individuals who had been recently incarcerated, and they did actually speak directly to this issue of just being kind of turned out on, county roads and walking into town, and that actually can be a really big risk time for them. And we see a lot of recidivism from people who do not have a resource. Potentially the only resource they have are individuals that they were involved with that potentially created situations where they did become incarcerated. So just want to make note of that as we're looking at this issue, that there might already be a program in place that we can build off of. The other thing that was brought up had to do with the overdose prevention sites or the safe consumption sites. And I am a very large supporter of these, huge supporter of these, not only for the individuals themselves, but also, as was mentioned, with the Sharps boxes, is we see needles in parks. We see needles on our streets. We see them in our arroyos, on our sidewalks. And so having that safe consumption site, I see both for public safety of the individuals who are utilizing, but also for the community at large. And so I think that is a important conversation to have I know when I have brought this up with the safe outdoor space, that I've received feedback of, you know, if we condone this, we will just perpetuate it. I disagree with that in general, but also just I think that it's important that we look at what this does for the community as a whole, and that is brought to fruition a bit more. And then the last is just this complication around our mental health infrastructure, and that these are some of those things that we can't control. We do not have enough mental health providers. I always say that any single issue in the city of Santa Fe, you can some way, shape or form come back to housing. And I know that housing is a problem there. But I would be curious about any conversations with the state, and if they're looking at how they rebuild the mental health infrastructure. I know Emily Kaltenbach would have actually been the perfect person for this, but do you guys have any information just from some of the sessions that you had around, you know, ways that we can be partnering with the state to make sure that we are actually having the service provision?
Yeah, Emily would have been the perfect person to answer that question, and unfortunately she's not here. I don't know if Marcella might have any information, but I know we've talked about working with the state either by supporting resolutions or by introducing. I know Emily's working on that hard at the legislative area to try to improve those areas, but I can't speak specifically about what she's working on.
Okay. I'm happy to reach out to her as well. So, and again, just thank you. Thank you all so much for this work. I'm sure I will have more questions as I dive in deeper to the 700 and something page report, 705, I believe. So thank you. It really, you can tell that there was a lot of hard work, a lot of energy, a lot of thought that went into this. And I look forward to continuing our work in this arena. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Romero Worth.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Lindell. I just, given the hour, and I know we have a lot to get to, I just want to add my thanks to both the co-chairs who've obviously spent a long time and stuck with it. And you're finally at this moment. Also to the members of the committee itself, the task force members and our contractors, and really appreciate the work and look forward to these continuing conversations as we have a chance to get through all 700 and I think 9 pages maybe. So thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. I also wanted to extend my my thanks to you guys. I see that for the last 2 years, especially meeting with the community group on in District 3 monthly, how important it was for Councilor Rivera and Bruce Finger to attend these meetings. And we had to juggle our when we were going to meet because this was top priority. And thank you to Councilwoman Villarreal as well for your dedicated time on this. I can see how the volunteers who did this as well put their heart and soul into it, and I see how it addresses many of the issues that we already we know about, but it sets a more solid foundation in regards to how we can take these recommendations and really put them into motion and see how they will have a positive impact on our community. And so sometimes, you know, I think it was mentioned, there are things in here that I say, oh no, I don't agree with that. However, I think it's important that we take a look at it and see how we can tailor it so that it does work for everyone. And so thank you guys for your work. And it is much appreciated. And I look forward to diving into it even deeper to see how we can truly create our community. And I think that that's what the community strives for, is wanting to be able to walk outside and enjoy the fresh air without fear of having issues and being unsafe. So thanks again for all your hard work. And I do appreciate everything that's been done. Thanks.
Thank you, Counselor. Other comments or questions? I want to, I do have a great desire to dig deep into the report and a great deal of appreciation for all the hard work. My memory goes back to sitting down with our co-chairs shortly after the murder of George Floyd. And as a country and as a city, there was a need for a reckoning about how we deal with justice and how we deliver safety and security. And Santa Fe stepped up and did it differently from almost any other city in America by doing what you all did, taking a deep dive into best practices, not providing knee-jerk reactions or emotional responses, but looking at data, looking at best practices and our own best practices, and working with our police, fire, EMTs, park rangers, alternative response units, social service agencies, really doing a comprehensive job rather than a knee-jerk response. And I think that means that we have to have the same kind of approach when we dig into the recommendations. We have to go back to the police department and the fire department, the EMTs. We have to sit down with our own team and say, how can this work for us? What makes sense to you all in the community and in our own city departments? But I really want to say that first of all, thank you for all the hard work. Secondly, to some extent, I can say as mayor, when I sit down with mayors from around the country at U.S. Conference of Mayors gatherings, there are really three buckets of issues that every mayor in every city has on their plates. First is homelessness and affordable housing, and it is a national priority. The second is opioid addiction, fentanyl, and so many of the overdoses are fentanyl related at this point. Last year in the United States, we lost about 104,000 people to fentanyl overdoses, an unheard of plague. And then the third category is mental and behavioral health. And oftentimes these categories overlap. Policymakers keep them separate. Individuals living in a community see them as one very large confluence of issues. Homeless people, unaffordable housing, mental illness, behavioral health, addiction, behavior, all get lumped into a big set of issues. What you've done is to disentangle those and to give us a map so that we can go to work in a very specific way to take on the different parts of this set of issues, each one individually and all of them together, so that when we put them together in the lives of people in Santa Fe, the solutions really make sense. And it does, as Councilor Chavez said, it does have to work with our own fire and police department. They've got to be front and center in the conversation going forward. It also has to include the partners that you brought in the process of the task force. So a lot of credit to you for following up on those initial conversations that were so important to get the ball rolling and to stick with it in spite of a number of obstacles along the way. I think we'll be looking at this task force report for weeks and months ahead and really digging into ways to make progress around these issues. So thanks again. Appreciate you very, very much. If there are no other comments or questions at this time, it's 7:03. We try to get to petitions from the floor as close to 7 o'clock as possible. I think there are probably quite a few people queued up in the Zoom room who would want to participate in petitions from the floor. I know there's a pretty good group of people here in the chambers who may be here for petitions from the floor. So I would entertain a motion to interrupt our regular order and go to petitions from the floor at this time.
So moved.
Second.
Is there discussion? Could you call the roll on the motion, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Councilor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes,
motion passes.
thank you. So with that, we will take up petitions from the floor at this time. Madam Clerk, can we ask the people who are in the Zoom room how many of them would raise their hands to be part of the petitions from the floor, so we can just get a sense of what the lineup is that's not physically here in the chamber? If you're on the Zoom call and you want to bring up something that's not a public hearing, it is a matter that you wish to bring to the attention of the governing body at this time, and you're in the Zoom room, please raise your hand so we can just get a sense of the numbers of people who will be waiting to participate. That didn't work. In the meantime, if there are people here in the council chambers who would like to speak to an issue, we do have a land use case, we have a public hearing. If you wish to speak to something that is not a public hearing on the agenda tonight, please line up at the podium, and we'll give everyone who is here tonight a 2-minute opportunity. The clerk will keep the clock, please, Madam Clerk, and we'll look to each member who wishes to speak to go to the podium, give us your name, and see if you can speak to the governing body on any issue that's on your mind for 2 minutes. So please step up. You have the floor. Make sure the mic is on.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Greg Mello. I'm the Director of the Los Alamos Study Group, Nuclear and Environmental Policy Nonprofit in Albuquerque. I've lived in Santa Fe for a total of 23 years, beginning in 1972. Thank you for the opportunity to speak concerning the project to build and operate a plutonium nuclear weapon core factory at Los Alamos. These are called pits. And in line with several resolutions passed by this council beginning in 2003, we asked the council to place on the agenda of its coming meeting a resolution opposing the conversion of Los Alamos National Laboratory into a nuclear weapons production site. Councilors Villarreal and Cassett are reviewing such a resolution, and we hope that we can get this on the agenda during the present council rather than kick it over to the new year. The new mission is neither research nor is it science. It is no civilian purpose and will have no civilian spinoffs. It is far too classified and far too dangerous for any of that. It is not a mission which LANL has had at any time since 1949. And it is not a mission which LANL itself or the New Mexico congressional delegation ever wanted until just a few years ago. It is a high hazard industrial mission with all that implies for the workforce and the surrounding communities. The impacts are going to be great. Santa Fe's strained housing market, now in a crisis of affordability, is already being strained by the thousands of high salary workers which will be required for this mission. The road capacity is being strained, as is the civilian labor market. The mission requires increased transportation of hazardous materials and soon also the disposal of nuclear waste again at LANL, which has not been done for many years. It will increase inequality in the city and the region as it has done to date, exacerbating all the problems that you've been discussing here this evening. BBER found that Los Alamos bedroom communities do not pay their way with gross receipts tax and other taxes, leaving a fiscal burden for the surrounding communities. Are we all done?
Yes, sir.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, you have the microphone.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. My name is Shane Brown. I am a third-generation New Mexican, born and raised in Albuquerque. I've lived about 12 years of my adult life in Taos and now call Santa Fe home. where I've also co-parented and stepfathered two girls who've gone through the schools here, Santa Fe Waldorf and NMSA, and also YouthWorks, who I was glad to see reflected in one of the slides earlier. In all of that rich life experience in this state, I'm full member of the working class. I say that with a smirk and dignity, that I've done everything I've had to do here to provide for myself and others. I've dealt with some significant health challenges with also dignity, and often feel like I don't really have a place or influence here to say anything, and find this process to be very dignifying, and I'm very grateful. And find a lot of courage in great books and great songs, great plays where the underdogs, the working class, do have a voice. So I take my place to ask you if you will adopt this resolution to oppose all pit production. Not for any safety checks or anything, but to actually oppose more economic disruption, more housing disruption, more environmentally toxic disruption, and put the well-being and the safety of this community and this city in front of whatever dangling carrots may exist, that the moral and ethical space is delineated and given its rightful place. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Morika Vorenberg Hensley, and I'm the Executive Director of the Santa Fe Watershed Association at 1413 Second Street. Does that count for 2 minutes? Morika, Morika, Vorenberg, VORE, or do you just need the first name? You can just say HENSLEY. I want to thank this body and city staff for their efforts to tackle the ongoing emergency at the Paseo Real wastewater or water reclamation facility head on. I'm speaking tonight in support to support the construction of a completely new state-of-the-art climate resilient reclamation facility as soon as possible, thereby taking advantage of the special and historic opportunities for the city of Santa Fe that this moment presents. These opportunities include being financially proactive by accessing current funding opportunities and putting those funds to the most lasting use, preparing for the future of Santa Fe in tangible and vital ways that the current plant simply was not designed for, addressing long-standing environmental injustice in the lower watershed through good faith collaboration and improved water quality, caring for the health of the lower Santa Fe River as a full hydrologic system that needs stewardship and care even beyond current city boundary, and improving overall community resilience aligned with the One Water approach and the many other goals the city is currently moving toward. I also want to support the implementation of immediate workarounds to mitigate the challenges currently at the facility, and to stress the vital importance of regular, transparent, and collaborative public engagement in all planning processes. It is essential that regular and emergency communication with residents downstream of the facility and other stakeholders is incorporated into standard operation. The Santa Fe Watershed Association and our community partners are eager to continue our collaboration with the city and to support these efforts however we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Bex Hampton, BEX. Thank you. Hi, my name is Bex. I'm an organizer with the Los Alamos Study Group. Good evening to you all, City Council, Mayor Weber. So as U.S. conflicts around the world rage and the possibility of World War looms, we think it's really urgent to halt all preparations and possibilities for the Los Alamos National Labs to open a plutonium bomb factory. And instead, we're calling on this council to invest in people's needs. We hope that you can join us by passing a resolution this year opposing all plutonium warhead core pit production at Lanel, as well as Lanel encroachment into Santa Fe. We really ask that you continue to uphold Santa Fe's reputation as a city for peace, not nuclear weapons production. Passing this resolution would make it clear that this council is leading our state and even nation in opposing destructive technology for nuclear war. And young people, we're counting on you to oppose nuclear production and instead prioritize human needs like guaranteeing housing, food, education, environmental protection, and accessible healthcare, including mental health care and substance abuse treatment that's much needed in this state. And we really must show that these needs take precedence over building nuclear weapons that will really only bring us closer to war. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Council members and Mayor Weber. I'm Kathleen McLeod. I'm going to take this off. Two of them. Thank you all on behalf of the Santa Fe County La Cienega for your actions toward the wastewater treatment plant. I just read some of the progress that's been made tonight, actually in an email. Thank you very much. I'm actually here. I do live in the county. I'm in La Cienega, and I'm here on another matter that has to do with a very recent, really news-breaking discovery of PFAS and PFOS, the forever chemicals, polycarbon plastic that is globally decimating the one water theory. You know, we're all tied together to this. Very recently, the wells in La Cienega, some target wells, 6 of them to be exact, have shown very high numbers of PFAS in our wells, which is to say the aquifer in the lower Santa Fe River is contaminated. And we don't know to the extent of that. But because the targeted site seems to be the National Guard, so that would make us think Department of Defense, but indeed it is on city land. So we want to hear from the city what they'll do to help mitigate the contamination of our river. So as leaseholders and landowners, the county, the city, EPA, everyone needs to pay attention to this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and councilors. My name is Ocean Mundsdry, MUNDS-DRY. I already knew you would need my help spelling it. I live on Lupita and Councilor Garcia's district, and I'm here to speak on the resolution regarding John Blair and his potential suspension. I have known John Blair for over 30 years, and we knew from high school on that he would be going into government and public service. And he has demonstrated over the 30 years that I have known him to be a public servant for the right reasons. And he has the highest ethical and moral code. And for someone who's known him almost as long as anybody else, including his parents, I can say with certainty and fact that that he is doing this job as city manager for the right reasons. And I would respectfully request to those of you who are seeking this resolution to instead support the finance director and the city manager in getting the audits up to date. It sounds like they're doing a fabulous job of digging out of the hole that has been in existence for a long time before the city manager was here. And instead of questioning the motives for why the city manager took time to share the letter with you, which, by the way, as I understand from the paper, was all well-known or should have been known information. There was no lightning rod of information in that letter. And instead consider supporting your city government officials and making sure that they have everything that they need in terms of staffing, resources, systems to get the audits up to date and on time. That's where I would respectfully request that you focus your time instead of, frankly, the political theater of the motives of the city manager and when he shared this letter. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. My name is David Chicky. It's spelled C-H-I-C-K-E. I am a Santa Fe resident. I've lived here for 32 years and I've run businesses here in Santa Fe since the beginning. I'm currently the executive director of Radius Books, which is a nonprofit art book publishing company based here in Santa Fe. And as the director of that organization, I know firsthand how important Santa Fe's reputation is, both in the country and in the state, as well as internationally. And in that capacity, I think it's extremely important that we think very hard and very thoughtfully about our reputation. And I'm here to speak on behalf of the controversy related to our city manager. I feel like the important work that I've heard all of you talking about before we started these comments, that for all of you to be focusing on that important work and not this, what seems to be an insignificant use of energy, time, and money from our city and state, to focus on something that is more thoughtful and productive and important, because I think that's the incredibly important work that all of you are focused on. I've known John for many years. He's extremely ethical and serious and takes his job very, very seriously. So I hope that tonight, as you consider all of these issues, that you'll take all of these issues into account. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, my name is Alicia Montoya, Elicia. I am here to speak on behalf of the city manager, John Blair, who I beat Miss Munns dry because I've known John Blair since we were 8 and he was in my mom's second grade class at Chaparral Elementary School. Our family has been in Santa Fe for generations. My aunts have spent careers in the city hall, working in the public works department, working in public safety, working in the city management, working in every aspect of this city. And I myself have volunteered many times and many hours with the city because I love this city. Everybody from Santa Fe loves this city, including John. But as we look around, there are very few, I'm now about to bridge the gap of no longer being young, is what I'm telling myself. But there are very few young people who come back to our city to serve. There are so many people who leave this city and say, man, I loved Santa Fe, but I'm going to a better place where I can afford to live, where I feel supported by community, but not John Blair. John Blair was at the top of his class when we were in second grade and continued to do so. John is a person of integrity. And make no mistake, all of us are learning. I've made mistakes on my job. I'm sure all of you have too. I learned from a very young age from my wise dad, live in glass houses. But what we do and what we teach our young kids is, let's support each other. Let's learn every time there's an opportunity to do so. And that, as a city, is what we should be doing. We should be supporting those who want to come back to the city, who want to serve the people of the city, not crucifying them, not burning them at the stake every time anything happens that we disagree with, their timing, how they handle something. Let's come together. I loved what you said, Councilor Rivera. Let's lift the community. Let's use this opportunity, all of these great minds, all of you wonderful public servants, all of you, to lift the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Please tip the mic.
First of all, I'd like to thank the mayor and all the counselors for all the work that you do for our city. My name is Betty Montoya. I am here to support John Blair. John Blair was a student of mine many years ago, second grade, hardworking individual with such integrity and morals and values. And he was always one of the first ones to be ready to help any student. Even my husband, the late Don Montoya, met him many years ago. He said, that boy is going to go places. He is an amazing young man. And I think it is a shame to put him through what you all are putting him through, because he deserves a chance. People make mistakes. When I taught my students, I always told them, never be afraid to make a mistake. If we can learn from our mistakes, it makes us a better person. I taught a chaparral when John Blair was in my class. Then after I retired, I was retired for many, many years. And I was asked by many principals if I would please help them. And I did. I went back and helped first and second graders learn how to read at EJ Martinez. Then I had to leave because I had knee surgery. And even now, people ask me, please, can you? And I said, I can't do it anymore. But I loved my students, and I had many, many students that worked very hard, but so many of them have complained that they have had to leave our city because they haven't been given the opportunities to excel. I am lucky that I have one daughter that is here, and I have one that's working in California, and I would love for her to come back. And a lot of my students have done well, including Renee, one of my students right here. And so I asked everyone, please don't penalize John Blair for a mistake that he made. We all learn from mistakes. I'm sure each and every one of you have made a mistake at some point in your life. I know I have. And I think we all become better people for it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here.
Hi, my name is Kara with a C. Scarola, S-C-A-R-O-L-A. I am here in support of the city manager as well. I've owned a design and development firm in Santa Fe for almost 15 years. Throughout that time, I've had the good fortune of working with many talented people in Santa Fe on a variety of fulfilling projects. However, the lack of support that I felt as a small business owner and the disorganization within the city departments that my business relies on to be successful have at times made me question whether I wanted to continue to own a business in Santa Fe. As a commercial tenant in the Santa Fe rail yard, I've witnessed John's commitment to our business community, his tremendous efforts to help small businesses get established in this area, and his ability to bring people together to provide support and encouragement for one another has had a major impact. Prior to Mayor Weber and John's tenure, a large portion of the rail yard sat empty for many years. I'm very happy to say that today, almost all of the commercial spaces at the rail yard are currently occupied by thriving local businesses that are providing jobs and services to our greater community. As a design and development professional, I interact and depend upon the historic preservation and land use division in order to carry out my work. In the relatively short time that John has been the city manager, I've witnessed a significant increase in not only the organization and efficiency of this department, but also in its level of professionalism. Santa Fe is a community that my husband and I have consciously chosen to be a part of and raise our family in. As such, it is extremely important to me that I feel heard and represented by government officials that are authentic, compassionate, and wholly committed to improving the lives of all Santa Feans. John Blair is a leading example of this type of official, and we're very lucky to have him.
Thank you, ma'am.
Joni Miller, that's spelled J-O-N-I. Honorable Mayor and esteemed city councilors, I'm here to speak regarding the resolution of the 3-day suspension for the city mayor. I stand before you not just as a local, but as a small business owner myself, who has witnessed firsthand the challenges of our city. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the often thankless jobs by all of you city officials. I applaud your choices to work in the realm of public service. In trying to understand the role of the city manager, I recognize that it comes with immense responsibilities and complexities. Since the pandemic, we are all aware that things have changed and the whole world is understaffed. So as they say, be kind to those who show up, but most importantly, appreciate the ones who keep showing up, especially to do the hard work. From what I have seen, John Blair actually wants to do this job. I don't know why, but so let's acknowledge the vast array of responsibility he does manage successfully on a daily basis, rather than fixate on one isolated incident. Suspending the city manager sends a message of uncertainty to our community, anxiety amongst residents, local businesses, such as myself, and other stakeholders. I see this as solely as penalizing the city, as a suspension could potentially disrupt ongoing projects hinder decisive decision-making, and simply stall progress. I implore you to carefully consider the ramifications of such a decision on our community. Let us prioritize stability and resolution. Instead of suspension, use this as a teachable moment to better explore communication channels moving forward. Show us that you want to work as a collaborative force and vote against this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody, Mayor, councilors, thank you for this time tonight. My name is Scott Hushin. I am the executive director at the Northern Soccer Club. It's a local nonprofit here in Santa Fe. Prior to that, I was the president of the Santa Fe Adult Soccer League for 6 years. You know, hundreds of adults being offered a recreational opportunity. Really tonight, I'm here just to say thank you to a lot of people. In March, we lost our major facility for soccer, and a lot of people stepped up to help us. Some of those people tonight, I wanted to thank John Weiss at the MRC is an amazing person. I want you guys to all know how lucky you are to have that guy working for the city. He doesn't say no. He says, how can we help? What can we do? Those fields are in amazing condition. And he really, I mean, and then he has an assistant, Jordan Romero, who helps him. And these guys work their butts off to provide this, you know, amenity for the city. And it's just been amazing. Melissa McDonald jumped in very quickly to help us find extra parks and more spaces for all these kids to play soccer, which is just, you know, we can't do it without these people. I wanted to say thank you to Councilor Cassett for introducing the changing the ordinance at the MRC to not making an adult priority, just opening it up for everybody. That gives us a lot of opportunities moving forward to build more fields and get the expansion we're asking for. Councilor Michael Garcia is a huge supporter of the soccer community and has always been there for us and supported us. And especially I do want to thank City Manager John Blair. He has been responsive, he has been enthusiastic, and he's been engaged whenever we've asked him to listen to our problems that we're having with soccer and field availability. And has just always been there for us. You know, we have a tremendous momentum right now with the soccer community as we try to get more fields and expand and give things for the kids. And it really is that simple. We're trying to get more soccer fields for kids to play soccer, and that is it. And it's been pretty amazing to have everybody step up. So I just wanted to say thank you to everybody. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. Miles Conway, Executive Officer for the Santa Fe Area Home Builders Association and Northern New Mexico Builders Association. I also applaud the city's effort prioritization of the new water treatment facility. Construction industry has no desire or need to use the expensive potable water. Currently, our only choice for something as mundane as compaction of soils when we're building houses. It's actually adding a significant cost to the cost of housing. So I've rolled down this ramp to address this esteemed, hardworking council for only a couple short decades. I've been a irreverent union agitator, naive petitioner, often, occasionally data-driven advocate. More recently, a desperate appellant, ineffectually seeking measures, improvements to aid the construction industry professionals that I serve in this era. So my inability to champion significant tangible improvements for my members would be sufficient grounds for my termination, suspension, certainly a dose of restorative justice that would demand changes in my tactics. Yet my board persists and stands behind me, even in the face of errors, omissions, missteps, because it's a hard work. It's a long road here to really build in great efficiency. So I know that this council is contemplating a suspension of your city manager tonight. All my research and conversations have solidified my understanding that he's pressing forward to build a culture of accountability, professionalism in city government, and some big improvements on efficiency. Now, I don't know who would not jump at the chance for a 3-day unpaid vacation. Any of us would love that. But however, I think a suspension on this issue would have a chilling and a really lingering effect on future city employees and making them even more nervous than they are right now to make important decisions for the efficiency. So I don't want it to snowball into a cult of finger pointing and blame that could lead to the city manager's premature departure. We have big stuff going on at this city, substantial efficiency improvements for the city to grow and rebuild itself in this next era. And speaking for our construction professionals, I think you should not move forward with this contemplation of a suspension.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Are there others here in the chamber who would like to speak to any issue that's not a public hearing on the calendar tonight? If you would like to come up to the podium, this would be the time to do it. If everyone has had their say who's here in the chamber, then Madam Clerk, let's see who on the Zoom list has raised a hand to participate in petitions from the floor.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, there are two attendees with their hands up, and we'll start first with Stephanie Beninato.
Is it possible to re-tilt the screen? I'm sorry, Counselor, if you could do that, now that we're moving to the, thank you, sir. We're, just for the record, our screens up above are blank at the moment. I'm not entirely sure why. But I think Ms. Beninato, while we work on other technology, oh, there we go. We're back live, at least on one of the screens and on both. Okay, you have the floor, Ms.
Thank you.
Beninato.
Thank you very much. I want to speak about a few things. First of all, I hope that the city council will make $3 million in annual payment to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and that you will add another $3 million from the $14 million plus windfall from gross receipts tax that the city just received, to show a real commitment to affordable housing and not just put it on one revenue stream, that is people who own houses for $1 million plus. I appreciated that the report that you just heard emphasized the educational component needed, because I often hear people talk about things that are needed that are already in existence. And I think the more that people know about these things, then they'll be able to use them and they will realize what the city is actually doing for them. I think that I gave you written comments about lack of trust and why we have a lack of trust. My experience with professionalism is different. The land use director has not called me for 5 months to give me an update that he promised to give me at the end of June. So I don't know how patient I'm supposed to be or how professional it is to keep somebody waiting for 5 months. Nor do I know how it is to operate pools when you know somebody's going to be on vacation, but you don't find anybody to substitute for that person. So for the 3 days before Thanksgiving, as well as the day after Thanksgiving, that pool that is Fort Marcy is closed, as well as waste of resources by leaving doors open when it's 28 degrees and 36 degrees in a pool area that you want to heat to about 84 degrees. So I guess my experience with city government is a little bit different. And I have to say that I applaud Lee Garcia for his courage in bringing this issue before the council and in requiring a high level of integrity and thoughtfulness.
Thank you very much. I think the time, the 2-minute chime just went off. Others in the Zoom room?
Yes, Mayor, there's another attendee, and they have N as their display name.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. This is Nat Dean. I'll be a familiar voice to some of you. Thank you so much for the efforts to make a safety plan that's inclusionary. JEDI, justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. I listened to the report with great interest, that it seemed that the D word that was not comfortable for people to mention was disability. And that disability is not a dirty word. So I'd like to ask that when we look at vulnerable populations, minority populations, populations with diverse needs, different linguistic practices, that we really include the disability piece. You'll have an incoming city councilor in January that is legally blind, and I think she'll help to bring some things to the front about this. I do really appreciate that I've hounded a few people to include sign language interpreters, as I have an auditory processing disorder and I utilize sign language interpreters and closed captioning on a regular basis. I also have a compliment. Scott, who is the new person who answers the phone number for constituent services, we often joke he has a marvelous teacher voice. And I find him very, very pleasant to interface with. I find him very, very responsive. And I want to make sure that you know he's doing a great job. Thank you so much for your time this evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. I look forward to an upcoming good year. Oh, and housing is being looked at in the legislature, and there was just a hearing today on solving the housing crisis in Legislative Health and Human Services. So it is on the radar. Just keep watching the website and keep coming. Interim ends in December, and then the session will begin in January. Anyone's participation will be much valued and much appreciated. Thank you so much for your time this evening.
Thank you very much. Others in the Zoom room with a hand up to use the opportunity of petitions from the floor. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, there are no other hands raised in the attendees.
All right, thank you. So let me one more time come back to the members here in the chamber. If there's anyone who wants to use the opportunity, now is the time. Otherwise, we will go back to our regular order of business and move to the next presentation. Seeing nobody coming forward at this time, I will then, Madam Clerk, ask you to take us to the next item on the agenda, please.
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. The next item is 8B, presentation audit update from Finance Director Emily Oster.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the governing body. I have two guests joining me via Zoom tonight. I was wondering if they could be promoted to panelist, please. Matt Bone and Alan J. Bowers, AJ Bowers. Great, excellent. My updates for tonight will focus on our FY22 audit and our FY23 audit. We are on track to meet the December 4th submittal to the Office of the State Auditor for the city's FY22 audit. We have the exit conference scheduled for Monday, December 4th, and the report is expected to be submitted to the auditor on that day. I am very proud of the hard work that the finance department team and all city departments, in addition to our consultants with Clifton Larson Allen and our auditors with Carr Riggs Ingram, are doing to get our audits complete. The staff in the finance department consists of many team members that were specifically recruited to join the city to help improve the timeliness of audits, and their efforts are beginning to bear fruit. In the 5-month period between June 30th and December 4th, the city will have submitted 2 annual audits to the Office of the State Auditor. This has taken extraordinary effort and commitment by many dedicated employees and team members, and I really want to acknowledge that hard work. I'm grateful for that hard work that is going into getting the audits done. Regarding the FY23 audit, we had the entrance conference on November 20th. The FY23 audit is expected to be submitted to the state auditor by May 15th of 2024. The late audit notification letter has been submitted to the Office of the State Auditor as required by the audit rule and was provided to the governing body. When the FY23 audit is submitted, the city will have submitted 3 annual audits to the state auditor within an 11-month time period, which is a very compressed time period. In regards to transparency, City Manager John Blair established the practice of having audit update presentations at every regular Finance Committee and Governing Body meeting when he was appointed on January 12th of 2022. That was before I joined the team here at the city. Audit updates have been presented at the regular Finance Committee and Governing Body meetings since that time, which is a total of 84 meetings, 84 audit updates over the past 2 years. I have participated in 53 of those presentations since I became the finance director in early September of 2022. The purpose of these presentations is to keep the governing body informed about the city's progress on getting caught up on the audits, and we do our very best to share relevant information about where we are in the process at each of those audit updates. As I mentioned, I have 2 guests joining me for tonight. We have AJ Bowers with Carr Riggs Ingram, which is the city's external auditor. Carr Riggs Ingram is performing the city's FY22 and FY23 external audits. I am also joined by Matt Bone with Clifton Larson Allen, which is the city's accounting and audit prep consultant. I will turn the floor over to them in a moment to introduce themselves. I do want to let you know that as licensed certified public accountants, which all 3 of us are, I am, AJ and Matt are all licensed CPAs. We are subject to professional standards, including AICPA standards and Yellow Book, which is government auditing standards, and rules that govern the process of conducting governmental audits. An example of that would be the state audit rule. These all include specific requirements related to objectivity and independence, which imply in different ways to different types of work that are performed by accountants. Our guests will make every effort to answer your questions. However, I want to let you know that there may be some questions that they're unable to address due to those professional standards. And if that's the case, they'll let you know that they're unable to answer for a particular reason. So with that, I will turn the floor over first to AJ and then to Matt to introduce themselves, and then we'll stand for questions.
Hi, I'm AJ Bowers, partner with Carr Riggs and Ingram, the external auditors.
Thank you, AJ. Matt, do you want to go next?
Yes, thank you, Emily. And Mayor, members of the governing body, my name is Matt Bone. I am a principal with Clifton Larson Allen, based out of Albuquerque, and I am leading the consulting efforts and responsible for the services we provide the city as it relates to the audit and accounting prep services, consulting services.
Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body, we are now able to take questions.
Great, thank you very much. I know we asked members of the governing body to send you questions ahead of time, in particular because we knew we'd have some guests joining us, and I was able to forward you a set of questions. I'd like to take the privilege of being the chair to go through some of my questions before I turn to my colleagues on the governing body, if that's okay with you all. I'm going to try to be as brief as possible, and I hope our questions can move through at a pretty brisk pace. Let me just start with where we are. Are we still on track to meet the December 4th submittal of our FY22 audit?
Mr. Mayor, yes, the exit conference is scheduled for Monday, December 4th, and the report is expected to be submitted to the state auditor on that same day.
Okay. Going forward, I think there's some questions about the letter and the late announcement of a late audit. I just want to walk through the process again. We've done it before. We've done it in past presentations. But I think now that there's been a letter submitted, I'd like to just make a few, raise a few questions that can hopefully just put on the record some of the issues that have been surfacing. For example, who makes the determination that an audit will be late? When does that determination get made? Who provides the date for the timeline for the completion of the audit, the May date that you've cited? What's the process for communicating that the audit will be late? And where is that process described? Where is it laid out by rule how that should take place?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the governing body. Guidance is provided around what to do when an audit is going to be late in the state audit rule, section 2.2.2.9A5, which states that as soon as the auditor becomes aware that circumstances exist that will make an agency's audit report be submitted after the applicable due date provided in subsection A of 2.2.29A of the audit rule, the auditor shall notify the state auditor in writing. That section goes on to state that the late audit notification is subject to confidentiality requirements that are detailed in subsection M of 2.2.210 of the audit rule. And it also prescribes specific content that is required to be included in the notification. The rule says the notification shall include a specific explanation regarding why the report will be late, when the IPA, which stands for Independent Public Accountant, expects to submit the report, and a concurring signature by a duly authorized representative of the agency. So there are 3 required components of that late audit notification.
And I want to just lean into that a little bit further. In the process that we used, or you used, and the auditor, our auditor, not the state auditor, but our auditor used in making that determination, is this any different from any of the processes that we've followed in the past with other audits, or are we following exactly the same process?
Mr. Mayor and members of the governing body, we are following the same process for the FY23 audit that we did for FY21 and FY22. In regards to FY21 and FY22, the entrance conference for those audits was held on October 6th of 2022. The timeline for completing those audits was discussed at the entrance conference, and the late notifications were submitted to the state auditor on October 12th of 2022.
Thank you. If the audit rule is not followed, if we don't adhere to those requirements, are there penalties or potential consequences both for the city and for our auditor in not following the rule?
Mr. Mayor and members of the governing body, there are consequences for both the auditor and the entity for non-compliance with the audit rule. For the entity, that would primarily be a finding in the audit report for non-compliance with the audit rule, failure to follow requirements of the rule, including the confidentiality requirements of the rule. On the auditor side, the audit rule prescribes a firm profile process, which is a process that's done annually where the state auditor reviews the credentials and information about firms that are interested in performing government audits here in New Mexico. That is addressed in section 2.2.2.8D1. And that talks about reasons that an auditor may be placed on restrictions by the state auditor. And those reasons include failure to comply with the rule, including failure to comply with the confidentiality requirements of the rule. So for the entity under audit, failure to comply with the rule would generally result in a finding. And for an auditor, it could result in restriction.
I want to note something that was in the press release that went out at the time that the state auditor was notified of with this late letter from our auditor, and it identified that the city has been late with its audit for something like 13 out of the last 20 years. No, it's a little bit unorthodox to ask you for your assessment of why that would be the case, since you haven't been here for 13 out of the last 20 years. but if possible, can you give some context for the public and for the governing body as to why there would be this kind of track record over a 2-decade period? What does it suggest about whatever how hard it is to do an audit, the elements of this city government in particular with regard to either technology or staffing, whatever you see as a response to that piece of data?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the governing body. Struggling with audits at that level suggests to me, indicates to me that there's a structural challenge with financial reporting. And those types of problems are not one-off fixes. They take time and investment in technology, personnel, training, organizational structure changes, things, that take time to work through in order to address. Audits are a sequential and cyclical process. So once an agency falls behind, it takes extra effort by both the auditor and the agency personnel to get caught up. In my opinion, the city is implementing the changes that are needed to get on track and stay on track for timely financial reporting for the first time.
And let me ask one last question, then I'll turn to my colleagues. As you indicated, before we can send a letter or a letter goes to the state auditor, there has to be several components that have to be met, including an estimated date by which the audit will be completed. How is that date arrived at?
Mr. Mayor and members of the governing body, the timeline for the audit is determined by the auditor and communicated to the entity. There is collaboration, but the factors that are taken into consideration include staffing for both the entity and the auditor, other projects that may be happening. In particular, I really want to compliment both Carr-Riggs Ingram and Clifton Larson Allen on their excellent customer service, which makes me feel that we are their only client. However, I know they have many other clients as well that they're working with, and they all have deadlines as well. And there is a shortage of accounting professionals. That's a nationally recognized issue that's being worked on by organizations such as NASBA, the National Association of State Boards of Accountancy, which is what regulates the CPA exam process. And the state boards of accountancy are responsible for licensure of certified public accountants. And there is a crisis in the industry with the shortage of qualified professionals.
Thank you. I'm going to turn the microphone over to Councilor Mayor-Worth. I think you were second in line in submitting questions.
That were submitted that way the public knows.
Yeah, what I was told was that the finance director received 3 sets of questions. One, I was the first in line. Councilor Mayor-Worth was second, and you, sir, were third.
Just for transparency, sure.
I'm happy to yield to Councilor Garcia.
No, just going off the list. Councilor Mayor-Worth, the floor is yours.
Councilor Mayor-Worth, I think the floor is yours.
Happy to yield to Councilor Garcia. I can wait.
All right, Councilor Garcia, it's a courtesy to you by Councilor Mayor-Worth. Okay. I think you just have to accept it and go with it.
Sure. Given Mayor Weber's recent question, I got a follow-up question just because it popped to my mind. So we've submitted a letter to the state auditor with a proposed submission date for the fiscal year 23 audit. One thing we got to focus on that is a proposed date because the state auditor has yet to accept and respond to our letter. That is the next step, correct? Is for the state auditor to respond and say, I'm okay with that date, or can we clarify for the public in regards to the next step on the state auditor side?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, we did not receive anything like that for the FY 21 or 22 audits. And in my experience, there is no response from the state auditor to the late notification. I would defer to my colleagues as to whether they've experienced that in other clients.
Emily, I'll go ahead and speak. This is AJ, from CRI. We did, as the letter was sent up to the state via email, we did receive a response back from the state that says, thank you for your email. It's been forwarded to the appropriate staff members. They'll contact you with questions. That's a pretty standard process as it relates to the receipt of a late notification.
Okay, and AJ, quick follow-up for that. So will the state auditor be submitting a formal response to us in regards to our notification of the late audit and any response in regards to May 15th date works for them, or they would like to see a different date? Is that typical in other instances?
In my experience, I have not received any additional communication from the state auditor's office as it relates to a late audit. There is additional quarterly reporting that is required upon the status of a late audit. I believe it's May 15th and June 15th, all of those dates in the 15th of the quarters, on the progress that again goes from the auditor and auditee to the state auditor's office. But it's more of a, in my experience, been a one-way communication and their receipt of that.
Okay, thank you for that. Really appreciate it. And those dates are included in the audit rule, correct? So it's not just us making up those dates. Those dates are outlined by the state audit rule.
The dates of the quarterly updates are in the audit rule. I believe they were May 15, June 15, things like that, but I could be off, but I believe that's what they are. Don't quote me on those. Emily might know offhand.
Mr. Mayor and members of the governing body, I believe I do have that. I'm just looking for it here in the audit rule.
Okay, and I think the dates are not necessarily important at this moment. I know that there'll be, I think it's March, right? March is one date. We've got one in the summer, and I know September is another one, so we can work on those dates later. There was a question as well around when the notification must be made by the auditor, because that is clearly outlined in the state audit rule, as well as Director Osters did cite. And so it does say, as soon as the auditor becomes aware that circumstances exist that will make an agency's audit report be submitted after the applicable due date. And then it goes on to cite later on in the audit rule. So my question is, it revolves more around on the city and the client end, as soon as when the client knows the audit is going to be late. And so, AJ, I got a question for you, because it clearly defines that as soon as you, as the external auditors are aware, you are required by law to notify the state auditor, but it doesn't necessarily clarify the client. In this case, it would be the city of Santa Fe. And so with that being said, and the reason I'm asking the question is, it became evident that this audit was going to become late as soon as it was brought to my attention a couple of weeks ago. And this was in a public format where we were notified as our solid waste management agency meeting that city staff was aware that our trial balance would not be completed until December 15th. And so I guess, AJ, is there a rule or a law that requires the city to notify the state auditor, or is it only yourself as our contracted external auditor that is working on a contract? Is it, whose responsibility is it? Is it ours as the city, or does that burden fall on the auditor as outlined by the audit rule?
So, Counselor, I'll defer again to the state audit rule as it's outlined, where it discusses the notification itself. Is the auditor is supposed to notify in writing that it's going to be late with a proposed date and is signed by a member of the agency, in this case, the city of Santa Fe. So it needs those three components And so once we know those three components, the notification goes to the state.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And so the rule states the auditor, nothing in regards to the entity being audited. And so I don't think there's anything that would prevent, in this case, city staff from notifying appropriate stakeholders that the audit would be late. And so I guess my question is, AJ, who notified you that our trial balance would not be completed until December 15th? Who from the city staff notified you of that?
We have weekly status updates as it relates to the audit with ourselves, with Clifton Larson Allen, and through the discussions, that was the date that was determined to be receiving the 2023 trial balance. Who it was, I'm not 100% sure if it was the city or if it was Clifton Larson Allen, based on that conversation, because it's a weekly Teams call with the firms and the city. So that, I don't know if that answers your question, but that's the best that I've got for you on who.
Thank you, AJ. Director Oster, were you aware that the trial balance would not be completed until December 15th on the date? I can pull up the date if you need. It was Thursday, November 16th, that we were relayed this information that the Clifton Larson or Carr, Riggs and Ingram was notified that the trial balance would not be completed until December 15th. Were you aware of that as well?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, I think you're asking me to comment about something that happened at a meeting that I wasn't present at. You're referring to the SWAMA board meeting?
No. My question is, were you aware on November 16th that the trial balance would not be completed until December 15th?
Mr. Mayor and members of the governing body, I participated in the same Teams meetings that AJ referenced where we discussed the trial balance, providing trial balance to Carr, Riggs, Ingram on December 15th.
Okay, and so how was that date realized on November 16th, or did we know the date, the December 15th of the trial balance date prior to that date? How much in advance to that meeting was that information known?
Mr. Mayor and members of the governing body, I don't have that information in front of me. I can go back and see if I can find notes. I will reference the audit rule, which requires the 3 elements to be communicated in the late notification, including the date that the auditor expects to submit the report to the Office of the State Auditor. So the date of the trial balance isn't specifically included in the late notification, and it's not the only relevant piece of information that's included.
And you complete an audit without a trial balance?
Mr. Mayor and members of the governing body, you need a trial balance in order to complete an audit.
So if we weren't going to have the trial balance completed by that proposed date of December 15th, which is the same exact day that the audit was due, I think at that point in time, we knew that we weren't going to get the audit completed. And so I don't see anything in the audit rule that prevents us, the city, from communicating that information. I do see in the audit rule that once the auditor becomes aware, the law kicks into effect, they immediately have to notify the state auditor. And so my question is, why was at minimum the city council not notified of that trial balance date on this at minimum on November 17th?
Point of order.
Counselor?
I'm not sure where the counselor's trying to go with this. I mean, is he accusing the finance director of something with his questioning? I'm not sure. You know, it seems a little bit under our code of conduct. Members of the governing body shall set an example for the conduct. They shall refrain from abusive conduct, personal charges, accusations, or verbal attacks upon the character, character, motives, ethics, or morals of other members of the governing body, staff, or the public, or other personal comments. And I'm uncomfortable with what this line of questioning is trying to elicit. And to me, it feels like an attack on our finance director.
Yeah, you have the floor, but I think it's an important issue to note
Can I respond? Because can you cite where there was any verbal attack? Can you cite anything that violates the rule besides you being uncomfortable about bringing about transparency to our process?
Mayor Weber,
Yeah,
I think the question is, as posed, is this a personal attack? What is the purpose of this line of questioning?
I'm trying to find out when we knew critical information that was not related to the governing body.
Mayor Weber, Counselor, you don't know when you knew the critical information?
That's why I'm trying to find out. I'm trying to find out when staff knew this critical information.
Mayor Weber, Counselor, is that related to a personal attack on the finance director?
Nope. And
What is it
absolutely
related
is not.
to?
It's related to our audit and the deliverable dates and the expectations of when we're going to turn in our audit.
How is it related to that?
How is the deliverable dates related to our audit? I mean, you're
Counselor,
making,
I think the question is when someone said from the team's membership something to the auditor.
that's not the question.
Okay, what is the question?
The question is, when did staff know that the trial balance would not be completed until December 15th? I'm trying to establish that time frame. Because what we're trying to bring about is a matter of transparency to the public in regards to why our audits are late. Why isn't critical information being relayed to governing body members? Because
So Mayor Weber, Counselor, is the question, if staff had relayed information at a different time, would the audit be delivered earlier?
no,
Is that your
that's not the question. The question is about transparency.
Is the question, could you propose a resolution?
Mr.
to
Mayor,
make it more
this is unacceptable. Because I think it's circular questioning that is getting us nowhere. If I can presume with my questioning, I would appreciate it, because I don't understand the basis of our city attorney's question. You're basically trying to confuse me with questions I feel right now, and now I feel I'm being attacked.
Mayor Weber, Councilors, I think we have a point of order on the table, and it started with, it's not clear what the purpose of the line of question is. And it's still not clear to me what the line of questioning purpose is in relation to transparency and getting the audit on time.
The question is, when did staff know critical information? Because then I believe that information should have been relayed to the city council at minimum.
Mayor Weber, Councilor, that
And I'm
sounds like an
trying to
accusation of
establish-
something you thought should have happened. It didn't happen.
It's not, it's an expectation.
Where is
We
that
just talked
expectation
about
set?
the expectation. We just talked about, Mayor Weber talked about transparency. We just had conversation about transparency from the city manager wanting to share. This is all about transparency. It's not an accusation. It's about when critical information was not brought forth to the governing body. There's no accusations being made right now. It is establishing fact.
Mayor, Councilor, so I think the mayor has the ability to enforce the rules of conduct. So if saying someone that was not transparent is not an accusation, then it makes sense that you did not violate the rules. If saying someone was not transparent according to some sort of expectation that's not written down is an accusation, then you did violate the rule. That's up to the mayor. There can also be a challenge of the point of order, and there can be a vote on it.
what I heard Director Oster say in direct response to the question about the trial balance was she didn't have the date at her fingertips. She can go back and try to establish the course of information that was developed in these weekly meetings. But I think the other point that was made was that the actual determination of when the audit is determined to be late is not made by the director of finance, it's made by the auditor. And so the fact that she doesn't have the trial balance date at her fingertips, and it isn't her call to make that determination, and it also requires a determination as to when the audit would be filed, suggests that the issue of the trial balance really doesn't directly affect the determination by the outside auditor as to when the audit letter goes to the state auditor. I think if there's other questions you want to direct to the finance director.
I do, and I think it would be absolutely relevant, Mr. Mayor.
Well, let's see if you can find a different set of questions that will relieve some of the tension that's in the room right now.
So I do have to ask this question, Director Oster. If you knew that the trial balance was not going to be completed until December 15th, why was the city council not notified of that?
Mr. Mayor and members of the governing body, my professional judgment, I used my best professional judgment to determine that opining on whether or not we were going to meet the audit deadline in a public meeting without following the process prescribed in the audit rule would be a violation of section 2.2.210M, which is the confidentiality provision of the state audit rule. And that section says agency personnel and the agency's IPA shall not release information to the public relating to the audit until the audit report is released by the OSA and has become a public record. I worked for the Office of the State Auditor under Auditor Tim Keller and briefly Auditor Wayne Johnson from March of 2016 through February of 2018. During this time, I was the director of the Office of Compliance and Quality Control, and one of my responsibilities was updating the state audit rule annually. In 2016, in preparation for the 2017 rule, I was charged with overhauling the rule, rewriting sections of it with the goals of simplifying and clarifying the language. Through that process, I became very familiar with the language in the rule, and I made significant changes to the organization and text of the rule, including rewriting and updating multiple sections. I was also responsible for the rulemaking process for the state audit rule, which is required under state law, and that includes collecting and reviewing written public comment and conducting public hearings on the proposed rule prior to the final publication. During that time in that role as Director of Compliance and Quality Control for the Office of the State Auditor, I routinely advised and answered questions about the application of the rule to various situations. So my professional judgment is based on that experience in working at the State Auditor's Office under a different auditor. The reason that I determined in my best professional judgment that I could not give my opinion in a public meeting about whether or not the deadline was going to be met was because of that confidentiality provision in the state audit rule, which again says agency personnel and the agency's IPA shall not release information to the public relating to the audit until the audit report is released by the OSA and has become a public record.
Sir, and I appreciate you citing that because I think there's some critical information there that we need to focus on is notifying the public. But my question was not necessarily in a public setting. Is there anything that would have prevented you from giving the counselors a call, giving an email that wouldn't be in a public setting, notifying and notifying the counselors outside of a public setting? There's nothing, can you cite to me anywhere in the audit rule that would prohibit that?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, Councilor Garcia, our interpretation of the audit rule is what directed us to act in the way in which we did. And in full candor, there have been instances in the last few months where we have shared things with counselors and counselors have taken that information and called other government officials, called around to ask for other guidance. And so your assertion that us sharing a guess or an estimation with the council would keep it confidential has proven not to be true. And so what I would reiterate would be two things, one of which is Director Oster is a financial unicorn. I would hire her anytime, any place, in any job that I have. She is kind. She is brilliant. She is building a team. She is getting the city's finances on track. And I, for one, believe she should be celebrated for the success of what she's done in the last year. The second point that I would make is that our interpretation of the law as provided for in the audit rule was followed by the city, that we made the appropriate notifications at the appropriate time, that we were in fact tremendously transparent, and that we are excited to turn in 22 on Monday. And when we get to May 15th at the latest to turn in 23, we look forward to celebrating with all of you that the city did something extraordinary by completing 3 annual fiscal audits in less than 11 months. That is unheard of for that to happen. I'm worried Director Oster is going to be bored next year just doing 1. This is an extraordinary city effort, and I don't want that to be lost in this conversation about where we are. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
City Manager.
And thank you, Mr. Blair, for that comment. You did say something that is very concerning to me, in the sense that you made some serious allegations that members of this city council are violating a confidentiality agreement. Do you have evidence or proof of that?
Councilor Garcia, when we called all of you individually to announce the DFA letter the night before the paper wrote about it, we expressed to you the political sensitivity of not just the letter that came from DFA from the division director, but the other concerns around the $1 million appropriation for parks. And what we were working to do was to avoid unnecessarily antagonizing any of the other government officials in this process. And as you conveyed to me 3 days later, you did call one of the other government director or government offices to ask their input as to what happened.
Was that confidential agreement? I mean, confidential information? I don't believe it was.
I don't believe it was confidential, sir, but I think it.
So I think that's a misallegation right there.
If I may finish my statement, sir, I think it upended the strategy that we were working to.
I want to point out that this is part of an audit presentation, and I think we've wandered far afield. I think if you have I think the question about the audit being late and who makes the finding has been answered. I think the question about it's not only a finding of when it's of determining the lateness of it, but the other factors that have to be met under the audit rule in order to provide the letter that is actually drafted not by the finance director, but by the auditor, and the additional concern that the finance director has expressed about not violating the confidentiality audit rule, I think has answered that question, Counselor. If you want to move on to some other matters, I think it would be appropriate.
I'd be happy to, Mr. Mayor. I do want to make the comment that I do not feel this process is being transparent, especially with the city council members, and very concerned. Go ahead and pivot to another question. I think this is maybe the third or fourth meeting in a row I've asked for a compilation of the resources spent on our city audits from fiscal year 20. And I have yet to receive those figures.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, we have been working on that. It's been kind of an all hands on deck effort with regard to the completion of the audits. I can have that for you by the December 13th governing body meeting.
Okay, that would be appreciated, because I've done some work on my end to figure that out, and I'd like to cross-reference those numbers, because it's around the mark of $6 million with about 9 different contractors and different folks working on this. So if we can work to get those figures, that would be great. Question around North Central Economic Development District. I know in the past we've said that we're not going to begin to work with them to become a fiscal agent. Is that still the case?
Point of order. Sorry, I don't think this relates to the audit update.
It does, because the audit is impacting capital outlay resources.
But whether we have a whether we have a fiscal agent for our legislative appropriations is not directly related to the audit update.
And can I ask why our capital outlay appropriations are being withheld?
I think you can ask that question, but I think if you want to take up the matter of
Well, I know the answer to the question. It's because our audits are late. So we'll go ahead and skip to the next question. On page 23 of the audit rule, and I'm going to cite the audit rule here for a moment, so please bear with me. This is talking about exit conference and related confidentiality issues. And so as the IPA shall hold an exit conference with representatives of the agency's governing authority and top management, which may include representatives of any component units. And so my question is, and I guess this is to our representatives from Carr, Riggs, and Ingram. Is there anything that prohibits you, AJ, from including governing body members in your exit conference? And I know we've got the Open Meetings Act to deal with, so we can be creative and work around that in the sense that we can have 2 separate meetings, or 3, maybe 4, dependent on the counselors and the mayor's schedule. But is there anything that prohibits you scheduling the exit conferences with city council members that are interested in attending?
A member of the governing body is required to be at the exit conference, and if you refer back to the 2021 audit, present at the exit conference was Mayor Alan Weber and City Councilor Carol Romero Worth. So we do have those meetings with folks as required by the state audit rule.
Okay, so my request is that the opportunity be afforded to any governing body member that wants to attend the December 4th exit conference, be afforded the opportunity to do so. And so I'm putting out that request, and I'll make myself available all day on Monday, December 4th to attend that meeting.
I'm waiting for your next question, sir.
Okay. So I guess my last question is, what happens if we don't meet the May 15th deadline?
Mr. Mayor and members of the governing body, earlier in the presentation, we talked about the quarterly reporting process to the state auditor's office. So we will have a quarterly report due on March 15th to the office of the state auditor. If we were in a position where we didn't believe we were going to meet the May 15th date at that time, we would report an updated timeline in that quarterly report.
Okay. And so we'll know, excuse me, so what, if I'm hearing you correctly, Director Oster, will by our March 15th deadline or March 15th quarterly report, we'll know if we're going to meet that May 15th deadline or not.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, I think if we know at the time that that quarterly report is due that there's an issue with May 15th, we would report it at that time.
Okay. And what happens if we pass the March 15th quarterly report and we're into April and we thought we were going to hit the deadline, but we're not going to? What happens in that instance?
Mr. Mayor and members of the governing body, the timeline for completing an audit can change at multiple points through the audit process. It is common to discuss the timeline during the entrance conference, which is what happened on November 20th, but the timeline can change later in the process. So I think at that quarterly report would be the communication to the state auditor that the timeline had changed.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you for answering the questions. A bit frustrated with some of the conversation we had tonight, especially around transparency. We've been quick to say that the city has been quick to say we're transparent, but I've seen anything but in some of the responses and justification for lack of informing the city council on this critical information. So Director Oster, just as always, continue the work. Thank you. I appreciate it. Please pass along my thanks and gratitude to your team, to the CLA team and CRI. Thank you for this. I appreciate it. That's all I got, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Mayorworth, you had ceded the floor. You now have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Oster, for being here again with us. I appreciate it. We talked about this at the Finance Committee. I want to talk about it again with all the members of the governing body present and a larger audience in the public. Why was December 15th set as the initial deadline for the FY23 audit when our FY22 audit was going to be submitted or is going to be submitted on Monday, December 4th? Why such a close time frame, December 4th to December 15th?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Romero-Worth, members of the governing body, the audit rule section 2.2.29A1 establishes report due dates for different types of entities. This rule was promulgated by the Office of the State Auditor. It's the state audit rule, and the due date for all local public bodies and municipalities with over $500,000 of annual revenue is December 15th.
Okay, and so you've stated, so that was set by law, by rule, that wasn't pulled out of the air by either you or by our external auditor. It's by rule.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Romero-Worth, yes, that's correct. December 15th is the due date for local public bodies and municipalities that's established by the state audit rule.
Okay, thank you. And the deadline or the submittal date, I think I used the wrong term. The submittal date for the FY23 audit was discussed at the entrance conference. And there's two sides to determining when an audit will be what the timeline is. It's our side about the things we need to be doing, but it's also the auditor the external auditor and their resources and their scheduling and their other clients and how all those things fit together that help come to a final determination about what's a realistic date to be submitting an audit when it's late. Am I correct in that?
Mr. Mayor and Councilors, Councilor Romero-Worth, that is correct. And the audit rule requires a concurring signature by a duly authorized representative of the agency, which I think reflects that it's both the auditor and the auditee have to agree that that is a realistic timeline.
Okay, so it's takes two to tango, I guess, right? Is the trial balance for SWAMA different than the trial balance for the city?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Romero-Worth, yes, it is.
And is it also different for BDD, another component unit of the city?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero-Worth, councilors, yes. There's a separate trial balance for BDD that is used to prepare the financial statements. Same with SWAMA. As fiduciary component units, they issue separate financial statements.
And the BDD audit, the SWAMA audit, and the city audit, we're mutually dependent on each other, correct? I mean, we can't submit if SWAMA were late or BDD were late, that could cause the city to be late. As we've seen, sometimes the city being late can cause BDD to be late or SWAMA to be late. The transactions lean on each other and have to be reconciled and trued up on both sides in order to go forward. That's a really layperson's description. Maybe you can help me out.
Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body, there's interagency activity that has to be reported on both sides in order for either audit to be finalized. They don't necessarily have to be completed on the exact same day, but the auditor has to be confident that all of the material information for the component units is included on the city's side, and then the same on the component unit side.
Okay. And we've been working for quite some time on 2 audits at the same time. And I think when we get to the victory circle, that's part of what we'll celebrate is, you know, as I think City Manager Blair mentioned, the fact that we'll have done 3 audits in 11 months. And part of the reason we've been doing that is some of this work has been going on simultaneously. So for quite a while now, we've been working on FY22 and FY23 simultaneously.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Merrill-Worth, that is correct. Yes. Carr Riggs Ingram has been focusing on completing the FY22 audit, and Clifton Larson Allen has dedicated significant time and effort towards preparing documentation, what we call the PBC, prepared by client listings, the supporting documentation that the audit is based on, the trial balance. So yes, we've been working on both simultaneously.
And so in terms of deciding when for the auditors to have some sense, for the external auditor, CRI, to have some sense of when an appropriate timeline for the FY23 audit, other than December 15th, we would have had to know some things about FY22 and that progression so that and it's not just a trial balance that's important to understanding what the time frame will be or what the, you know, whether we'll be late or not.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Merrill-Worth, yes, that's correct. There is information that comes out of the FY22 audit that rolls forward. For example, the balance sheet accounts that carry a balance forward from year to year, the final numbers are needed for the next year's starting balances.
Okay, and I guess just one last question. And I guess it would be for our consultant auditor, Clifton Larson Allen. I think it might be important since we have you here tonight, if you could just describe what your role is in working for the city, because I know it is different from Carr Riggs Ingram, our external auditor, and just as long as we have that expertise in the room, I'd just like to, if it's possible, have them say what it is they're doing so that we can, I think sometimes we lump you together and we totally confuse the acronyms, so apologies, but would love to have you answer that question. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body. So as the consultants from the city for the city, which differs from Carr Riggs, CRI's role as the external auditor, their role is to, they're independent and they're providing an independent opinion as to the fair presentation of the financial statements of the city. And so they have to maintain that independence and objectiveness. Now, our role is to come along the side with the finance group and city management and assist them in reconciling accounts, preparing the various audit schedules that the auditors are requesting so that they can perform their audit procedures in which they can express an opinion as to the financial statements of the city. And so, that's really the biggest difference, is that our role in helping the city is we're not independent, because we're right there alongside city management and their accounting group and helping them reconcile accounts, propose prepare journal entries for management to review. And so, it's been, critical for the city to have this assistance. As Emily alluded to earlier, the challenge across the country, especially in New Mexico, with the shortage of accountants. And so we work with a number of, I'm also an external auditor, and I do audits of many other governmental entities here in the state of New Mexico. And I see across many entities where they run into challenges with resources, especially in the last handful of years. And if they don't have adequate accounting staff, then they run into issues that their audit is either untimely, or they, if they can't secure those resources to help them get through the audit, on staff individuals, they will have to hire consultants, similar to what the city has done to get through that process. And so, what I've seen, especially in the last 10 months, there's been, a lot of teamwork, collaboration with our firm, CRI, and city management to get them through, getting the 21 audit wrapped up and getting through 22, and now we're on to 23. And so, so hopefully that answers your question, Counselor.
Yes, thank you. And you answered my follow-up, which was going to be that you sometimes play the role of an external auditor. Your firm does, but that is not the role that you're playing
Correct.
here. So I appreciate that. And I also appreciate, hearing that you have a shortage, you have trouble finding accountants. There is a national shortage. We too are struggling with finding the financial expertise within city government, and we are not alone in that because of the types of people who do this kind of work, both for governmental entities and for firms like CLA and CRI. So I think it's important to underscore that national shortage affects all the people involved in these processes and in this work. So I appreciate that. I also just want to thank both our guests, Matt Bone and A.G. Bowers, for being with us tonight. I completely understand that the external auditor, CRI, is in a very tricky position, being in front of a legislative body when they need to, protect the integrity of this audit. There are lots of rules, there are lots of processes that you're subject to. So I appreciate you being here tonight and taking the time with us. And again, Director Oster, as always, I appreciate the really hard work you're doing under extraordinary circumstances. Thank you to your team who are also working tirelessly. And I think, we are seeing success. We are seeing how the city is turning the corner on this. We're going to have another victory next week. I look forward to that. And I look forward to, celebrating on May 15th. So with that, Mayor, I think that's all I have.
Thank you. Yes, Counselor Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have comments. I don't have questions. I want to start by saying I think transparency and truth and trust, I should say trust instead of truth. Transparency and trust is definitely something the city has to work on, but it's not your responsibility, Director. And I want to make that very clear. It really should start with leadership, including everyone on this right in front of you. So we won't be able to create a culture of trust and transparency until we learn to work together, until we learn how to respect one another, and until we learn how to respect city staff, because that's how we become productive. That's how we have conversations that create change. We have conversations that don't create concern or unnecessary concern or conflict amongst our community, but offer solutions to our community. So I just really want to take that responsibility off your shoulders, because it shouldn't be starting with you. And any suggestion that it is your responsibility, I think is unfair, because individuals up here in front of you have a lot of work to do, including myself, and I take that or responsibility for that as well. So I want to start there. Historically, it's been an issue, as you can tell, and as unfortunately people watching right now can tell, we not you, have a lot of work to do. So I just want to speak to that. I also want to do what we should be doing, which is celebrating your work. Your department's work. Historically, we have had issues with late audits, and the community is incredibly frustrated. This has occurred before you arrived. In a very short amount of time, not only have you put yourself in a very uncomfortable situation by coming in and having to justify a historical problem, having to answer questions that could put your license and your resume on the line. So I appreciate your answer of really honoring what you feel is best based on your professional judgment. I get that as an educator, I have to do that all the time as well. So I respect that. But you have been put in a very vulnerable position, and you've done wonders. The fact that we are making progress and the fact that we are building systems, which that is my big concern for the city, is all the systems we have to build so problems stop occurring and we continue to have success, right? It's one thing to resolve a problem, but if we don't build a system so that problem doesn't occur again, then what was the point? And I think your work has been doing both. You're addressing the late audit, but you're building a team where you celebrate them, where you build a culture where we don't have people running away from that department, but that very much so needs to be staffed. You have built systems to make sure that our departments have more accuracy in regards to their finances. And you have been doing all of this while trying to complete 3 audits. So I celebrate you, and I am sorry that we didn't spend more time doing that today. I feel like it is true. We have to acknowledge the fact that we have to build trust, and us truly making that deadline on May 15th is going to be essential to that. Us proving that the systems we put in place work by having all other audits on time is also going to be essential to that. So I do ask you to have patience and have understanding, which you have proven to have, for why the community is concerned. But it's unfair right now for, I think, any city staff to feel like this idea of transparency has to fall on their shoulders without us taking responsibility for that as well. I just wanted to not take away from your celebration, your success, your department's success, by putting that on you. So I thank you for having us be in this place. I am choosing to have confidence in you. I am choosing to tell my constituents I have confidence in you, because that's what's going to build a better and stronger community. So thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Lee Garcia, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am disappointed that we're going to be late again, getting the letter stating that we were going to be late. I think the writing was on the wall. We all knew that. And without having exact dates, I understand where we're at. When we knew who knew what, when. But I think that it's important that we listen to our constituents. We listen to our people that call us daily and express their dissatisfaction is where we're at. And on the one hand, and especially I say, okay, this takes time. It's work. They are working towards it. I am dissatisfied, but I am also, I see that in fiscal year 21, we had a very heavy lift and looked like it was going to be way far out. And then we had obstacles that we were trying to overcome. What those were, I don't know, because again, there's our transparency. However, fiscal year 22, we had a date, which again was December 15th, got pushed to June. That didn't happen. Now we're in December. Fiscal year 23 now, and again, I'm happy that it's going to get turned in. Don't get me wrong. Fiscal year 22 will be turned in on the 4th, and again, that's a date that we have pinpointed and that we are expected to have this in. And now May 15th, May. It's a little better than June, And again, I'm holding my breath that they're gonna get in because not to keep on pushing hard to do this because I want to see it done just as much as anybody else. And yet at the same time, I think it is well within our right to express our dissatisfaction in where we're at. And for I think the statistic somebody said 13 years out of 20. Wow. The last 6 years. I mean, how do we fix this and really, really fix it? I know you're saying that we're fixing it. One question that I do want to ask is in regards to 21, 22, and 23, where have we found consistencies of issues that we're repairing to make these audits quicker and easier to submit? I want to connect those dots between the three because, again, when you fix issues, the small problems, you move on and they're not problems anymore. But I think that for transparency reasons and the general public wants to know, well, what's going on? Why can't we pinpoint the issues and the reasons? And I know we've said it's understaffed. I have faith in what you're doing, Director Oster. I see what you are going through. And yet still think that the general public, the constituency, the taxpayers of the city want to know why. They want to know why. They really want to know why. And if we can't say that as a governing body, and it goes back to Councilor Travis's issue on transparency and truly letting the people know what's going on, then we are all culpable of not bringing forth information that needs to be addressed. And so if you can try to pinpoint to me the three, connect the dots between the last three audits and what you're correcting and, what's holding us back, please.
Mr. Mayor and councilors, Councilor Garcia, I absolutely recognize that a lot of people have that question. And we attempted to address that in an FAQ that was issued last week and posted to the city's website. So the factors that we cited as contributing to the challenges submitting annual audit reports by the expected deadline are past late audits. As I mentioned, once you get behind, you're struggling. It's a struggle for the auditor and for the entity to work on multiple years at the same time and try to get caught up. So that structural problem of not being able to report timely and complete audits based on the state auditor's due dates is a factor that contributed. IT and software is another factor that contributed. Prior to 2020, the city was using E1, JD Edwards software that was implemented by the city in the 1990s. The city underwent an extremely important and necessary step of converting to a modern ERP system, the Munis system that we have right now. And that has been utilized for the last couple of fiscal years. That implementation required significant training. It required re-engineering of business processes. It required changing the way that we worked. And really, what you can think about is the effort required to convert from a manual system to an automated system. And I've seen that in other entities as well. When I started working with the state in 2011, we had literally rooms full of stacks of paper, manual journal entries, some with 6 or 7 signatures, and they had to be manually sorted. Now, today, 12, 13 years later, that is all automatic. All of that paper is gone. All of that information is created electronically, printed to PDF, attached in the share system, the ERP system that the state uses. We've undergone something similar here. In FY23, we instituted a requirement that supporting documentation be attached to all adjusting journal entries in the Munis system to decrease that reliance on paper documentation. So another factor that's contributed I think two challenges in the world is COVID-19. I think it's really important to consider that the FY21 audit covered the time period that started on July 1st of 2020 and went through June 30th of 2021. During that time, the first half of the fiscal year, vaccines were not available yet. There were significant restrictions. Many people were forced to transition very quickly to working from home. And as we went back to those older years, finding supporting documentation became a challenge. So COVID-19, I don't want to belabor that point, but it had a significant impact on every aspect of my life. And I think work was really probably the least impact by COVID-19. But my work was significantly impacted. Staffing has been another factor. As we've talked about, there's a nationwide shortage of accounting professionals. In addition to that, the city implemented fiscal control measures during the pandemic in response to decreases in general gross receipts tax revenues and lodgers tax revenues. And that caused the vacancy rate in the finance department at times to rise to as much as 40%. We've gotten that down to 25%, but we still need those additional 15 people that make up the other 25%. We do have a piece of really good news, which I'm excited to have the opportunity to share. We have a new chief accounting officer that's scheduled to join us on January 5th. That's really exciting news. I'm looking forward to bringing him to meet you all, to introduce you to the governing body. His name is Matthew Bonifer. And as I said, I look forward to bringing him to meet you in January when he comes on board. The last major factor that I would say, in my opinion, has contributed to the city's challenges with regard to timeliness of audits is business process. And we've talked about this one a lot. The city did not have documented, consistent month-end and year-end close processes in the past. And that is absolutely critical to timely and accurate financial reporting. Month-end and year-end close processes are what keep things from getting more and more behind throughout the fiscal year. You can't report on a year that isn't complete. If you're still recording activity from 14 months ago or 18 months ago in your financial records, you can't produce timely and accurate financial statements. You have to establish a month-end and a year-end close process that ensures that transactions are being recorded in your system of record in the period that they occur in. So implementing those month-end and year-end close processes has been essential. The city was able to successfully implement a year-end close for the 2022 year in the Munis system, and then the month-end close followed right after that with implementation in FY23, and we've continued that to date. We also improved and enhanced the year-end close process for FY23. So I think those are absolutely essential. In addition, I'll cite, what I would describe as administrative processes, for example, related to records and document retention, making sure that information is retained in a way that it can be easily accessed for audit in the future. For FY21, for example, all of the supporting documentation for transactions in the Munis system was maintained outside the system. It wasn't attached to the transaction in the Munis system. In FY23, we instituted a requirement that all journal entries have to have the supporting documentation attached to the transaction in Munis. As we move forward with the audit of FY23, that'll mean that the auditors are able to access that supporting documentation themselves using their auditor read-only access to the Munis system, which cuts the time to provide supporting documentation from potentially hours, days, weeks, depending on how long it took to search through boxes and find supporting documentation, to seconds. So that's an incredibly important and significant business process improvement. Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Director Roaster. And I think, again, those are issues that that are work in progress. I really just, this is mind boggling to me why a lot of these processes that weren't put in place years ago and pushed forward and implemented and done, because that's just best business practices, whether it's private or government. And so I'm glad to hear that that is happening and will help us push forward with our future audits. Once again, I just kind of wanted a couple of those questions answered in regards to connecting the dots between the last three, because that's kind of where I've been involved with and I've monitored before. I appreciate your work. Again, I'm not happy that we're in May 15th for fiscal year 23, but really, truly hope that that is a definite when we get there. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Yeah, Counselor Cassett, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much, Director Oster, for being here, and for your professionalism today and always, actually. I did want to follow up just briefly on Counselor Lee Garcia, and I do think it is important that, because I frequently get that question too around, okay, what on earth is going on? One thing that I frequently say is the one thing that I found comforting about the FY21 audit is that none of the findings were a surprise to me. And why I found that to be a positive thing is that I knew that they weren't a surprise to me because we had already identified these issues and we had already in great detail discussed how we were addressing them. And so when the FY21 audit report came up and we were able to see all of the issues and all of the challenges that really were leading to a late audit, we were able to really talk about, you know, how we had already started to address them, or if we were aware of them, that we already were aware of them and what we were able to do. So I would like to point any member of the public who is interested to the FY21 audit report. I think that it really does have a very good historical account of what started the snowball, at least within, you know, the time frame that I've been on the council, as well as you weren't here for FY21. And so really something that you have inherited. And I do think that that is very important that we recognize. I always really say that there's three buckets. You know, there's systems, which we talked about, the Munis upgrade. There's staffing. I think it is important to remember that because of COVID, we froze the finance department at a 40% vacancy rate. So some of that was our decision because of the extreme negative impact that COVID did have on gross receipts taxes, which of course is, you know, what the city of Santa Fe lives and dies on in terms of revenue. And so some of the staffing issues really, you know, we made the decision at that moment that because of what the projected gross receipts tax shortfall was going to be, that we were going to freeze finance. And so that also, or freeze finance at that 40% vacancy rate, which also does lead to why we've, you know, put so much money into contracts, why we've had to really start to build this up again. And so, you know, there's always various reasons. And that was one of our decisions in terms of those of us who were on the governing body as of April, May 2020, about whenever we were making those decisions. And so having to recover from that, I know has been really challenging. And so I do want to thank you for the work that you've been putting into getting staff back on board. And we know that everybody has had a hard time staffing up in pretty much every single field post-COVID. So I do not want to minimize the mountain that we created for you. I still think, you know, it was necessary. It was what we had to do to get through at the time. And then processes. Again, there was a transition, but also a lot of people went home. We did not have processes in place at that moment for people who were working from home. And we have since moved into, you know, we were working hybrid for a while. And so there has been a lot of transition and change. And I do think, again, that when we looked at that FY21 audit report, it showed a lot of the decisions, a lot of the circumstances that we made or that we were dealing with that you walked into and had to really pick up the pieces with. So I really want to, as Counselor Chavez said, celebrate the work that you have done, because it is by no means you did not take an easy job, and you knew you didn't take an easy job. It's not like, it was some secret that we were, late on our audits and that we were, having to rebuild some things. So thank you for taking this challenge on. I think that took a lot of bravery to run into this. The other thing that I always balance with is absolutely every single one of us would love our audits to be in on time. We would like this to be done. We'd like to be back on track. But I also really believe in doing something right. And the time, how you talk about this as an iterative process, and that we have really been fixing those systems. So to Councilor Lee Garcia's point, it's not enough to just, rush and get the audit in. We really have to make sure that we are rebuilding these systems that have led to the audits being late, so that we can really get them on time in the future. And I know that a lot of this it's taken time, it's taken energy, it's taken hours, it's taken money. But I do think that it is incredibly crucial that we do get to these root causes. And if that means that we are going to be a little bit later than we would be otherwise, I would much rather see an audit where we have it's not called a clean audit, but our financials, essentially that our financials can be trusted, that what we're handing in, they say, hey, we can trust these finances. We recognize that this is an accurate representation of the city's finances. And no, they're not coming in on December 15th, but I'd much rather that they be coming in later and be accurate, because then we actually have a picture of what it is looking like at the city, what our finances are looking like. And yes, we're going to have findings. We're going to have findings on 22. We're going to have findings on 23. That is literally the point of an audit, is to figure out where the holes are. And so your team and our contractors taking the time to do this right and to do this well helps us make corrections and better prepare for the future. And so it's a tough balance, because I want the audits in. We all want the audits in on time. We want 22 and 23. Well, that ship sailed. We would like 23 in on December 15th. Would have liked to see 22 in last December 15th. But I don't really feel that it would be worth anything if we handed in a mess just to hand it in on that date. So the goal, of course, is to still get things in line, but I really want to recognize the thoroughness, the precise attention to what the root causes are, what the challenges are in those three areas: that systems, that staffing, and those processes, to get it in line, to make sure that our financials can be trusted, which is why, we do have Fitch, reaffirming our bond ratings, despite the fact that our audits are late, because our finances can be trusted because of the work that you and the finance team and our contractors have put into this. So I really think that is important to recognize, because we are late, but we are also, our financial house is late, but in order. It can be trusted. We are still, able to see that money is being handled correctly. We just, like to see that on December 15th. So thank you again for all of your work. Thank you for all of the time you have spent both in front of the governing body as well as the finance committee meetings. Again, to members of the public, for more information, I recommend watching Finance Committee. That's where we really dig into these pieces around finance. I know that Chair Romero Worth has some great plans for ways that we're going to be even more in depth during finance committee, once we're able to, of course, get the audits in, because that is our number one priority. So that is all, and I will yield the floor.
Thank you, Counselor. I think Counselor Rivera, you raised your hand, sir. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Director Oster, follow up to Councilor Lee Garcia's question about some of the things that have been a holdup for us, but in prior to 21, the CAFRs they listed cash balances or taking in of cash and cash balances is one of the reasons, one of the findings that came up pretty frequently. Was that an issue when we look at the late audits, and does that continue to be an issue?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Rivera, that is a finding in the FY21 audit. And I think it is related to the timeliness of recording transactions, recording cash transactions in the Munis system. The city has still a number of different systems that are used to collect cash from UCIS and the utilities department, a number of different processing systems for credit cards in the parking garages. There's just a lot of different ways that the city receives money. And by cash, I mean payments. Maybe I should be more specific. Payments, which would include credit cards, checks, paper money, electronic payments. Timeliness of recording deposits in the financial records has been something that's come up in multiple audits.
And what are we doing to correct that issue?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Rivera, I think the month-end and year-end close processes are a big step in the right direction in terms of that issue. I think that the implementation of the Munis system is also a consolidation of the city's accounting records into one system. I think that in the future, I would like to see us implement the treasury module, the cash management module in the Munis system, which will allow us to utilize auto reconciliation functioning. That was something that I was part of with the state when the state implemented that in the share system, and it was really a game changer. So that's an important priority for me. We already own that module in Munis. So, you know, it's doable and it will really, really help. I think that we have opportunities even in the interim before we get to that to look at working smarter, not harder, for lack of a better way to describe it. In some areas, we are doing manual processes because that's the way it's always been done. And we're starting to look at those and we're thinking about what value each step of the process is adding and looking for opportunities to streamline, to let go of steps that may not be necessary in the current system, and just work towards that goal of really utilizing Munis as our true book of record. We will always need subsidiary systems. We will always need something that does utility billing. We will always need other systems outside of Munis. But getting the accounting records fully centralized in Munis and cutting out some of these legacy systems that we're in the process of phasing out will make it much more efficient. And then, like I said, implementing additional technology like that treasury module that will allow us to use auto reconciliation, that's going to be huge. You know, those are areas that will really allow us to leverage the technology and reduce the manual effort that's involved in recording some of our transactions today.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. It's 9:15 and I think this has had a very thorough conversation. Director Oster and our guests, thanks for being with us. Really appreciate your time and energy and all the work you're doing. I think I think the key phrase that I heard was a couple of our counselors said they can't wait to get the city back on track. I think the more accurate description given the fact that we have this 13 out of 20 years being late, it'll be welcome that you and your team and all the directors in all the departments who are participating in doing the audit prep work will get the city on track for the first time and in a very demonstrable way. And that can't be emphasized enough, that we are struggling to play catch up in a lot of the systems that you mentioned. Other jurisdictions may or may not have implemented them before us, but we are getting there now under your leadership and under the guidance that you and your team have produced. I think it's safe to say that the city council, to its credit, when you've asked for resources, has delivered. Whatever the financial number turns out to be that you're going to produce, I think we've always said if you need money, it's worth spending the money to get the audits done and to get your department built in a way that it is consistent, systematic, professional, and really up to date in all of the operations. So I am very grateful for how hard and how smart you work. It's not just how hard, but also how smart and how you manage to juggle all of the different parts of your assignments, including not just the audit, but the budget and the day-to-day work of the city's finances, which, as Councilor Cassett has said, continue to be thoroughly on target. In fact, generating unanticipated revenue and finding ways to put that money to the work of helping the people of Santa Fe. So thank you, and thank you to our guests. We appreciate your being here with us tonight. We ended up directing many of the questions to Director Oster, but having our auditor and our consultant here for this conversation was very constructive. So thank you for all of that. Madam Clerk, we have another presentation before us.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I'm a little bit concerned about the agenda, it being 9:15. Are the land use cases time sensitive? I mean, I just, I'm concerned that, you know, I think, looks like we have people in the audience. We're nowhere near getting to them. I would hate for them to sit here all night and then us not do them. I don't know if there's a solution or we just keep plodding ahead.
Well, we have, I think, I take your point. It's 9:15 and we haven't even completed the 3 presentations that were listed on the agenda. I think the wastewater treatment issue is really a serious and significant piece of public business. It speaks to our water future and water quality future. Mr. Dupuy, is that something you can, if you were to go through it, is there a Reader's Digest version?
Mr. Mayor, yes, there is.
Mayor, I'm not interested in truncating this presentation because I think I agree with you. I think it's a very important one. I imagine the governing body has a lot of questions. I'm just concerned that by the time we do that, by the time we do the discussion item, we have another public hearing on a bill on final passage. You know, I mean, I think there's a lot of stuff, you know, here that we can still plug through. We have an executive session. So I'm not interested in making this one shorter.
Right.
But I don't, again, I wonder, are the land use cases time sensitive?
And by that, you mean, could they be delayed to another council meeting?
Yes.
Well, Director Klug, what's your take, and what are we do have people waiting in the audience to participate in the land use issues. What's your take on that? And if we're not going to get to them till 2 a.m, should we put them off to another time?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Romero, thank you. So we have spoken with the applicant and they would like to be heard tonight if at all possible. But they are willing to be postponed to a date certain, hopefully the next hearing, if that's the will of the council.
What's the sense of the governing body? What would you like? We have obviously a lot of work to do tonight, and some of it will take a great deal of time, including the executive session. What's the pleasure of the governing body? Counselor Lindell?
Well, I think that if they aren't, I know they'd like to be heard tonight. Folks are here, but I don't think that hearing is gonna start until 11:30, 12 o'clock. And I think that you may be better off being postponed to a date certain. So what would be the date certain?
Mayor, city councilors, the next governing body meeting will be December 13th.
Counselor Cassett?
Do we have any other land use cases scheduled for December 13th? Because we've done this before where we've pushed it and then it's like, 4 land use cases all of a sudden on one agenda.
Jason, do you know?
Thank you, Mayor Weber, Counselor Cassett. Yes, there's one other case. It's the HDRB exceptions legislation, which was not pulled from Public Works.
So the legislation, but not a land use case per se?
Just
Okay,
legislation.
okay, so just final passage of legislation. Okay, that's a different beast, a much calmer beast. So thank you. That was my only question.
Well, I'm looking to my colleagues for their guidance on this.
I'll make a motion that we postpone the land use cases till a date certain of December, did you say 13th? December 13th.
For a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Okay, let's discuss.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman.
just wanted to thank folks from the public to come out for that case. I don't know who, I'm assuming a few of you are actually here for that, and we apologize. We have a really full agenda, and I don't think it's a good practice. We've done it before, and then we've decided never to do it again, to make big land use decisions at 1 or 2 or 3 a.m. And I will not vote for that tonight to stay on beyond that. They're never good decisions to make, regardless if it's a land use or any other decision. So I apologize that you waited so long. You got to hear a lot of interesting discussions tonight, but we have a lot more to do, and including another presentation and an executive session. So I apologize and thank you for waiting. And so I'm in support of postponing it for the next meeting.
Other discussion, Counselor Rivera, you?
I just wanted to see if it would be a friendly to the maker of the motion and the second, that as the agenda begins to fill up, that this item be heard as the first public hearing on the 13th.
That's a good.
Do we need to formally accept it?
And Mayor or Councilors, are you saying the first, in addition to with legislation as compared to legislation? Because we usually do them in 2 different sections. So just to clarify in the.
Still remain as a public hearing land use case, but
Okay.
first one.
If there's more than, yep.
Other discussion? I think they've already left, so you want to call the roll on the motion? Some folks got up and left. I don't mean to paint everybody with the same brush. Apologies. The idea would be to relieve the tension about what's going to happen later tonight and just make a guarantee that it'll happen at the next meeting. And as Councilor Rivera in his wisdom has suggested, we give them a guarantee of a priority.
And this motion is to postpone 20A and 20B.
Correct.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes,
motion passed.
with our apologies. Very sorry. Okay. Mr. Dupuy, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mayor Weber. Okay, we also have one participant that will be presenting as part of the presentation that just wanted to confirm he is
promoted to be able to speak. It's Mr. John Rearing.
He's,
Yes, John,
I
I'm
think he's, yeah, I think he's in right now. So.
Thank you.
I am.
Apologize for the delay. I was setting a timer. I wanted to stay on track. So good evening, Mr. Mayor and councilors. Tonight, I will lay out our initial options being developed for the future of our Paseo Real Water Reclamation Facility. This is part of the early stages of a 5-year facility master planning cycle that has been expanded to consider a long-range vision for the facility and get your feedback before we get too far in our effort to develop options. So I want to express my appreciation for the council's support to have prioritized the Paseo Real Water Reclamation Facility project in the ICIP list and to begin asking for funding, and before our upcoming legislative breakfast, explain how we got here, where we are now, and what we can do. Here tonight is our wastewater division director, Mr. Michael Dozier, who will provide a brief history and discuss treatment challenges to explain how we got here. After, I'll provide an intro to where we are now with an overview of initial options being developed. Then Mr. John Rearing, Vice President at Carollo, he is also our master planning consultant, will provide more information on potential capital costs with a spotlight on a similar effort occurring nearby. It is not an uncommon story of these challenges and that plants are facing when choosing between rehab, rebuilding in existing locations, and considering new locations for that rebuild, while also making the most of recent investments worth maintaining, like our green energy improvements recently completed, amongst others. So with that overview, I'll turn it over to our wastewater division director, Mr. Michael Dozier.
Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body. So the slide shows wastewater treatment at Paseo Real began in the 1960s and had very minimal to no regulation at all. After the passage of the Clean Water Act, improvements to the process started around the 80s and are still happening today. Throughout the facility, additions were not viewed as holistic improvements. They tend to be regulatory driven and considered more an add-on to a current process, rarely factoring in the age of lifespan of process equipment or being retrofitted with new process improvements. With this approach, segments were added to the process, but these segments were not looked at as older infrastructure was refurbished or changed in that process. So those pieces were added on, but never stepping back and looking at everything else that was already built that had age to it already to go back and actually rehab that section. So many facilities are in the exact same situation, just for the fact that it is regulatory driven, and when they're working to get to a different process amount of whatever constituent you're trying to remove from the water, they end up looking at this process addition will help remove that from the water. Well, you're not looking at what would happen if you didn't have the previous process helping that. So over the years, you can notice in the next slides that are all aerials, the actual footprint of the plant and how it's changed. The majority of the time, the footprint of the plant didn't change very much in the aspect of like one building being torn down and another situation being built in that area. It is more another piece added to the big construction of each little segment in the property that's available. So from 1996 to 2002, you go into 2005 and you can tell that the plant has only expanded a little portion. Once you get into 2009, there's already been additions to other pieces, and across the street, more additions. Once you get to a visual of today, 3 other portions were built and only one, which is the new digester addition area, is only place that something was actually demoed to have a new process added. So each addition to these creates more area, more pieces that have to be maintained and managed throughout each process. And I think that is part of why, when it comes down the path of adding another piece of equipment, that the other sections aren't really looked at, because it's a whole entire new building added to the facility. So a quick view of a liquid stream and solid stream that feeds through the facilities. The facility that is currently in place shows collection system coming into fine screen, aeration, aerated grit removal, primary clarification, aeration basin, secondary clarifier, keep going through the whole pieces. All of this in a new facility would actually be segmented to primary clarification, aeration basin, secondary, and disc filters would all pretty much become one tank, one portion in a newer facility, as you wouldn't need all of these processes. They could all be combined into one per se. So that in itself would remove a footprint and make it way smaller. So currently we're working with a facility that is 13.5 million gallons a day rated, treating an average of 5 million gallons a day. And where this number is deceiving is the facility is built for 13.5 million gallons at a certain solids and water dilution, but it is now treating more solids content with less than half of the water dilution. So population growth has gone up, but water usage has gone down. The solids are still the same and growing, so the solids don't slow down with less water use. Now, the city's amazing conservation efforts have made this happen, but it's also created a problem trying to treat this solids that come in when they haven't been treated, like they're not at the same dilution of what the facility was built for. So that creates issues in trying to get solids removal from the actual facility, and that's part of why the digester project, one of the latest projects, was put ahead of everything else, just for the fact that we had to get rid of the solids and get them out of the water, and the system that was in place could not do that adequately. So no matter whether we were going to the Rio Grande or to the Santa Fe River, or even back to something per se like direct potable, every piece we're going to need to remove something from the water, and we're going to have to do different additions or repairs or rebuild on the facility we have, build a new facility, or do some kind of combination in between them. Where our permitting is on for MPDES is 5 years. We're in the second year this year of one of those permits, and then the discharge permit for the state is also in that segment, and it's in a year and a half that we've had it. So each time that we have a new permit come up, there's always the possibility of more stringent requirements or some other portion of the water that has to be treated or changed, whether it be something as simple as pH or dissolved oxygen, or something as hard as removing, say, chloride or nitrogen. So every portion and every piece that we go through, it's all the same process. It's all gonna be the same thing. We're gonna use the same bacteria, the same chemicals, the same usage of gravity or physical properties of the water. We just need to figure out the way to get away from where we're at the moment, having the troubles meeting the requirements that are there. And with that, I will pass it on to Mr. Dupree again.
Thank you, Michael. To explain where we're at now, I think it's important to reiterate a point Mr. Dozier made regarding a common occurrence when old processes are retrofit with new process improvements. The focus is on the addition to the old process to achieve the updated regulatory driven result without factoring in the age of the related equipment that remains and replacing all of the related equipment. This is inevitably a costly endeavor to replace everything, and you want to maximize the useful life, but it often leaves gaps that are not prioritized, and our process relies on prioritization of improvements, not identifying all improvements, because we have limited funding that's typically allocated for these improvements. So as we cycle through our master planning update every 5 years, we focus on the next 5 years of rehab priorities. As any of the aging equipment breaks, we prioritize any necessary fix. This approach does not foster holistic solutions, which is, I think, what Mr. Dozier was trying to allude to, which also doesn't incorporate long-range vision, the emerging contaminant concerns, and even whenever there is a meaningful intention to accomplish such a goal, it's not an easy task to accomplish with this approach. So I only expect continued unexpected failures related to those unprioritized components that cause a ripple effect through the process when any one part of it is disturbed. The loss of aeration piping shortly before my arrival here, a sludge transfer line break in March, additional aerator loss, and a stainless steel airline rupture most recently are all examples. These are small parts, 2 of them being piping, one of them being some aerators. These are all very small parts, but they have a ripple effect through the system that doesn't make it easy or set up for success the staff's ability to achieve the requirements in our discharge permits. So these unexpected failures also require additional expense for emergency services to complete repair. They overwhelm and distract staff from their planned workload, and they cause cascading treatment effects, as I explained. Over time, these build to erode the confidence of the public and others of our ability to successfully do our job. And I'm confident that our staff is knowledgeable and hardworking, but fighting a losing battle that with our current approach is likely to result in an unsatisfactory outcome. So going forward, discussing the 3 initial options, the first of which I just described, which is our current approach. It is maybe obvious, but important to state that not treating to regulatory limits is not an option. All 3 of the options we list address the need to treat to regulatory limits, but it's with varying investment to reduce risk of unexpected upsets or difficulty in meeting future regulations. The 2 remaining options are to rebuild in place or someplace new. There are pros and cons to both. Initial cost being a major factor. Mr. Rearing will speak shortly and can provide some insight on the potential range of costs, and with an example to show how additional evaluation is necessary to discover otherwise hidden costs, to know whether rebuilding in place or someplace new is more efficient. Mr. Rearing, if you're able to begin, and I can advance through slides whenever you're needing.
I am. Thank you, John. And Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body, thank you for your attention to this issue. I apologize that I could not attend in person this evening. I'm going to talk about a preliminary range of potential capital costs for a potential new water reclamation facility, or WRF. Go ahead and advance the slide, please. Now, this is a clause that's in almost any engineering contract about cost estimating. And I don't include this so much to go through it word by word, but rather to point out that we're in unprecedented times in terms of cost escalation for new water and wastewater facilities. Since COVID has affected us with supply chain issues and others, really unprecedented conditions in terms of costing and cost escalation, unlike anything I've seen in my 30-year career. Go ahead. And so we've made some interim assumptions to first get our arms around what a new water reclamation facility might look like in order to start putting some potential cost numbers to it or cost ranges to it. So we haven't done process selection analyses like we would do if we were initiating work towards implementing a new plant. But in the meantime, we've made assumptions. One of those is that a membrane bioreactor-based process would be sufficient to meet the discharge permit limits, both for the existing outfall to the Santa Fe River and the one that is planned for the Rio Grande for the return flow exchange. This is essentially what Mr. Dozier talked about a moment ago when he was showing that process flow diagram, where we can combine different elements of the treatment process into a single membrane bioreactor or MBR-based process. Now, for now, we're also assuming that construction would occur in increments of 2 million gallons per day, up to a total ultimate capacity of 6 MGD. Those would also be refined if we were to move forward with formal implementation. Go ahead. Now, we've got some reference costs here. This is a figure shown, it's very fine print, but the high points I'll hit for you. This is an analysis that was done for a California utility in 2020, looking at similar costs or historical costs for membrane bioreactor-based water reclamation facilities. And what we see across the states you see highlighted here, so these are from actual projects that were built in Washington, California, and Arizona leading up to 2020. The unit costs range from $30 per gallon per day of capacity up to $99 per gallon per day of capacity. And so, for example, a 1 million gallon per day plant would cost $30 to $99 million in this range. So that's a very, very rough way of getting our arms around a potential cost for a new facility for Santa Fe. And to get that a little historical perspective, pre-COVID, we might have thought about that in terms of maybe $10 to $15 per gallon per day of capacity. This includes an escalation factor for San Francisco that may be appropriate for Santa Fe, but also we've seen such cost escalation since then that probably offsets things like technology advancements since the time these costs were incurred. And so as a result, we would not expect any lower dollars per gallon per day or unit costs than what's shown here, and there's a good chance they could be higher. Go ahead. We got some other reference costs for MBR-based water reclamation facilities in New Mexico and Colorado. The Bosque plant down for the Water Authority in Albuquerque, that design is underway. They don't have formal cost estimates yet, but they're planning around $35 per gallon per day of capacity. So for a 10 MGD plant, that's a $350 million expense. Telluride, Colorado, we'll focus in on in a moment. That's a rehabilitation or potentially a rebuild project. The contractor's estimate on that right now is $58 per gallon per day of capacity. A couple other examples, Upper Thompson Sanitation District in Estes Park, Colorado, has an estimate that's now standing, it initially was at $50 per gallon per day of capacity, so $100 million for a 2 MGD plant. That's been value engineered at the partial design, 60% design level, and that's down to $90 million, so a slight reduction there, but still very, very high relative to historical costs. In contrast, we've got the county plant there that was constructed a couple of years ago for $18 per gallon per day of capacity. That's a half an MGD plant that cost $9 million. And there's also the Bosque plant that we're looking into cost information for. Go ahead. Okay, so then a planning level cost range for a new Santa Fe water reclamation facility, if we were to do a complete rebuild, recommended planning range is in the $35 to $60 per gallon per day of capacity. Again, that could trend higher because we have seen such unpredictable and rapidly escalating costs post-pandemic. These costs are affected by a lot of things that really aren't characterized yet at this time, But again, to start getting our arms around what this might look like, then we can see the potential costs there at 2 million gallon per day increments. If we built that in increments over time for cash flow reasons, that would be $70 to $120 million per increment, and altogether in the $200 to $360 million range for a 6 MGD plant. And that's about the size we think we're going to need for the foreseeable future. Important to note that there is a cost engineering society in the United States that classifies different types of cost estimating. Class 5 estimates like this one are at the 0% design development, and so there's a lot of unknowns. And with that, there's a wide range of potential cost accuracy that's expected, from minus 50% to plus 100%. In other words, could be anywhere from half the noted cost up to double. And that range narrows as design details are developed and we get to know more about that and reduce the uncertainty. Go ahead. So I want to take a quick moment to spotlight some similar evaluations going on with the town of Telluride in Southwest Colorado. Go ahead. So they are weighing rehabilitation versus rebuild for their wastewater treatment facility. The existing facility was constructed in phases starting in 1987 and then upgraded a couple of times and expanded. It's an oxidation ditch, which is similar technology to Santa Fe's plant. And they're approaching their permanent capacity, particularly on organic loading, as they've experienced growth in the community there. And the existing treatment process can accommodate that, especially when we look at regulatory limits that the plant is now facing. We also have seen, as you can see in the images here, a lot of the infrastructure is in disrepair. Essentially, you can think of this as it's got pretty old bones and dating back to 1987. Things like electrical is not up to code, current code, and so forth. And so they're weighing the options of a complete retrofit, which would be things like HVAC, electrical, SCADA, which is the control system, and so forth, versus potentially rebuilding that plant altogether. Go ahead. And so here's a timeline of kind of where the cost estimates have been and the planning estimates have been. Essentially, they did a master plan back in 2017, so 6 years ago. And at that time, they estimated the cost for the retrofit with an MBR-based facility would be $35 million. That then was updated in 2020 as we started pushing the permit limits with the capacity of the plant. And you can see that the cost escalation started to kick in there, where the costs then were updated to estimate in the $55 to $75 million for that retrofit. Again, at a conceptual level, we're using the existing infrastructure. And then fast forward to 2023, so they decided to move forward with design and actually do it as a design build to help save some schedule timelines because of the capacity issues that they're facing. And so Carrillo, teamed with construction contractor PCL, is now working on the design build for the retrofit. And as we got into it, we found structural limitations for retrofit aspects there. And with that and other things that we found moving into the detailed design, the 30% design cost model now is estimating that it's up to $133 million to retrofit it. And so that gives a good moment to think twice about, is retrofit the right answer for them? Go ahead. And so we can think about retrofit versus a new facility or rebuilding, if you will, as a series of trade-offs. You can see those listed here, but there's a lot of unknowns when you get into retrofitting versus kind of a clean slate approach with a new facility. You might anticipate a better water quality product, a more operable facility perhaps with a new facility, but it's going to come at a very significant cost. You can also think about land use issues as well. In the case of Telluride, they've got very limited land use in the community there. And so if they were to rebuild, they might have to do that downstream, which then means they'd have to convey the water further through additional infrastructure and incur more costs there as well. Go ahead. And so there is a very tight site. The image on the lower left there, the black outline there is the existing facility. Looking at the opportunities for expanding that facility on site, they have some very, very tight constraints there. We determined that it's infeasible for them to expand the plant both for capacity and for the new regulatory limits, to do that within the existing footprint of the facility, and then look to expand that to the east and west in land available there. those red outlines show where there's very steep terrain, and so that makes it difficult construction wise and really narrows down the usable land that they could use to expand. And so with that, they're considering a hybrid approach to build new and retrofit the existing facility, essentially seeing if they can build part of that offline, that expansion, then sequence the work better, and essentially buy time to where they could then get to the long-term solution of a new regional facility downstream, down valley, where there is more land available. But again, they're going to incur the cost of the infrastructure to convey the untreated wastewater to that new site. Go ahead. Okay,
So thank you,
Dupuy.
Mr. Uring. And I just wanted to recap on the Telluride example being really eye-opening to me, and the details of which I won't elaborate on given our time constraints. But I'll summarize the conclusion that I left with in looking into the details, which a lot of their information, their master plan, et cetera, are all online and readily available. So it was very meaningful having that available. But to minimize similar delays and cost with reevaluating options as costs escalate, when you dive into these additional evaluations to discover hidden costs, now that has become apparent as something meaningful for us to do now. Additionally, considering a hybrid approach, which was on Mr. Uring's last slide, first bullet here, I think we'll be at a logical conclusion of conducting that additional evaluation now. And I think it's something that helps us to reuse some existing facilities and understand the complications with doing so. But accordingly, I've added a few bullets on this last slide, recognizing the potential cost savings for any reuse of existing facilities. And Mr. Mayor, councilors, I appreciate the opportunity to have this conversation with you. We want you engaged. We were wanting to invite you to the facility for a tour. And when you have time, I want to be responsive of anything related to what you want to know more about, including if you have feedback now, we will make sure to have that incorporated into an upcoming presentation that we would like to follow up with at the beginning of the year. And with that, I stand for any questions.
Thank you all. And it is late. I just want to ask if, before I turn it over to my colleagues, so from the point of view of the work you're doing now with consultants, with your team, what is the next step? What happens next?
Mr. Mayor, from our perspective, the next step is proceeding through our current master plan process, where we will invest in doing this additional evaluation, taking into consideration any feedback from the governing body.
And the planning process is estimated to take how much time?
I defer to Mr. Rearing on the expected timeline. It doesn't include any additional evaluation, but the current scope. Do you have a estimated completion date?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Dupuy. So the original schedule was a 9-month schedule. We're partway into that. And then we added the additional work to evaluate the potential for a new plant. And so I would say it's probably another 8 months or so before we're finalized with that report. But we'll be developing information along the way as we go.
So we'll get updates along the way, but at the end of the day, the final report will lay out the choices and recommendations for us to make. I think what you've portrayed to me, at least, is first of all, how serious this issue is, not just for us, but for all the jurisdictions you cited, how important it is to do good technical analysis and good financial analysis. The complexity of the different inputs is really a significant piece of learning for all of us. And also the way that the trade-offs move over time. It's not a standing still target, particularly from a cost point of view, but also I know there are legal issues, permitting issues, location issues. So I think your work is essential to bring us a really well fleshed out set of options, and ultimately we'll be looking for recommendations based on your professional expertise and practices, not just here, but in other cities as well. Other questions or comments this time? Or yeah, let me start with you, Counselor Garcia, and then we'll go to you, Counselor Garcia, and then Counselor Cassett, did you have your hand up? All right, Counselor Romero Worth will be next, and then Councilwoman Villarreal will be next. We'll go through it, but go ahead, Counselor Michael Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. and Thank you, Mr. Dupuy and Mr. Dozier for being here with us tonight. This is a hefty investment that the city is looking into, and I definitely appreciate it. This is a bit of a pivot from the presentation we had a couple months ago, which I'm glad we're going down this route, at least to explore it and have those options available. My question is, are we exploring any partnership opportunities with Santa Fe County, given we've got lots of users that use that treatment plant that fall outside of the city and into county jurisdiction? And I know that the county governing body is interested in partnering up with us and building a world-class water treatment facility. So I didn't know if there's discussions or if there's planned discussions or what that might look like.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, we've anticipated that a variety of governmental entities may participate. Hopefully the state, given our request for the ICIP funding, and ultimately we look to the counselors for direction on how to proceed with evaluating and understanding those options. So I look forward to the future discussions to the extent that's something that the governing body wants us to look into. We'll move forward to meaningfully pursue those options.
Okay, so I guess clarification, I don't know if you or if the city attorney who would be the best to answer this. I mean, I would like for us to begin to work with them as we explore this option. Does that require a resolution? How do we begin to?
Mr. Mayor,
I think the city manager's hand is up.
if I may, yeah. Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, we have been having informal conversations with the county. I've spoken with County Manager Schaefer multiple times about the county's interest. I think what we're trying to be cognizant of is we're trying to get direction from the governing body as a whole about who do you want involved, who do you not want involved, even the options of what do we rebuild, do we build new, some of these things. And so I think from the perspective of Director Dupuy and myself, this is an initial conversation where we don't have answers or solutions. I think all the options are on the table right now. And I think in light of some of the comparisons to some of the other facilities that were in the presentation, this is likely going to be hundreds of millions of dollars to rebuild. And so I think we're open to all the options, but we're going to also, and I don't know that we have a mechanism, or I don't think we're in a position now to say, yes, do a resolution on this date or that sort of a thing. I think this really is still very much an initial conversation where we will at some point come back and get, I don't know how that will happen yet, but we will want to get direction from the governing body as to, we think this should look like BDD or SWAMA, or we don't think it should look like that at all. Or, I think even in preparation for this presentation, getting an understanding from Director Dupuy about the fact that most of the county's water goes through our treatment plant now, and how do we charge them for that? Do we want to use a model like that? So there's a whole lot of options, I think, that we're still drilling down into that we'll know more eventually. But again, the buffet, anything that's in the buffet right now, we're happy to look at and consider.
Okay. Director Dupuy, we're still in the middle of the development of the master plan, correct?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, that's correct.
So I think that would be a perfect opportunity to make sure that language is in there, that we want to work collaboratively, not only with the county, with the state, with the feds. I think that direction needs to be there in that master plan. So it sounds like we've or at least in my experience, we've inserted language into a master plan through a resolution. So I think that's the ultimate route we need to go. So I think that answers my question. This is thinking long-term. What's our challenges and solutions for a short-term fix? I mean, we had, individuals speak to us tonight about using, non-effluent water for their construction costs. So what are our short-term solutions? Because we've got short-term, medium-term, long-term, and this is very much long-term. What are our short-term solutions for our wastewater treatment plant?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, you're right. This project will take a long time to complete, and it is important to discuss what we're doing now and how we stay compliant now. And we've implemented some supplemental treatment processes that are ultimately more supportive or temporary to the main processes. And one of the main factors that's being addressed that was identified through some work that Corello did was the current UV system is ineffective. And we have a prior master plan project that was identified to replace the UV. So that was previously identified. It was scheduled on our CIP projects. It's currently in design, but there's still a 2-year time frame. So that probably falls in the midterm type solutions. And I'll maybe have our wastewater division director, Mr. Dozier, speak to some of the current more real-time improvements that we're working on.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, our current processes, what we're working on to treat the water better from where we're at the moment is we've added additional chlorine usage. We're actually trying to find a way to interconnect more of the reuse customers so that we could run out of that chlorine system. The other thing we're doing is a supplemental chlorine that we're going to be testing this week, well, pretty much Friday, to start doing a supplemental chlorination and dechlorination before it goes to the Santa Fe River. So that would be one immediate process that could resolve the issues with E. coli, basically, for that system. One of the other things is we have a call out to a few companies for rental equipment to get some filters that would be put in place to add to the filtration so we don't have the issues that we're having right now with our UV system. The other process piece is we have a few emergency work orders out right now that are being tasked by a contractor here in town, and we're waiting just on the equipment to come in and be installed for one of them that was mentioned earlier of the airline that it broke.
Okay, so yes, my follow-up to that is, I know that effluent demand goes down now that we're hitting the winter season.
Right.
Do we anticipate having, what type of capacity do we anticipate having once the warm season comes and effluent demand goes back up?
If we can get all these systems interconnected and taken care of during this winter process, we should be able to provide to all customers.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Dozier. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Dupuy. I appreciate the presentation. This is something like looking at a brand new shiny car. Of course, we want the brand new shiny car, but we've got to look at, can we afford it? And those bring in the questions, well, if we can't afford it solely, do we have partners we can collaborate with? And I think we definitely do, whether it's with the county or even at the federal level. I think this is an opportunity for us to strive towards, but we've got to remember there are short-term challenges right now, and we've got to work at both. So good luck. And I guess, are we going to be, final question in regards to the master plan? I know we got somewhat of a sneak peek or talk about it earlier this summer. Is that, we going to get any briefings again on that in Public Works and Utilities Committee?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, I think that's something very meaningful for us to provide, and hearing you inquiring about it, I think it's prudent that we just schedule it and we can provide those updates in January.
Okay, that would be fantastic. We really appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No other questions.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Lee Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the presentation. Just a couple of follow-up questions. I'm in favor of exploring partnerships. I think that is something that is important for us as a community to build upon and to strengthen our position as a government and what we provide to the people that live here. I think that if the county is willing to participate in that conversation and come to the table to be a partner with us, I think that is something that we should explore. I would ask primarily, have we done an analysis as to what it's costing us to fix and upgrade things to what we would perceive to be a sustainable plant for the city specifically in the next 5 to 10 years if we were to keep the same plant? Have we done that analysis?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, part of the initial effort was to try and understand an apples to apples comparison of rebuilding, whether in place or in a new location versus rehabbing to the same abilities as the potential reconstruction. Is that your basic question?
Yeah, yes, just because I mean, I just look at things from the perspective of repair and upgrades. If it supersedes the cost of the asset, then obviously the new asset is something that you want to consider heavily, not only for near future, but for longevity for sure, and then financial thought processes, feasibility.
So we are developing an understanding for answering that question. It's a little bit more complicated on site, and then how to achieve with the existing facilities the same level of performance as a new facility or a reconstructed facility. And ultimately, we'll have some better information within the coming months. But just looking at the example from Telluride, how you really have to dive into the specifics of the facility to then understand the cost implications, that it's not really safe to make cost estimate assumptions. So it's really going to take us doing that additional evaluation to have a meaningful number to provide relative to that question.
Thank you, Director. And yeah, I think that it's something that's very important for us to evaluate in regards to, what our costs are for trying to rebuild this facility into something that is feasible for the long term. And so, doing that cost analysis based upon longevity and, what our ambitions are for the future, including the, BDD, the return flow pipeline and so on, the growth of our city. And not only that, but the growth of the county. And I think that's where the county becomes a good partner for us to sit down with and to put the project together. I think the resources that come to us, not only again from the city, but the county, the state, and federal funding that could all put this together. I think that's a very smart move. I know there's a lot of moving parts to that, and that makes it somewhat difficult, but I think when the prize is worth getting, then you work hard to get it. So I appreciate the presentation, and I'll yield the floor. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to draw attention to a couple things. Our current plant is 13 MGD, correct? The capacity that it can handle is 13 MGD.
That's correct.
And we only use about 6 MGD, correct?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero Worth, there's some
5 to 6.
nuance in
Yeah.
that, but it's an average number and it's generally how plants are designed. So just caveating that, yes, we have peaks throughout the day, but you build in capacity to handle those deviations throughout the day. And this is our average number. Mr. Rearing, if you wanted more clarification on it, could provide that. But in our planning number, it's 6 MGD that's anticipated as far as what we need. And then as part of the presentation, I think it was out to 2040, the most we anticipated needing, I believe, was 8 MGD.
Right. And so can you just speak to that? I mean, so the process of this new MBR, membrane bioreactor, right? This new process is going to be, so it seems funny that, we have a plant that's 13 MGD. We only use about 6, but we're going to build a new one, or we're going to build a retrofit or something that's going to be 6 to 8. And that's going to take care of our long-term. Then there's no, it's not as big as the one we have, but it's because the systems are going to be better at treating the load or the amount of solids we have to deal with, correct?
I would agree that's a correct assumption and explanation. Obviously, there's details, but in an overview summary, I would say that's a meaningful explanation.
I just think it's important for everyone to understand because you did throw that 13 number out and now you're saying we only need 8 longest term and more likely 6, but 6 is about what we've been using. But if we're growing, you would think we would need more, right?
Well, just a point that Mr. Dozier mentioned is that because of our aggressive conservation efforts, we've actually seen that number decrease with an increase in population. So, there is a bottom to conservation. We don't think we've hit that yet. And we're planning to understand what that meaningful number to target is. But we haven't found that bottom. So I would anticipate there's an inflection point at sometime in the future where it would start to creep up again. But at least in the recent trends, it's decreased significantly.
Okay. And regulations around clean water, they're not getting less stringent, right? We're going to see them continue to be more stringent in the future.
That's correct.
And so we're going to need to factor that into whatever we're deciding to do. Not only is it population growth important, but the water quality standards are going to be higher. And I think we did have somebody talking about PFAS that's the county is now dealing with. That may someday be a reality for us as well, since PFAS kinds of chemicals and pollution is becoming ubiquitous. So just as an example of why regulatory standards are going to have to continue to increase.
Correct.
Okay, and then I want to talk a little bit about our green energy improvements, and particularly the digester that we have green energy bonds. We were, when we approved them, very excited about that digester and the green energy bonds and what that digester is doing for the facility and the importance of that digester. And I guess I think it's really important for people to understand as we look at these 3 options that, to use your favorite word, we have meaningful infrastructure on our current plant that we're going to want to potentially continue to use and take advantage of. So I'm not sure we're going completely, to a brand new one, because we may want, I think we do want this new MBR system, but there are pieces of our old plant which would make sense from a financial standpoint to continue to utilize. Can you comment on that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Madam, or Councilor Romero Worth. I want to go back to a slide where we had the overview of the most recent modifications over time. I would say all of the more recent modifications over time, to the extent that those are able to be focused on initially to understand the potential to reutilize them, that's where I would start because they have the most meaningful life remaining. And so very interestingly, this needs to be evaluated by our consultant, but the processes that were completed most recently are on the end of the process train and happen to be most furthest from the central location because of how we built out. So as we built out, we needed to expand further and further. It's an add-on rather than a rebuild. The one exception is the digester, like Mr. Dozier mentioned. We actually deconstructed or reconstructed an existing facility location. But there's still some meaningfulness to the extent of the plant and its ability because of that to potentially be reused. But again, I learned my lesson in diving into the details with regards to Telluride to not make those assumptions without caveats of it needs to be investigated more thoroughly.
And that's some of the information that you'll be coming forward with in the next 8 months with periodic
Correct.
updates. And can you just, on that train, point to the digester? And so it's that one on the end. And it's really the stuff in the middle that is in need of, that will be replaced by an MBR
MBR.
system, right?
Correct.
Can you maybe just
Sure.
for
From the
our-
primary clarifier through to the disk filters is what can meaningfully be accomplished with an MBR reconstruction or rehab, however we end up finding a solution to utilize that technology.
Okay, and that anaerobic digester has been really important in terms of our green energy improvements, hasn't it?
If you notice, there's a biogas cogeneration arrow going to the bottom of the page. That's showing that we have the ability to bring power back to the grid by reusing the energy that's off-gassing from the anaerobic digester, specifically methane. And we also have the potential to capture some of the heat from that generation process to produce that electricity to then heat the influent to the anaerobic digester. So very cutting edge, meaningful, progressive things that we want to have around, and is something that I think we're proud of and we want to keep around.
Yeah, and eventually we may be carbon neutral because of that, when that's fully operational, correct?
Intent.
Yeah, and so, and I think that's obviously, I think that's another goal of the governing body and of the city. And we'll have to also, as we think about what we want to do, what our options are, we'll have to also look at the land use issues where the plant is. I mean, you don't just pick up and move an anaerobic digester with a semi or something, or a crane. I mean, so the surrounding property is going to be both the property we have and any opportunities surrounding the area will also be something that has to be looked at.
Correct.
Counselor?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, Counselor, if I can add as well, and I'm sorry I stepped out for a minute. I don't know if this was discussed earlier, but a factor now is that the wastewater treatment plant sits within the boundary of the airport.
Right.
And so the Public Utilities Department is paying a leasing fee to the airport for that space. If the wastewater treatment plant were to move to a nearby location and that space were to be opened up, I know that Director Harris from the airport has a number of ideas of what could be utilized to help generate additional income for the city. You know, beautification issues, getting the wastewater treatment plant farther away from the city as we continue to redevelop that part of Santa Fe. So there are a number of land use issues, I think, that we'll still be looking into.
Well, and maybe some shared property. I mean, because again, we can't move that anaerobic digester, which I think is important to the whole facility. All right. Well, in the essence of time, I'll I think stop there, but appreciate the presentation. I feel like I did have a question for Carollo, but we'll do it another time. So thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Counselor. Councilwoman Muriel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just try to be short. I just want to thank you both or all of you for your presentation and the information. I think this was helpful to kind of look at succinctly what's happening and what you all have been doing. And it's been somewhat piecemeal, and we know that there needs to be a new way forward. And I do appreciate the hybrid model. I think that makes more sense given how much we've already invested and what we still need to do. And I did want to thank just personally Director Dozier, because since I've been on council, you've been very instrumental in helping us understand what's happening. And I think I even remember you talking about when I first started about just making sure we're thinking about the big picture and thinking about the maintenance that will be required into the future. And here we are. So I just appreciate you've been sticking with us through this and staying in, with the city and all the work that you've done at the wastewater treatment plant. So thank you for your service. The question I had was, well, a couple questions. There was a comment about PFAS, which I'm extremely concerned about. And it's not just an emerging contaminant, it's a big issue. So in that statement, it says that will be monitored in our next permit and could become a numeric limit. Can you explain that and why you said could instead of is, like that this will be something that we need to, that is on our radar and we'll be tracking? Maybe you could say a little bit more about that.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villarreal, I'll defer to wastewater division director, Michael Dozier, to help answer that question.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villarreal, the EPA has barely started completing an actual maximum contaminant level. So the normal process, whenever a contaminant level is set in, it does take time for it to start showing up on permits because it will become something you have to remove. The issue with PFAS and PFOA is the difficulty to remove it from water. So one of the biggest issues that's going to be contemplated by us and every other entity anywhere in the world is going to be, how do we remove it, and how long is it going to take to get the equipment to move it? So there isn't very good information on processes that can be just installed today to actually remove PFAS and PFOA. They've worked on many different processes that could do the job, but not something that's actual equipment that's readily available. So it's going to be very difficult to figure out how we remove it. And if it becomes put into a permit, EPA would give you enough time and a compliance period that you would have to be able to put in some equipment that will take the constituent out.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I think it's definitely a bigger issue. If they'd regulate the private sector, then we probably wouldn't be in this place. So I think there's, a lot of things to do. We did talk about it in BDD and ways to think about that and maybe even test it, but I don't know if we came up with a solution per se, but yeah. And then the other question I had was in the PowerPoint about the 3 options, and you said for the second proactively rebuild, you said cost estimates vary widely, but rebuilding generally costs less than new construction, but more potential for unknowns causing cost escalation. Can you say more about the potential for unknowns?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villarreal, I'm going to navigate to the side regarding Telluride's experience. And you can see from 2017, they started down a rehab path where they were going to retrofit their existing facility with an MBR process. Then it escalating over time as discoveries were made, specifically in the 30% design. Once they went out for design build, that's where a lot of the very detailed work begins. And we can do some of that work, hopefully, to discover those concerns earlier than having to wait until we're in initial design, because then you spend a lot of money on whatever effort was part of that initial design, which is much more extensive than just discovering those concerns. So even though that initial estimate by our practice in the industry and the approach that we use, we come up with this lower amount, until you discover those unknowns, it's not generally considered as something that's reported as part of the cost estimate that you should anticipate. But what we're learning from these examples is that it's becoming more common, and there could be a shift in the industry, but we're trying, or specifically me, taking note of these examples that others are experiencing, trying to anticipate that potential, because no one likes in the utility director coming back and saying, well, we need more money. I'd much rather have the right price from the beginning, and then we pick the right option out the gate.
Yeah, I understand that. So it's more about financial, like infrastructure needs, and materials needed potentially. Okay. And then the last, I guess I just want to reiterate the need to work with the county. Just really want, there's an opportunity here. And I think we actually get funding is more, especially from the state, is more readily available if there's partnerships in place, and that we understand that this is mutually beneficial for us, for a region versus just the city. So I just want to reiterate that. And then also hope that you all will have more tours for counselors. I really appreciated that when I was on Public Works Committee. And I think it really shows an understanding of the big picture. And I've heard from my colleagues that that hasn't happened in a while. I'm not on that committee, but since we have new counselors coming on, I would encourage you to start doing more tours of our facility, especially the wastewater treatment plant, so that people understand all the pieces that are required to make things happen. So thank you all for your work, and we look forward to future upgrades.
Thank you. Good point about the tourism. Thanks for the hard work and your patience, and we look forward to the next update, as well as an opportunity to get at the 8-month point. We're, I think, very eager to see what our choices are, and I think the trade-offs are going to be very challenging. But I appreciate the professionalism and the seriousness with which you're trying to get us ahead of this issue before it becomes a crisis. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, can you take us to the next item, please?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. The next item is 9M. It's consideration of a resolution sponsored by Councilor Sidney Lindell and Councilor Chris Rivera. It's a resolution approving a public firework display during the Santa Fe Plaza 2023-2024 New Year's Eve event.
Okay, I don't, Councilor Lindell or Councilor Rivera, do you want to talk us through this?
And Mayor Weber, councilors, the reason it was pulled off consent is because there's an amendment and it just addresses a technicality in the sense of who's the applicant. And also the fact that the fireworks display will be on the 1st rather than the 31st, because we do it after we count down from 10, as the fire chief described very very nicely to Marcy today. So
Yeah, it's like the debate about the what would happen to computers when we hit the year 2000, and it's actually not the millennium until the 2001. So,
so Mayor, it takes care of those two technical issues, which is who's applying for the fireworks,
right,
which eliminates an issue about bonds. In a second way, there's two ways we eliminate that issue, but
okay,
taking care of two technicalities. But we do need a motion and a motion to amend.
That's where I was headed. So let's go for a motion and then a motion to amend.
For approval.
Second.
Okay, is there discussion? Okay, that motion is on the floor. Is there a motion to amend?
Motion to amend.
Second.
There's a motion to amend the main motion to bring in these technical adjustments. Is there discussion about the amendments? Let's vote on the amendments first. Can you call the roll on the amendments, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mayor. Councilor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera, Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Chavez,
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes,
motion passed.
thank you. So appreciate the corrections and getting the date right. That's a good thing. What's the next item on the agenda, Madam Clerk?
Oh, we have,
I thought
Yep.
we voted on the amendment and
You got to do the amendment, then the bill.
I thought we did both, but okay. So we voted to pass the amendment. Now we have to vote on the main motion as amended.
that's correct.
All right, is there discussion of the main motion as amended? And let's call the roll.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Chavez,
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion passed.
Okay, thank you for catching that. I appreciate, I got ahead of myself. Having done that correctly now, can you please take us to the next item on the agenda?
Yes, Mayor. The next item is 10A. It's a request for ratification of a transportation project fund grant agreement with New Mexico Department of Transportation for construction of Agua Fria Street South Meadows Road Intersection Improvements Project in the total amount of $735,000 through June 30th, 2026. And a request for approval of a budget adjustment resolution for $698,250 of NMDOT funding and 5% local match of $36,750 from road impact fees and an additional $120,000 of road impact fees to cover a project funding gap for a total amount of $855,000 for the construction of Agua Fria South Meadows Road Intersection Improvements Project. And Capital Projects Manager Romela Glorioso Mas is here for questions.
Move to approve.
Second.
The motion to approve, I assume that covers A and A1. There's a motion, there's a second. Do you want to describe this to us so that the public who's listening at home at 10:30 can be clued in on what the project actually is, and then we'll go to discussion from the governing body.
Thank you, Mayor Weber, members of the council. So the staff is requesting the governing body to ratify the transportation project funding agreement with New Mexico Department of Transportation for $735,000 that the city manager approved by Santa Fe City Code 2-4.6.b. The code authorizes the city manager to accept funds that are offered to the city without time to place the agreements on the next scheduled governing body meeting. This funding is additional funding for the construction of Agua Fria South Meadows Intersection Improvements Project. The current construction cost estimate is $3.3 million. And the construction funding is $3.1 million. So there's a funding gap of $156,750. And that includes the local match of $36,750. And the staff is requesting to fill this funding gap using the road impact fees. Based on the updated table 80 of the impact fees capital improvements plan, this project is eligible up to 3.5 million road impact fees, of which today the city has used a total of 189,000. The total project cost from design through construction is $4 million. And the city share is 8.6%, which is $345,000. The construction of this project began in August of this past August and is anticipated to be completed during late summer 2024, depending on the supply chain's availability of materials. Hence, receiving this additional construction funding in a timely manner is critical since some of the materials have a minimum 6-month lead time. With that, I stand
Thank
for
you.
questions.
That's
Thank
very, very comprehensive. I appreciate it. I also appreciate the timeline. That's good to know. Are there questions?
I
Yes,
just want to thank you for sticking it out tonight with us and waiting for so long to present. And so thank you very much.
Yeah, I really appreciate the specificity that you brought to this explanation. It's a big deal. This is a big deal project, and getting the funding in place is absolutely essential. So thank you.
Thank you.
Questions, comments? We have a motion on the floor, Madam Clerk. Can you call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion passed.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Madam Clerk, could you take us to the next item?
Certainly, Mayor. The next item is a request for approval of memorandum of agreement with the International Association of Firefighters, Local 2059, to provide a one-time retention incentive to sworn firefighter positions who have agreed to remain employed with the city through June 30th, 2024 in the amount of $2,675.07 per firefighter. And on Zoom, we have Fire Chief Brian Moya.
Thank you. Can I get a motion?
Move to approve.
There's a motion to approve. There's a second. The fire chief is available if there are questions. Are there questions on this item? Madam Clerk, I don't see any hands. Could you call the roll?
Yes, Mayor. Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett. Yes. Counselor Chavez.
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Rivera, and Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion passed.
thank you. Please take us to the next item in that case, Madam Clerk.
The next item is a request for approval of a memorandum of agreement with Local 3999, City of Santa Fe employees of the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, Council 18 AFL CIO for a one-time retention incentive payment in the amount of $1,150 per employee.
Move to approve.
Second.
Is there discussion of this item? I see no hands. Madam Clerk, do you want to call the roll?
Yes, Mayor. Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth, Mayor
Yes.
Weber,
Yes,
motion passed.
thank you. And the next item, please.
The next item is a request for approval of a memorandum of agreement with the Santa Fe Police Officers Association for a one-time retention incentive of $1,000 per eligible employee. And Deputy Chief Ben Valdez is here.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion, there's a second. Chief, what have you brought us? Make sure it's lit up for yourself. There you go.
There we go. Last time I messed with the button, Zoom went off. Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body, so we have the request for approval for the one-time incentive, retention incentive for our POA folks, and it's the $1,000 that was made available to all city employees. We're respectfully requesting your consideration and approval.
Thank you. Is there other discussion? Madam Clerk, could you call the roll?
Yes, Mayor. Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez, Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
and Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion passed.
All right, Madam Clerk, what's the next item on the agenda?
The next item is a request for approval of a memorandum of agreement with the Santa Fe Police Officers Association for the disbursement of $330,110.39 as a retention incentive and for approval for the disbursement of $65,476.44 for eligible probationary and non-union sworn personnel as a retention incentive. Funds in the amount of $395,586.83 were allocated by the city of Santa Fe and the state of New Mexico for recruitment and retention stipends for law enforcement officers at Santa Fe Police Department.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. I think, Chief, you had something you wanted to say on this item?
Again, we respectfully request your consideration and approval for this retention incentive. Again, this is a great partnership between the city of Santa Fe and the state of New Mexico to maintain the talented sworn police officers, sergeants, detectives, and staff that we have at our police department.
Thank you, Chief. Other questions or comments? Madam Clerk, go ahead and call the roll.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes,
motion passed.
thank you. Thank you for being here. Take us to the next item, Madam Clerk.
The next item is matters from the city manager.
Morning, Mr. Mayor, councilors. A litany of quick things, I think, for all of you, and then one point of personal privilege. Staff are working as swiftly as they can to get the bar memos for the mayor's recommendations for how to spend the unanticipated GRT to you as quickly as possible. At this hour, I'm not recalling what was in the email, but if I need to reiterating, I think what we sent to you all, are just to make sure that we're clear, is our understanding of the process at this point has been that the mayor is making this sort of an extension of the budget process. The mayor is making recommendations of how to spend it. If you all disagree how that should be spent, you can vote down the GRT bars. And I think we'd have to talk about it. To what extent do you pass a resolution to say we'd prefer the money to be spent for X or Y or Z, or is there a communication to the mayor somehow? But we made it a point this year. We heard last year when all the bars were passed as one vote that was displeasing to you. And so we're bringing them all individually this year so you can pick and choose which items you support and which ones you don't. Director Oster, along with City Attorney McSherry, have been doing great work regarding trying to advance the ball on getting a fiscal agent to get some of our fiscal year 21 appropriations as quickly as possible. There has been some discussion back and forth between the potential fiscal agent, whose name I'm going to forget at this hour, city staff. And our intent is to try to get to some sort of resolution in advance of the December 13th meeting, so we can bring it to you for consideration and approval of how to move forward in that regard. So we'll have more information for you in that. Late this afternoon, send out an email to all city staff reminding them about our procedures and policies for inclement weather as we're heading into the snow season. Reminder for you all and for those 3 people who are watching at home that our goal is to make a determination by 5 a.m. in the morning, so that staff, particularly those who have to report to duty by 6 a.m., have time to make arrangements or to come up with a plan B if they need that. So you all should have received that information as well. Outside of the heavy lift that the finance department is doing around the bars, there is still, as Director Oster said, an all hands on deck trying to get fiscal year 22 completed and out the door by Monday. Significant work being done now for fiscal year 23 audit to be done. And then also on top of that, outside of the day-to-day business of paying bills, is hustling to get the retention incentives out the door in December. So thank you all for your votes tonight. The finance staff is really doing extraordinary work, multitasking, juggling, getting some significant things across the finish line. I'd be remiss if I didn't also congratulate HR Director Salazar for really doing a great job negotiating with all of the unions that do work at the city on these retention incentives to get them done quickly. As I said to you at the last meeting, we are working with senior staff to ensure that every city employee is being contacted, make sure they get to fill out the form so that they can get this retention incentive in their pocket. I think we're on track to have a presentation about our compensation and class study at the final governing body meeting of the year. So next month. We are still hopping at the airport and making progress towards the opening of the new terminal early next year. Something that we learned about on this Wednesday, Friday afternoon, is that it sounds as though United Airlines is currently testing a direct flight from Santa Fe to Houston and back. It's not every day. I think it's 1 day a week right now, but they're sort of, I think, trying to gauge the possibility of whether this will be something going forward. This is not something we asked for. They literally notified Director Harris that this was something they were doing. But for us, we take this and the test flight they did to Austin as indications that the major commercial airlines that are at the airport now are recognizing the work that we're doing here and the potential for future growth and additional flights. If you have not flown in or out of Santa Fe recently, we have I'm not going to use the right term. Our flights are full. They're not flying empty. They're not flying half full. They're at near capacity, if not at capacity on every flight. And so there is demand to fly in out of Santa Fe, which is great. We had a productive meeting a week or so ago with Councilor Chavez and Director Kasman from the Parking Department about getting the next steps forward in terms of implementing Councilor Chavez's plan around making employee parking accessible downtown Santa Fe. This is a pilot project that will last about a year, and we're excited. I think we're on track to have that roll out the first of the year. Counselor Vidal, to your point, we actually are working to plan for all returning counselors and new counselors to have some sort of tours set up in probably January and February to tour the wastewater treatment plant, to get a sense of what we're looking at and sort of what's, just to help everyone get comfortable with the language and what's going on out there. So thank you for flagging that for us. Reminder to you all and to those who are listening at home, we have one finance committee meeting and one governing body meeting left this calendar year. And so we've been working with staff to really try to push them as hard as possible to make sure that they're getting whatever financial things they need done now, because the next finance committee meeting, I don't think is until the second week of January. You would know better than me. I don't know if it's on your calendars or not, but I think I mentioned before that December 29th will be the date for the swearing in for the 2 new counselors. And so the event will be at the convention center, and I'll try to remember to talk to the mayor's assistant to make sure that that's on your calendar so that you will, and pardon me, yes, and the municipal court judge-elect, Chad Chittum. You all have on your calendars already the invitation for the legislative breakfast. I think we now have received confirmation from all the legislators in the delegation that they will be attending, which is great. And so we look forward to having that conversation with all of you. We have begun in earnest conversations at the staff level about making sure that we're in a place to ensure that when the home excise tax goes into effect in the spring, that we're ready to make sure that we're working with tax and rev and all the other relevant departments to make sure that those revenues are coming into the city. We are getting close, I think, to finalizing the job description for the director for the Department OEI, Office of Equity and Inclusion. My deputy, Layla Archuleta, my assistant, have been working with HR and others on trying to get that across the finish line. We'll have more for that and make sure you all see that when it goes out so that you can help us spread that far and wide to try to get a great candidate in here. Want to thank everybody at the city who was involved both in the preparation for the Veterans Day event that has happened subsequent to our last meeting. Hard to realize that was that long ago. And also the holiday tree lighting. I was really struck at how many people were there. It was really exciting to see. And as we all know, it takes a huge village of Santa Fe employees to make that happen. And so thanks to particularly Alex Matas and Izzy Sharp, and G was, I think, involved in making that happen, and Parks and Streets and ESD and police and fire and everybody that make it work. So thank you for that. The final thing I'm going to say is just to flag that yesterday marked 45-year anniversary of the assassination of a queer icon, a man named Harvey Milk, who was the first openly gay elected official in the state of California, and in many regards is considered to be, if not the first, one of the first openly queer people elected to public office in the country. From a meaningful perspective of queer people, he was elected with the public knowing he was gay versus being elected and then coming out after the fact and having that. There's a distinction of importance for some in the community. I raise that for a couple of reasons. And so clearly a hero of mine. He was 48 years old when he was killed. He was in City Hall in San Francisco, and he was killed by another colleague. A former supervisor named Dan White, who broke into the city hall. He evaded the newly installed metal detectors at the front door, crawled in through a window, and shot and killed Mayor Moscone. Shot him in the chest, shot him in the shoulder, and then shot him twice in the head. Quickly went back to his office, reloaded his gun, was able to get Harvey Milk to join him in his office, where he shot him 5 times, including twice in the head, and killed him. I think we're in a place that we recognize across the world the rise in homophobia and the rise in anti-Semitism and the rise in misogyny and the rise in anti-Islamic hate crimes and the rise in hate. And Councilor Chavez, I was really moved by what you said earlier, and it strikes me about what I'm about to read to you all, that about 5 months before Supervisor Milk was killed, he gave a speech at what was called San Francisco's Gay Freedom Parade. And it's been referred to as the Hope Speech ever since. And I've read it a few times the last couple of days. And I would like to read to you the last portion of the speech that Harvey Milk gave. And these are his words. Some of them are a little dated, so I caveat that for you, but he said, and in San Francisco, 3 days before Gay Pride Day, a person was killed just because he was gay. And that night, I walked among the sad and the frustrated at City Hall in San Francisco. And later that night, as they lit candles on Castro Street and stood in silence, reaching out for some symbolic thing that would give them hope. These were strong people whose faces I knew from the shop, the streets, meetings, and people who I never saw before, but I knew. They were strong, but even they needed hope. And the young gay people in the Altoona, Pennsylvanias and the Richmond, Minnesotas, who are coming out and hear Anita Bryant on television and her story. The only thing they have to look forward to is hope. And you have to give them hope. Hope for a better world, hope for a better tomorrow, hope for a better place to come to if the pressures at home are too great. Hope that all will be right. Without hope, not only gays, but the Blacks, the seniors, the handicapped, the us's will give up. And if you help elect to the Central Committee and other offices more gay people, that gives a green light to all who feel disenfranchised, a green light to move forward. It means hope to a nation that has given up, because if a gay person makes it, the doors are open to everyone. So if there's a message I have to give, it is that I've found one overriding thing about my personal election. It's the fact that if a gay person can be elected, it's a green light. And you have to give people hope. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Blair. Madam Clerk, what's the next item?
Next item, Mayor, is matters from the city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor, councilors. Annika Mike was here earlier. She's our new policy analyst. I encouraged her not to spend the whole night here. So I do want to just give a few words of introduction. If you haven't met her in person, please do stop by. She's in the policy suite with Marcy Iannarino. She is born and raised in New Mexico. She has a bachelor's degree in biochemistry and biology from New Mexico State and a Juris Doctorate from the University of New Mexico School of Law. And it was there at the School of Law that she took a legislative and administrative process class that caused her to be interested in pursuing more of a policy professional trajectory. She brings experiences interning with the legislative education, I worked at the Finance Committee, Legislative Education Study Committee at the New Mexico Legislature, and also clerking for the New Mexico Law Office as a public defender. She graduated in 2022 from UNM School of Law. She's really enthusiastic about working with all of you on making a positive impact on people's everyday lives and looks forward to make positive change for our community members. So please do stop by. She's jumping right in, learning all the ropes, but she has been with us for about a month. So she's already getting used to everything here. In her free time, she enjoys cooking and baking, inspired by the Food Network, reading, and spending quality time with her cat, Willie. So please do say hi if you haven't already, but she's looking forward to getting to know all of you better if you haven't already had a good conversation with her. Thank you. Then the business on the agenda. We did the Public Works folks with Marty Sanchez Golf Course are going to be on the next agenda. So we are not doing subpart 6 tonight of the Open Meetings Act. So if I would recommend that we go into executive session to discuss matters that are subject to closed meeting under the Open Meetings Act under 10.15.1 subparts H 2 and 7, discussion of limited personnel matters in relation to the city manager, and discussion of attorney-client privileges, discussion of threatened or pending litigation, including but not limited to McKinsey & Co. Inc., National Prescription Opioid Consultant litigation, and the City of Santa Fe versus Santa Fe Country Club and Golf Association.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Councilor Rivera, do you want to make a motion, sir?
Sure, I move that we enter an executive session pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, section 10-15-1 H subpart 2 for discussion on limited personnel matters, and also subpart 7 for discussion of threatened or pending litigation in which the governing body is or may become a participant.
There a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, can you call the roll, please?
Yes, Mayor. Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Rivera, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion passed.
Thank you. We will then move into executive session, be back as soon as we're out of the conversation. Thank you, everybody. Okay, Counselor Rivera, can you please make a motion, sir?
Into the Open Meetings Act, section 10-15-1J. I move that the governing body reconvene in open session and state for the record that the matters discussed in the closed session were limited to those specified in the motion for closure.
Second.
There's a motion, there's a second. Is there discussion? Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Yes, Mayor. Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber. Motion passed.
Thank you.
Mayor, do we have to make a motion to suspend our rules?
Oh, my goodness. Yes, Counselor.
Motion to suspend our rules.
Yeah, good catch. I took my eye off the clock. There's a motion to suspend our rules, which we've already overextended. Could you please call the roll on that motion, please, Madam Clerk?
Certainly, Mayor. Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion passed.
thank you. Thank you, Counselor, for catching that. Madam Clerk, can you take us to the next item of business?
Yes, Mayor, the next item is executive session action items. 13A is consideration of a resolution sponsored by Counselor Chris Rivera and Counselor Lee Garcia. A resolution suspending the city manager for 3 days.
Is there a motion?
Move for approval.
Second.
There's a motion and there's second. Is there a discussion? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Counselor Lindell,
No.
Counselor Rivera, Counselor Romero Worth,
No.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
No.
Counselor Cassett,
No.
Counselor Chavez,
No.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
No.
Motion does not pass.
Thank you. I think we have a couple folks who are taking a very early airplane tomorrow. I think we need to excuse them so they can get ready to take off. Counselor Lindell. And we should move forward with the next item on the agenda.
The next item is matters from the city clerk. I have nothing to report.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Communications from the governing body. Let me start with you, Counselor. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Just coming up to the holidays and Thanksgiving just passed. Really beautiful time in our city. Just want to wish everybody happy holidays. I know that we still have another governing body meeting ahead of us. But that's all I have tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Counselor Cassett.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I will be very quick. I hope everybody had a very lovely Thanksgiving, and again, want to extend my gratitude to every single member of the city team that contributed to the plaza lighting. It was beautiful as usual, and all of the incredible lights that go up. I know it's a lot of work from the parks team and from the clerk's office and from our events team and fire and police and everybody that goes into making that event happen for the community. I always hear such wonderful things about it and that people really enjoy it. So really want to thank everybody for their work there. And that's all for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Merritt.
I don't have anything. Thank you.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
I'm too tired. I don't have anything.
I hear you. Counselor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Everybody just be safe, enjoy the snow, but be careful on the roads.
Thank you, sir. Counselor Rivera.
Echo the thanks to the city clerk and all her staff and everyone who helped with the successful tree lighting. We missed you, Mayor, there, and it was a beautiful night, though.
Thank you. And your turn, Counselor.
I also want to thank all the staff that put in the work for the tree lighting. It's my favorite event. I wasn't on stage, but I was there with 7 kids, so I didn't try to herd them onto stage. I also want to just let everyone know that basketball season kicks off for our high schools. This week, we start Capital City Tournament, which kicks off the season. Girls, I'm only going to speak for Santa Fe High, sorry. Santa Fe High girls play at 5:30 tomorrow and boys play at 7. So we want to start getting into the basketball season. Join us if weather permits. And then I want to, speaking of basketball, just want to shout out my son. He was very nervous for the last week because he was trying out for A squad for Pinon, and today he tried out and he made the team. So I want to congratulate him, and I was lecturing him all week about manifestation, so it worked. So proud of him. Thank you.
Congratulations.
And I wanted to congratulate the Horsemen football team for their state championship win, and also the Lady Horsemen volleyball for their state championship win.
Oh, Counselor, you beat me to it. I think it's late, so I'll be very, very brief. We had a wonderful presentation this evening about public health and safety. I want to note that on Friday, 3 new police cadets will be sworn in, and Chief Joy will be receiving an award from the Rotary for outstanding service. So props to him and to the cadets for joining our team. And Santa Fe Fire Department will bring on a class of 12 new fire cadets, graduate 7 in early December, reducing our vacancies in the fire department to just 1. So thanks to everybody who's stepping up and taking on the hard work of serving our city and providing public safety. We talked a lot about their work tonight, but we didn't mention how much we appreciate everything they do every single day and how much they contribute to our community in so many different ways. The tree lighting, not the one on the plaza, but down at the mall. Remember to give gifts to kids who don't get them. There's a place to drop off presents, bring them to the mayor's office, bring them to the fire department. We got to make sure that no Santa Fe kid wakes up on Christmas morning without something to open up and have a present. Madam Clerk, back to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Next item is 16A. It's introduction of legislation. It's consideration of a resolution sponsored by Councilor Chris Rivera. It's a resolution naming Fire Station 7 Chief Frank DeLuzio Fire Station number 7 pursuant to Resolution 2010-19.
Councilor Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think you're all familiar with Chief DeLuzio, his legacy, his stories that came forth from people that knew him and really loved him, and letters that came in support of naming the station after him were just overwhelming. And I'd like to thank Ms. Ian Areno and the City Attorney's Office and Chief Moyle for getting us through this process. In the end, it went to Public Safety Committee. We reviewed several candidates, and he was the clear number 1 by the whole committee. So looking forward to this moving through. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Madam Clerk, the next item on our agenda.
Yes, Mayor. Next item is 19, final action on legislation. It's a consideration of bill number 2023-25, an adoption of an ordinance sponsored by Councilor Jamie Cassett. It's a bill amending SFCC 1987, sections 23-4.13 and 23-7.5 to remove youth leagues priority use of certain city sports fields and adult leagues priority use of the municipal recreation complex sports fields, and to require annual review and publication of a field use management plan.
Move to approve.
Second.
This is a public hearing. I wonder, Counselor Cassett, before we open the floor to the public, if you'd like to say a few words.
Or I'll be very brief. Essentially what this is doing is it is removing the prioritization of use on all fields so that there is more flexibility. One of the primary drivers for this is that we are seeking legislative appropriations for the expansion of Soccer Valley and the completion of Soccer Valley. I did receive feedback from some of the Santa Fe delegation that the adult prioritization at the MRC was a barrier for them because they really do want to be expending access and spending money on capital projects that will expand access for youth for recreational activity. And as we heard, Mr. Hushin was here earlier to speak to expansion of soccer in general and looking at how we can be more flexible to make sure there is ample opportunity for everyone who would like to participate in soccer to do so. So that is what this is doing, as well as making sure that the Parks and MRC department are going to be able to provide information on how this is working and will adjust as needed.
I suspect there's nobody from the public who wants to testify on this matter, but I am obligated under our rules to ask.
There
Right.
is one attendee, Mayor, but they do not have their hand raised.
Okay, let's let them know that if this is what they've been waiting for, it's their turn to talk.
Please raise your hand, Mr. Carnes, if you want to speak to this matter.
Not happening.
Nope, no hand raised.
All right, in that case, I will assume that the public testimony part of the hearing has been closed. Is there any discussion among the members of the governing body? Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Certainly, Mayor. Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez, Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes,
motion passed.
thank you. Could you take us to the next item, please?
The next item is item 21, appointments. They're appointments to the Santa Fe City and County Council on Food Policy. David D. Sundberg, reappointment as chair, term ending January 2026. Sherry Hooper, reappointment, term ending January 1st, 2026. Peter Ives, appointment, term ending January 2026. Saeed Asali, appointment, term ending January 2026. Jasmine Meyer, appointment, term ending January 2025. Maria Sanchez Tucker, appointment as city manager designee, term ending January 2026. And Eric Rentz Whitmore, appointment as city staff representative, term ending January 2025.
Can I get a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there discussion of these appointments? If not, Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Certainly, Mayor. Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion passed.
thank you, everybody.